Chapter 147, The Thunderclap City. Come, let's head to the Azure Continent. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. Tang Qingyue was willing to offend the Dishi family in order to give him the ultimate Yin blood. He understood that Tang Qingyue was a virgin. If it was just for Tang Zimeng, she would definitely not do this. She did not regret it. Even a fool would understand what she meant. She could offend the Dishi family for him without any regrets. She had lived 2 lives, so she had nothing to be afraid of. The Dishi family was powerful, and she had to face it too. Young Master Ling Tian, Miss said that the Dishi family won't dare to touch her for the time being. If you go like this, you won't stand a chance. Lu Min thought about it for a while. She remembered Tang Qingyue talking to herself once. Although she didn't understand it at that time, now that something like this had happened, she naturally understood. Misfortunes never come alone. Just as the few of them were deep in thought, another voice transmission talisman came to the Tianyu Pavilion. Sky Dragon Empire's Nangong Lin greets the Sky Pavilion Pavilion Master. 700,000 troops of Marquis Pingbei are trapped in the Thunderclap City. We hope that Pavilion Master Tianyu can provide assistance. Li Lingtian looked at the voice transmission talisman in front of him. With a sweep of his divine perception, he tapped a drop of blood essence. This voice transmission talisman was an encrypted voice transmission talisman. It could only be activated by receiving the blood essence of the voice transmission talisman. Otherwise, this voice transmission talisman would automatically be destroyed. Upon receiving the news, Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. How did these 2 things come together? One was the love of a beautiful woman, and the other was his father being surrounded. How could such things happen together? The Thunderclap City was originally garrisoned with hundreds of thousands of troops. This time, the Marquis of Pingbei had even brought a large army with him. How could they be surrounded? Marquis Pingbei's strength was not weak. He used his troops like a god and had never been defeated. Even a fool would understand that Jing Lei's accident this time was definitely caused by martial artists joining the battle. Anyone who dares to touch my family, even if you're a god, I'll send you to the 18th level of hell. Li Lingtian said coldly. He tossed a pill into his mouth to calm his mind and began to think calmly. Tang Zimeng took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away the blood on Li Lingtian's lips. At this moment, she could only rely on Li Lingtian. Xiao Xiao and Qing Ping will stay in Sky Peak. Meng Meng and I will go to Sky Dragon City now. Li Lingtian's mind spun rapidly as he sorted out the situation. In the end, he said seriously that it was impossible for him to head to the Azure Continent with his current strength. He had to go to Sky Dragon City to understand the situation and resolve the matter in Thunderclap City. When the war began, millions of soldiers would fight each other. Li Suifeng was only a 9th level martial king. He would not be able to resist such a large army, let alone the enemy's super experts. Don't worry, young master. Li Xiaoxiao and Qing Ping both respectfully agreed. They understood that with their cultivation, they would only be a burden to their young master, let alone help him. Li Lingtian gave some pills and spiritual stones to the 2 of them so that Lu Min could cultivate at Tianyu Peak. These spirit stones and medicinal pills were enough for them to cultivate to the Martial King realm. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian left Tianyu Peak on the Heavenly Cloud spaceship and headed straight for Sky Dragon City. The Sky Cloud flying ship flew at full speed, and it only took half a day to reach Sky Dragon City from Sky Cloud Sect. On the spaceship, Tang Zimeng's mood was slightly better because her sister would not be in any danger for the time being. As long as brother Ling Tian was around, she did not have to worry about these things. Big brother Ling Tian, do you like my big sister? Tang Zimeng leaned into Li Lingtian's arms and looked up at him with a serious expression. What are you thinking, little girl? Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect the little girl to say something like that. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Tang Qingyue was indeed a peerless beauty in the world. She and Tang Zimeng had their own merits, but he did not have such thoughts in his heart at all. However, Tang Zimeng's question reminded him of Tang Qingyue. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. No one would not be tempted by such a beauty. Even a eunuch would be tempted by such a beauty. In fact, my sister has never agreed to this marriage, but Dishi family is too powerful. If she doesn't agree, our Tang family will disappear. During this period of time, I've noticed that although sister is very fierce towards you, Meng Meng knows that sister has feelings for you. Actually, Meng Meng doesn't want big sister to marry into the Azure continent. She wants to be with big sister forever, with big brother Ling Tian forever, with the three of us together. Tang Zimeng said softly as her beautiful eyes were fixed on Li Ling Tian. In the divine martial continent, where the strong were respected, having 3 wives and 4 concubines was a common occurrence. Let's settle these 2 matters first. Sister Qingyue, we grew up together. One don't want her to suffer. Li Ling Tian was shocked. He did not expect the little girl to think that way. Who did not like beautiful women? However, he did not want to be a playboy. He didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Tang Qingyue. Was it gratitude or something else? He couldn't explain it clearly. The 2 of them were deep in thought on the flying ship. The flying ship flew at high speed, and Sky Dragon City was in sight. Li Ling Tian from the North Marquis residence has something important to discuss with the Emperor. Kill him without mercy. Li Lingtian's voice rang out in the distance. His voice traveled to Sky Dragon City and countless warriors heard it. The patrolling members at the city gate were also shocked. They did not dare to stop the huge flying ship in the sky. The flying ship directly entered Sky Dragon City from the sky and arrived above the Imperial Palace in the blink of an eye. Countless martial artists in Sky Dragon Great City were shocked and they saw the huge spaceship flying in the sky. This was the first time a spaceship flew directly above Sky Dragon Great City. The spaceship landed in front of the palace. Li Ling Tian pulled Tang Zimeng down from the spaceship and with a wave of his hand, the spaceship was put away and they headed straight for the palace's main entrance. Greetings, young noble Ling Tian. Countless guards greeted Li Ling Tian respectfully upon his arrival without any obstruction. After entering the palace, he arrived at the Heavenly Dragon Palace. There were already countless generals discussing in the palace. Li Ling Tian has something to discuss. Li Ling Tian shouted from the front of the hall before he walked in. He knew that it was about the matter in Thunderclap City when he saw the grave expressions on the faces of the numerous generals. Please sit. Nangong Haoming's expression was calm when he saw Li Ling Tian enter. He was no longer bothered by Li Ling Tian's casual attitude. Someone like him would not care about such formalities. The reason why the Thunderclap City was besieged by the Tianjin Empire was mainly because of the participation of countless experts from the Tianjin Empire. One don't know why, but the Thunderclap City was only besieged and not attacked. There are 1.8 million troops from both sides of the Thunderclap City. With the power of the Tiger Legion of Tianjin Empire, our army will definitely not be able to defeat them in a great battle. One of the generals spoke up and told him about the situation in the Thunderclap City. Li Ling Tian listened from the side. He only needed to know the truth of the matter. As long as the news was true that Thunderclap City was besieged, he would head to Thunderclap City. He didn't care about anything else. At the very least, his father couldn't be harmed. Your Majesty, you can discuss the matters of the Thunderclap City. One will take my leave first. Li Ling Tian stood up and excused himself after listening for a while. Although no one present heard that Li Ling Tian was heading to Thunderclap City, those who understood him knew that Li Ling Tian was only here to confirm the authenticity of the news. Li Lingtian brought Tang Zimeng around Pingbei Marquis residence and the Tang family. After understanding some things, he flew toward Thunderclap City with Tang Zimeng. Thunderclap City. Sky Dragon Empire's military stronghold was easy to defend but difficult to attack. However, it was actually surrounded by Tianjin Empire this time. The people of Sky Dragon Empire couldn't see through this matter. Since they had taken down Thunderclap City, they should send their troops down and attack the other cities of Sky Dragon Empire. Now that the Tianjin Empire's army had surrounded the Jing Thunder City without making a move, there must be something going on. Moreover, this matter was related to the Jing Thunder City. Sky Dragon City was 30,000 miles away from Thunderclap City. However, compared to the speed of the Heavenly Cloud spaceship, it was only a day's journey. Li Lingtian stowed away the spaceship when they arrived thousands of miles away from Thunderclap City. He then landed with Tang Zimeng and extended his divine consciousness to survey the surroundings. In Thunderclap City, Sky Dragon Empire had 700,000 troops, while Tianjin Empire had 1,000,000 troops. Sky Dragon Empire's army was trapped in Thunderclap City. It was impossible for them to enter. What made Li Lingtian feel uneasy was that there were still 300,000 troops stationed at Thunderclap Peak near Thunderclap City. Even if he didn't know how to use the army, he knew that such a garrison was against the rules of the art of war. No one would give up on the plains to defend the mountain peak. The Thunderclap City was surrounded, and they did not care about what was happening in the Thunderclap Peak. Now, they actually sent 300,000 troops to defend the Thunderclap Peak. It appeared to be a response to the Sky Dragon Empire's reinforcements, but in Li Lingtian's eyes, it was undoubtedly a futile attempt. A diversion? Could it be that Tianjin Empire's target is not Sky Dragon Empire's Thunderclap City, but this Thunderclap Peak? Li Lingtian was shocked when he thought of this. What could make Tianjin Empire mobilize millions of troops to deal with Thunderclap City? Meng Meng, hide here. 1 foot 11 inches, go take a look. Li Lingtian whispered to Tang Zimeng before he handed Little White to her. With Little White's defense and strength, he could escape even if he were to face a martial emperor. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and flew into the distance. He came to a hidden place and looked at the countless soldiers. A sense of shock rose in his heart. This was the first time he had seen an army of hundreds of thousands. How could he not be shocked? Tisk. With a flash of his body, he found an opportunity. A warrior soldier fell to the ground, grabbed with one hand, and disappeared. When he reappeared, Li Lingtian had transformed into a soldier from Tianjin Empire. With this armor, he could enter the Thunderclap Peak. The 300,000-strong army surrounded the Thunderclap Peak, but there was not a single soldier in the Thunderclap Peak. Rumble. A loud explosion was heard at Thunderclap Peak. Shocked, Li Lingtian's body flashed as he sprinted toward the depths of the mountain. Marshal Uncle Lu, the array formation can only last for half an hour. If it's half an hour later, the array formation will automatically recover. At the bottom of a precipice in the depths of the Thunderclap Peak, more than 10 warriors were surrounding an array altar, waving their hands continuously. The array altar trembled rapidly, and electric arcs flashed in the sky, like the prelude to a storm. Chapter 148, Scheming Against a Martial Emperor. Alright, you guys stay here. 1 foot 11 inches, bring the Thunderclap wings out in half an hour. Lu Yunfei looked at the trembling array altar and revealed an excited expression. His entire body emitted a powerful aura. Let me in. An old man said coldly when he saw Lu Yunfei entering the array altar. Qin Ming, one was the one who discovered this treasure first. You're only responsible for diverting Sky Dragon Empire's attention. Besides, this treasure is needed by His Majesty. Neither of us are qualified to have the Thunderclap wings. Lu Yunfei saw that Qin Ming wanted to take the credit and was instantly unhappy. His face revealed a vicious expression. I'm just trying to divert Sky Dragon Empire's attention. But if it weren't for my million-strong army, do you think you would still be here? If those old guys from Sky Dragon Empire knew about this, Tianjin Empire wouldn't even be able to touch this treasure. Qin Ming coldly spoke. He had no intention of backing down. The dozen or so formation masters at the edge of the formation altar all revealed bitter expressions. If they continued to argue like this, they could forget about obtaining the treasures inside. Martial Emperor. 2 third-level Martial Emperors. Fuck, they actually caused a confrontation between the two armies over a treasure. Li Lingtian, who was hiding in the distance, finally understood what was going on. Tianjin Empire had discovered the Thunderclap wings on Thunderclap Peak and had not hesitated to surround Thunderclap City with an army to seize the treasure. Indeed, if an expert entered Sky Dragon Empire and activated the array to seize the treasures, the 4 sects and the 10 families would definitely not stand by and watch. With the presence of the army, the attention of the 4 sects and the 10 families would be diverted. No one would know that the experts of Tianjin Empire were here to steal the treasures. He actually came to Sky Dragon Empire to look for treasures. Damn it. When Li Lingtian saw 2 martial emperors competing for the treasure in his Sky Dragon Empire, he was displeased even though he did not know how powerful the Thunderclap wings were. In his previous life, his country had been invaded by foreign powers, and his citizens had suffered a fiery life. They killed his citizens and robbed his national treasures. In his heart, he hated traitors and the enemy's fierce gazes the most. In his previous life, he had been hot-blooded, but there was nothing he could do. Now, this was a world where the strong were respected. He would definitely not watch his empire be violated and humiliated. Qin Ming, this is Sky Dragon Empire. After I go in and find the Thunderclap wings, the credit will be ours. How about it? Lu Yunfei also understood that if this continued, the array would be closed, and their efforts would be in vain. Instead, they would benefit Sky Dragon Empire. Let's go in together. Qin Ming pondered for a moment. In any case, there were 300,000 soldiers guarding this place. No one would come here at all. Even if Sky Dragon Empire's army came to help, they would not be able to take it down in a short period of time. Alright, that's it. Lu Yunfei thought for a moment. Both of them were third-level martial emperors. It was impossible for the other party to give up. Then, the two of them came to the edge of the array altar and looked at it carefully. This formation only lasts for half an hour. Guard the formation well. Qin Ming glanced at the 14 martial arts sect disciples. The 14 martial arts sect disciples did not have the slightest fear even when facing this million-strong army. This was because martial arts grandmasters were forbidden from joining the army's war. A war between martial arts grandmasters would easily destroy the world. How could ordinary armies withstand such destruction? This was also the ironclad rule of the 4 great empires of Eastern Spirit Azure continent. No country dared to violate this rule. Martial arts grandmasters were equivalent to nuclear weapons. Every country had martial arts grandmasters, so naturally, they would not easily violate the rules. The dozen or so martial arts grandmasters could only hide in the army. Even during the Great War of the Empire, martial arts grandmasters would only secretly kill the higher-ups of the other party's military. Yes, disciple. The 14 martial arts grandmasters said respectfully. They cursed in their hearts. If they delayed any longer, this array would be closed. Swoosh. The array altar exploded, and a ball of blue light appeared. The light was like electric arcs that appeared in the air from time to time. Qin Ming and Lu Yunfei disappeared. They had already entered the array altar. They should be below the Thunderclap peak. Li Lingtian watched as the 2 martial emperors entered the array. A cruel smile appeared on his face. Step by step, he walked towards the array altar. He calculated in his heart that he had to suppress all these martial arts grandmasters in one strike to avoid alerting the army outside. Who let you in? Why aren't you getting lost? A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse shouted at Li Lingtian when he saw him. He thought that Li Lingtian was a soldier from Tianjin Empire since he was dressed in the same uniform. You're courting death. Li Lingtian's face was icy cold. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the space around him trembled. Boom! A shocking demonic power burst out, and the pressure of the demonic power directly suppressed more than 10 martial arts grandmasters, making them unable to move at all. Silver-winged flying dragon. This is Senior Uncle Beichen's mount. Your young master Ling Tian, Li Lingtian. Why are you here? How is that possible? How did you know about this place? A dozen martial arts grandmaster powerhouses revealed terrified expressions. They used their true essence to resist the pressure of the silver-winged flying dragon, but no matter how they used their true essence, they could not move at all. Some time ago, the news of Sky Dragon Empire's young master Ling Tian killing Beichen Wuyo had spread throughout Tianjin Empire. Li Lingtian had become the first target to be killed in Tianjin Empire. The silver-winged flying dragon belonged to Beichen Wuyo. After Beichen Wuyo's death, the silver-winged flying dragon was obtained by Li Lingtian. Now that he had seen the silver-winged flying dragon, he naturally recognized Li Lingtian. Killed. Li Lingtian said coldly. He had no interest in these martial arts grandmasters. He made a killing gesture with one hand as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. Roar! With a deep roar, the silver-winged flying dragon's martial emperor-level pressure pressed down fiercely. Its huge body turned into a shadow and swept towards the dozen martial arts grandmasters. Rumble! 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 Level 5, Level 4, was equivalent to a Level 4 martial emperor. It was a whole realm higher than these martial arts grandmasters. Naturally, it was like killing ants. In the blink of an eye, the 14 martial arts grandmasters were beaten into nothingness. Li Lingtian watched as more than a dozen martial arts grandmasters died. His body flashed as he collected the fallen martial arts grandmasters' storage pouches with a strange smile on his face. Wait a minute. If one of them comes out, no matter who it is, kill him immediately. Li Lingtian looked at the array altar as he spoke to the silver-winged flying dragon beside him. At the same time, he activated his divine consciousness and summoned the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast. The 3 demonic beasts and Li Lingtian surrounded the array altar as they paid close attention to it. After giving his instructions, he raised his mental strength to the peak and used ice, fire, death, the first layer of the 9 heavens. In his hands, a ball of flames and a glacier formed. As long as someone came out, he would attack with all his strength. With the power of his ice, fire, 9 heavens and the strength of the 3 demonic beasts, even a 3rd-level martial emperor would lose half his life if he did not die. Seconds ticked by. The sky outside was calm and there was not a single movement. Li Lingtian's entire body had entered a state of clarity and his attacks were at their peak. The 3 demonic beasts also withdrew their pressure, but they made a killing stance. Boom! The array altar trembled, and the blue light trembled. Electric arcs flashed in the sky, and at the same time, the blue light of the array altar erupted with all kinds of electric arcs. A figure appeared on the array altar. However, Li Lingtian could not believe his eyes when he saw the figure. Qin Ming looked like he had been struck by lightning. His hair was upside down and his clothes were torn. He looked like a beggar. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, death, roar, roar, roar. In his shock, he didn't forget to attack. The 9 heavens of ice and fire that he had prepared for a long time ruthlessly blasted out. A beam of light directly blasted onto Qin Ming's body on the array altar. But I'm not willing to accept this. With a miserable cry, for destructive attacks landed on his body. Qin Ming also noticed the arrival of the attacks, but when he saw the power of the 4 attacks, despair appeared in his heart. He didn't have the chance to retaliate and was blasted into pieces in the blink of an eye. Originally, he had already exhausted his true essence by subduing the thunderclap wings below and was even struck by lightning. As soon as he came out, he was killed by the other party's attack without any reaction. The earth-shattering explosion and screams shook the 300,000-strong army. An electric arc shot into the sky from the thunderclap peak. Li Lingtian had used up most of his true qi when he unleashed Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he took out a jade bottle and put a drop of the 1,000-year stalactite milk into his mouth. He had recovered more than half of his Jinqi, so he didn't dare to use the heaven-defying pill now. He grabbed a storage bag with one hand and put it into the divine dragon ring without hesitation. At this moment, another figure shot out and floated in the air in fear. Looking at the 3 demonic beasts and Li Lingtian in front of the array altar, he was shocked to find Qin Mingi had been beaten into nothingness. Silver-winged flying dragon. Li Lingtian, you're fucking courting death. How dare you plot against us? Hand over your storage pouch and one will spare your life. Lu Yunfei looked at the situation below and the riot of the 300,000 troops. This kind of commotion shook the 1,000,000 troops. Furthermore, the thunderclap wings that he had just obtained had fallen into Li Lingtian's hands. How could he not be furious? Both Sky Dragon Empire and Tianjin Empire knew that they could recognize Li Lingtian when they saw the silver-winged flying dragon. Fuck you, are you stupid or are you in a daze? Looking for treasures in my Sky Dragon Empire? Aren't you courting death? Now that the thunderclap wings are in my hands, do you still want to go back? Today, you'll stay in Sky Dragon Empire forever. Li Lingtian laughed out loud. With a wave of his hand, the multicolored beast was recalled. In a flash, he was on top of the silver-winged flying dragon. The silver-winged flying dragon soared into the sky and flew toward Lu Yunfei. The jade-eyed beast also quickly shot out. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Li Lingtian extended his hand and the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd appeared in his hand. With a swing of the halberd, he looked like a god of war descending as the silver-winged flying dragon swiftly flew toward Lu Yunfei. Chapter 149, Emperor's Mountain and River Painting. Dragon Qi burst out, and the roaring dragon battle halberd tore through the space. A destructive attack smashed toward Lu Yunfei. Sky drop fist. Rumble. Lu Yunfei was shocked when he saw the silver-winged flying dragon and Li Lingtian arrive. He was well aware of the silver-winged flying dragon's strength. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be able to defeat it. Now that his true essence was depleted, it was impossible for him to defeat the silver-winged flying dragon. Furthermore, there was the terrifying Li Lingtian. With such a combination, he had no chance of winning. However, he was unwilling to accept the fact that the thunderclap wings were in Li Lingtian's hands. He had spent half a month to obtain the thunderclap wings, which he had spent so much effort to obtain, just like that. As the punch struck out, the space trembled and instantly shattered. Endless astral winds wreaked havoc in the air. Lu Yunfei's face was filled with fear when the 2 attacks collided. He did not believe the legend that Li Lingtian had killed Beichen Wuyo. Now that he had struck, he understood that even if Li Lingtian could not kill Beichen Wuyo, who was a martial emperor, his strength was not something a martial grandmaster could compare to. He couldn't help but retreat 1,000 meters before stabilizing himself. He revealed a hesitant expression. The riot in the sky was noticed by the hundreds of thousands of Tianjin Empire's army. They were all shocked and they saw the silver-winged flying dragon and Lu Yunfei in the sky. Even the distant thunderclap city could feel the space trembling. Countless soldiers looked up at the sky, their faces filled with worship and shock. It won't be so easy to leave. Let's go. Li Lingtian shouted softly. His voice was like a dragon's roar as the silver-winged flying dragon he was riding shot forward. In an instant, Lu Yunfei was flying in the sky while the silver-winged flying dragon and jade-eye beast were in hot pursuit. Li Lingtian, who was on the back of the silver-winged flying dragon, unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Even if he could not kill Lu Yunfei, he could at least make the latter consume his true essence and stop to block. This way, the distance between the two was maintained at 100 meters. Rumble, rumble. Explosions continued in the air, and the space trembled. Look, it's a martial arts grandmaster. It's not the aura of a martial grandmaster. It's the aura of a martial emperor. He's really a martial emperor. Could he be a martial emperor from Tianjin Empire? A martial monarch realm expert. A martial monarch realm expert was actually defeated and fled. Who is so powerful? Silver-winged flying dragon. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. It's young noble Ling Tian's silver-winged flying dragon. I know it. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. Young noble Ling Tian killed Beichen speechless and obtained this silver-winged flying dragon, the jade-eyed beast behind him. Young Master Ling Tian has arrived. I didn't expect young Master Ling Tian to defeat a martial monarch powerhouse. Young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian, young noble Ling Tian. The Sky Dragon Empire's army in the Thunderclap City was shocked and they saw the battle in the sky. Many soldiers recognized that the powerhouse in the air was a martial monarch powerhouse, and the person behind him was young Master Ling Tian. In an instant, the morale of Sky Dragon Empire soared. The soldiers of Tianjin Empire were stunned when they saw their own martial emperor being chased. Rumble. A shocking attack landed directly outside the Thunderclap City. Outside was the army of Tianjin Empire. With one attack, hundreds of thousands of soldiers were turned into pieces. All. Screams of agony were heard as Li Lingtian's powerful and destructive attack was something that no one below the martial arts grandmaster realm could withstand, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Li Lingtian, you'll die a horrible death. Li Lingtian, you violated the rules. You attacked the army and violated the iron law of Eastern Spirit Continent. Even a fool would know that Li Lingtian was doing this on purpose after more than 10 consecutive attacks. They did not expect such a powerhouse to attack an ordinary army and cursed out loud. Seeing this situation, Lu Yunfei also started cursing. This bastard was too despicable. Li Lingtian, martial arts grandmaster powerhouses are not allowed to attack ordinary armies. You're violating the iron law of Green Island. Lu Yunfei floated in the air and shouted loudly. His empire's million-strong army was still here. If he escaped, the thunderclap wings would be gone, and the army would all die. He used the iron law to suppress Li Lingtian so that he would not dare to attack the army after he escaped. Fuck, am I a Wuzone? I have to make a move. Unless you commit suicide, I will slaughter your Tianjin Empire's million-strong army and destroy it. As Li Lingtian spoke, he bombarded the ground below. Shocking destructive attacks exploded among the army, causing countless troops to vanish into thin air. Lord Marquis, it's young master. It's young noble Ling Tian. I didn't expect young noble Ling Tian to chase after a martial monarch and beat him up. Look at that martial monarch, he's simply like a beggar. How embarrassing. The Heavenly Dragon army in Thunderclap City was extremely excited when they saw Li Lingtian. Lu Yunfei was furious. Not only did his words fail to stop Li Lingtian, but they had also increased the speed of his attack. When he heard someone say that he looked like a beggar, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was humiliating. The Tianjin Empire's army was dying one after another. They were terrified when they heard Li Lingtian's words. He could only be considered unlucky to have provoked such a person. Li Lingtian, let's have a fair fight. Do you dare? Lu Yunfei was stunned as well. Li Lingtian was at the martial king realm, so the iron law did not apply to him. If this went on, he would not be able to escape and the million-strong army would all die here. Moreover, if Li Lingtian entered Tianjin Empire, the empire would be in trouble. Do you have any shame? A martial royal realm expert wants to fight a martial king realm expert fairly? Are all the people of Tianjin Empire so shameless, that what ability do you have to fight young noble Ling Tian? You really don't know shame. If I were you, I'd kill myself. There was a lot of cursing below. A martial royal realm expert actually wanted to fight a martial king realm expert fair and square. What a joke. The army of Tianjin Empire also felt embarrassed. Every soldier had the same thought in their hearts. Don't say that I know you. It's really embarrassing to know you. Alright, I won't attack them. If you have the ability, then run away. Li Lingtian declared loudly. A fair fight must be fought. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. There was only fists, and the bigger the fist, the more reason it had. Alright, you said it. Lu Yunfei was taken aback as his body shot out. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. The martial emperor was truly speechless at this point. What was 1,000,000 troops? His life was more important. He could not get the thunderclap wings back. It was more important for him to escape. Now that Li Lingtian had promised in front of everyone that he would not attack the Tianjin Empire's army, he would be the one to lose face if he went back on his word. Do you think it's that easy to leave? Li Lingtian shouted loudly as he slammed his body against the silver-winged flying dragon's body. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. The dragon roar battle halberd in his hand brought with it a destructive power as it smashed fiercely towards Lu Yunfei. Rumble, rumble. In the sky, a huge battle broke out again. Lu Yunfei was also shocked. He did not expect that he did not even have the ability to escape. Roar dragon battle halberd, go to hell. The roaring dragon combat halberd turned into a shooting star and shot toward Lu Yun. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, death. The silver-winged flying dragon and the emerald-eye beast took advantage of the moment when the roaring dragon combat halberd stopped Lu Yunfei and came to Lu Yunfei's front. They formed a formation and surrounded Lu Yunfei. Li Lingtian had found an opportunity as well. Relying on his powerful strength, he levitated in the air and raised his hands. A glacier and a raging flame appeared. 2 ultimate attacks appeared in the air. Lu Yunfei was utterly shocked. He had heard of Li Lingtian's power, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Li Lingtian clasped his hands together and the space exploded with the aura of destruction and death as a beam of light shot toward him. The Emperor's Mountain and River Diagram. Everything in the world is illusory. Seeing this terrifying light, even if he didn't know its power, with the senses and knowledge of a martial emperor, he knew how terrifying the power of the fusion of ice and fire was. At this moment, he didn't dare to hesitate. With a flick of his divine sense, a mountain and river diagram appeared in front of him. A majestic aura of mountains and rivers burst forth from the space as a shocking pressure pressed down on Li Lingtian. The Emperor's mountain and river diagram emitted a gray and ancient aura. A faint radiance shot toward Li Lingtian's light beam. Heaven and earth trembled non-stop, as if it was the end of the world. Rumble. The world shook and the space shook. Li Lingtian's body was also thrown into the air with a shocked expression on his face. At the same time, Lu Yunfei was also hit hard. The aura on the mountain and river diagram had also weakened. Not bad, not bad. This treasure is not bad, but it's a waste in your hands. Aren't you curious about how this young master could kill Beichen Wuyo and your companion Qin Ming? Now, 1 foot 11 inches show you what true strength is. Li Lingtian looked at Lu Yunfei in the distance. He did not seem to mind Lu Yunfei's escape. On the contrary, he revealed a smile on his face and kept commenting on the Emperor's mountain and river diagram in Lu Yunfei's hand. When he finished speaking, he threw a medicinal pill into his mouth, and his consumed true qi instantly recovered to its peak state. With one hand and one body, a transparent longsword appeared in his hand. Instantly, a shocking pressure erupted. Even Lu Yunfei, who was running away, stopped because he knew that if he ran away, his back would be exposed in front of his opponent. This pressure had already exceeded his imagination. Only a super treasure could have such an aura pressure. The power of an emperor can destroy heaven and earth. He circulated his vital essence to the limit. The aura of a martial monarch. Realm expert appeared in the sky, and endless spiritual qi quickly condensed. They looked at the longsword in Li Lingtian's hand in horror. This longsword was definitely on the same level as the thunderclap wings, or even more powerful and advanced than the thunderclap wings. Forbidden technique, a martial emperor's forbidden technique. Use the heaven-locking formation. Martial monarch realm experts will be punished by the heavens if they cast a forbidden technique. Countless soldiers were shocked and they saw Lu Yunfei casting the forbidden technique. If this forbidden technique were to land, most of the soldiers in the entire Thunderclap city would be wiped out. A martial emperor forbidden technique. What a pity. Beichen Wuyo was killed by me because he used a forbidden technique in Sky Dragon Empire. You can only blame yourself for repeating the same mistake. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian said coldly as a shocking sword will burst forth from his body. Indeed, it was sword will. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. All the martial artists below worshipped him. This was a true expert. Chapter 150, Thunderclap Wings. With a wave of his hand, endless sword intent slashed out with destructive sword light. The Tianyu sword was a super saint weapon. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, he could unleash the power of a supreme emperor weapon. Crash. The sky was silent, but after the Tianyu sword was slashed out, the world seemed to be cut into two halves. A faint light directly bombarded Lu Yunfei's body. Silk. The world was quiet, very quiet. No one in the million-strong army dared to breathe loudly. They stared blankly at the sky, and time seemed to freeze in the air. All. With a scream, countless cracks appeared on Lu Yunfei's body, and he finally turned into pieces. The sword will burst out of his body. The Emperor's power was stopped halfway. The Emperor's power that he didn't use was completely counterattacked. The backlash of the Emperor's power, coupled with the destruction of the sword qi, caused him to die. The martial emperor is dead. What a terrifying sword intent. This sword intent killed a martial royal realm expert. This is the second expert in Eastern Spirit Azure continent who has cultivated sword intent. Tianjin Empire's martial royal realm expert is dead. It's only been a few months since we last met. I didn't expect Tian's strength to reach such a level. There was a brief silence, followed by cheers and shock. The army of Tianjin Empire retreated like the tide. Shocking Thunder City's army cried out in alarm. Another martial emperor from Tianjin Empire had fallen at Li Lingtian's hands. A martial emperor was considered a national treasure in the empire. The death of one meant one less martial emperor. Yes. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the king's mountain and river diagram appeared in his hand. He also grabbed a storage pouch. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the jade-eyed beast returned to the divine dragon ring. Exterminate them. Seeing the defeated Sky Dragon Empire army, the morale of the army was low. They would kill as many as they could now. He made a killing gesture with one hand and flew away on his silver-winged flying dragon. Seeing Li Lingtian's gesture, Sky Dragon Empire's army naturally understood what was going on. They looked at Marquis Pingbei, who nodded. Immediately, the 700,000-strong army took advantage of the situation to chase after them, and miserable screams resounded throughout the world. Li Lingtian soon left the Thunderclap city 1,000 miles away and arrived at Tang Zimeng's hiding spot. Big brother Lingtian, how was the battle in the sky earlier? Tang Zimeng was elated and relieved to see Li Lingtian back. Soon after Li Lingtian left, there was an explosion, but she did not dare to come out to take a look lest she was discovered. As time slowly passed, she began to worry. It was only when Li Lingtian returned to her side that she felt at ease. 2 martial emperors are dead. I'm really speechless that a martial emperor has become like this. Li Lingtian stored the silver-winged flying dragon into the divine dragon ring and activated the heavenly cloud spaceship. He then brought Tang Zimeng onto the spaceship while Tang Zimeng carried Little White. With Little White's protection, Tang Zimeng was not in any danger. On the spaceship, Tang Zimeng's happy laughter could be heard continuously. Li Lingtian told her about Lu Yunfei and Qin Ming, and Tang Zimeng could not stop giggling. Li Lingtian's blood vessels surged as he watched her petite body laugh. The ample breasts on her chest were almost ready to burst out. In the Thunderclap city, the Tianjin Empire's army was scattered, and the 700,000-strong army of the Sky Dragon Empire chased after them. When Li Lingtian returned to the Thunderclap city, the battle was still ongoing. The huge spaceship arrived in the sky above the Thunderclap city and immediately attracted countless soldiers. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian pulled Tang Zimeng along and landed the spaceship at the Thunderclap city's plaza. Immediately, countless soldiers cheered. Previously, they had heard rumors that Prince Li Lingtian of the North Peace Marquis residence had become the #1 genius of the Heavenly Dragon clan. However, they could not believe the rumors. But now, they had witnessed a martial king realm expert chasing after a martial emperor. It was beyond their imagination. Originally, in this world, martial grandmasters would run away when they saw a martial emperor. Even a second-level martial emperor would not dare to provoke a third-level martial emperor. He never expected that Li Lingtian, a Tier 4 warrior king, would actually chase after a martial emperor. He felt that this world was too crazy. The overbearing attack even broke through a martial emperor's forbidden technique. A martial emperor was also killed. Killing a martial emperor was only a matter of seconds. Young noble Lingtian. Young noble Lingtian. Li Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement as cheers erupted. Finally, he was led by a deputy general into the city lord's mansion of Thunderclap City. Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng rested in a separate courtyard as they waited for the return of the army. As expected, after half a day, the army returned. Good, good. As expected of my son. Today, we killed 370,000 soldiers of Tianjin Empire's ferocious Tiger Legion. Li Suifeng walked all the way into the city lord's mansion, his face revealing an excited expression. After more than 10 years of war, this was the first time he felt so good. Thinking about how his son killed a martial emperor, it was exciting. After that, Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng rested for a while before they came out to bid farewell to Li Suifeng. At the same time, they told him the real reason why Tianjin Empire invaded Tianlong. You said that they are doing this for the treasure of Sky Dragon Empire, yet they are willing to mobilize millions of soldiers to fight for it. What kind of treasure is it? Li Suifeng was shocked. Based on his imagination, he would never have thought that Tianjin Empire would mobilize 1,000,000 troops just for a treasure. Thunderclap Wings. Saint Weapon Thunderclap Wings, a lightning-type flying treasure. The ancient thunderous gale beast is made from wings. It can travel 1,000 miles in an instant. Li Lingtian extended his hand and a translucent box appeared. Inside the box was a pair of 1-inch wings. The wings were almost transparent, but there were blue and purple electric arcs flowing inside the wings. These were the thunderclap wings. He couldn't feel the power inside, but an ancient might shook his mind. This was a treasure refined from ancient sacred beast materials. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. Initially, he did not believe in the might of the thunderclap wings because no matter how powerful they were just a pair of small wings without much electric arcs. The original one was sealed. Otherwise, just the pressure inside could completely crush a martial king to death. It is indeed a good treasure. If I refine it, one can run away even if I can't defeat an expert. Li Xiaofan looked at the thunderclap wings and his face revealed excitement. He was even more happy. If his son obtained such a treasure, his son's strength would become even stronger. Such a treasure was almost lost and found again. It was stolen by Tianjin Empire, but it was forcefully taken back by his son. Father, I will go back first. There are still many things that have yet to be resolved. After you have arranged everything here, you should return to Sky Dragon City often. Leave the other things to others. Li Lingtian put away the thunderclap wings and told Li Xiaofan earnestly. If he were to come here and Li Xiaofan was in danger while he was not around, no one would be able to help him. The two of them exchanged a few words before Li Lingtian left on his spaceship. It was only when Li Lingtian was about 5,000 miles away from Sky Dragon City that he saw hundreds of thousands of troops rushing toward Thunderclap City. Li Lingtian shook his head. With the speed of the army, the treasure would be taken away by others if they rushed over. However, he did not say anything. The army was not a martial artist, and they were not an abnormal powerhouse like him. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment on the way. He did not go to Sky Dragon City but returned to Sky Cloud Sect instead. As for Tang Qingyue, he had to think twice before he acted. He couldn't even deal with the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, let alone the Azure Continent, which was countless times more powerful than the Azure Continent. This Dishi family was not something that the entire Azure Continent could resist. Meng, we have to cultivate harder and improve our power when we go back. Then, we will go to the Azure Continent. Sister Qingyue offended the Dishi family because of me. I won't let her suffer. On the spaceship, Li Lingtian looked at Tang Zimeng seriously. He was no less worried than Tang Zimeng. He was hot-blooded but not impulsive. Even if he went now, it would be useless. Instead, he would be sending himself to death. In this world, the Tang family could not save Tang Qingyue. Only by growing up quickly could he save Tang Qingyue. Yes, I know that Big Brother Ling Tian is also very worried about Big Sister. One believe that Big Brother Ling Tian has the strength to save Big Sister. Tang Zimeng answered softly. In this world, her greatest support was Li Lingtian. The person she loved was also Li Lingtian. The only person who could save her sister was Brother Lingtian. If you dare to touch my family, 1 foot 11 inches slaughter his entire family and destroy his race. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone. His entire body exuded a powerful aura that made everyone tremble. The spaceship arrived at Sky Cloud Sect within a day. Upon returning to Sky Cloud Sect, Li Lingtian arranged the time for his cultivation. He spent most of his time cultivating all kinds of skills. At night, he would use the purple jade pill to increase his cultivation. When he was free, he would refine pills, guide Tang Zimeng and the other 2 girls in their cultivation, and accompany them to play on the Tianyu Peak. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. If I want to reach the 2nd level, one have to cultivate the 1st level to the extreme, and I have to cultivate the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens to the extreme during this period of time. When I reach rank 8 Martial King Realm, I'll refine the Dark Een Ice Crystal and the Empyrean Demon Sacred Flame to upgrade the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens to the 2nd level. In his room, Li Lingtian was meditating on the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. He spoke seriously. The ice, fire, 9 heavens and sword howl of the heavens and earth were his trump cards. As for the heaven extreme tyrant Emperor Saber, he did not dare to use it now. The one he used the most was the roaring dragon battle halberd. However, under normal circumstances, as long as he did not encounter a martial arts grandmaster of the 5th rank or above, he would not use the roaring dragon battle halberd. It was enough to use a peerless profound level weapon. He would only use the roaring dragon battle halberd and facing a 5th tier martial arts grandmaster and above. Meteor shower, advanced earth tier skill. After becoming a martial king, he could cultivate this advanced earth rank skill. This skill was a destructive attack. When it was used, fire rain would fall from the sky. Thousands upon thousands of fiery rain descended. Each fiery rain could kill a martial king. Even martial arts grandmasters did not dare to deal with it easily. Previously, he only had 2 martial souls, the ice soul and the raging flame. After his cultivation reached the warrior spirit level, he had an additional earth-type martial soul. Now that he had broken through to the martial king realm, he had even obtained a metal-type martial soul. The attack power of a metal-type martial soul was unparalleled, and the sword intent it displayed was even more powerful. Even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Chapter 151, Heavenly Devil Canyon. After Li Lingtian had comprehended the meteor shower, he had a basic understanding of it. As long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to master this advanced earth tier skill. Thinking of this sentence from his previous life, he was deeply shocked. His strength was indeed profound. Moreover, he had cultivated many skills. However, his current opponents were basically all martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. There were even some who were even stronger. He had to be like a lion hunting a rabbit. He could not be careless and strive to kill in one strike. It would be best if he could kill in an instant. Since he wanted a lion to catch a rabbit, he had to cultivate the most powerful skills. Just like that, Li Lingtian strengthened a few of his powerful skills and gave up on the rest. Half a year had passed. After half a year, his cultivation had reached rank 7 martial king realm. Originally, he had planned to continue cultivating. After reaching the 8th step, he would have the confidence to refine the profound Een ice crystals and the Empyrean demon sacred flames. That way, he would be able to reach the 2nd firmament. Now, he had also cultivated the 1st heaven to the extreme. When he used it, it was almost instantaneous and its power was shocking. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when Sky Cloud Sect's disciples arrived at Tian Yufeng. Disciple Hanli, the sect master, has invited the Heavenly Cloud Pavilion Master to the Divine Cloud Hall for a meeting. A warrior spirit's disciple stood in front of the restriction halfway up Tianyu Peak and shouted loudly. His voice spread to Tianyu Peak. "Let's go back." Li Lingtian was taken aback. He rarely participated in Sky Cloud Sect's matters. Even if there were any issues, it was not necessary for an honorary elder like him to get involved. Now that he was called to a meeting, something must have happened, and it might even be related to him. After answering, he stopped cultivating and stood up, walking down leisurely. Sky Cloud Sect was still the same Sky Cloud Sect as before. There was no change at all. The only change was him. A peripheral disciple had become a Tier 7 Martial King super genius in just 2 years. The number 1 genius on the Sons of Heaven roll, Sky Cloud Sect Sky Cloud Pavilion Master. Such an identity was unique in the entire Sky Dragon Empire. After leaving Sky Peak, he walked towards Divine Cloud Palace. Countless disciples greeted Li Lingtian with respect when they saw him, which was why they admired him. "I haven't seen this girl since I went back." As Li Lingtian passed by the welfare pavilion, he thought of Shengguan Linger and Cheng Yun. However, as time passed, Shengguan Linger and Cheng Yun had returned home and he had not seen them even once. When he arrived at the Divine Cloud Palace, he saw dozens of martial king realm elders and sect leader Ling Tianfeng. "Greetings, sect master." Li Lingtian bowed to Ling Tianfeng before he took his seat. The other warrior king elders also greeted him. When they discovered Li Lingtian's cultivation base, they were shocked beyond words. Things had remained the same, but people had changed. They recalled that he was only an outer disciple 2 years ago, yet he had become a warrior king now. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had just broken through to the warrior king realm during the competition in Sky Dragon Empire. Even with the blood essence of Tang Zimeng and the other 2 ladies, he was only a tier 3 warrior king. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian's cultivation had already reached the peak of a tier 7 warrior king in the past 6 months. With such a cultivation speed, he might even become a warrior ascendant before he turned 20. One can't see through the Sky Pavilion Master's cultivation. Ling Tianfeng smiled. Li Lingtian's current strength had already exceeded his expectations. This kind of strength was almost the number 1 person in Sky Cloud sect other than the Supreme Elder. Everyone in Sky Cloud sect was happy to have such a disciple. This was especially so half a year ago when the 700,000-strong army of the astounding Thunder City was besieged by the Tianjin Empire. At the critical moment, Li Lingtian had gone to save his father. He killed Tianjin Empire's Qin Ming and Martial Emperor, seized the Thunderclap wings, pursued Martial Emperor Lu Yunfei, and finally killed Lu Yunfei, shocking the world. A martial emperor was rarely killed even in the entire Eastern Spirit continent. A Tartial emperor was almost invincible. However, it was unexpected that Li Lingtian had managed to kill 3 martial emperors from Tianjin Empire within a year. Li Lingtian had also become the nemesis of the martial monarch's invincible legend. The martial monarch no longer felt invincible and undying because Li Lingtian had killed 3 martial monarchs. The news of Tianjin Empire coveting the heavenly dragon treasure after killing a martial emperor spread like wildfire. Fortunately, the treasure fell into Li Lingtian's hands. "You flatter me, sect master. There are so many experts in the world. I, a rank 7 martial king, am only at the bottom," Li Lingtian said with a smile. He would always remember Sky Cloud sect's kindness to him. "I won't beat around the bush this time. You've heard of the Devil Valley, right?" Ling Tianfeng looked at Li Lingtian. The thought of Sky Cloud sect's heavenly Devil Canyon sent chills down their spines. If anyone else were to enter, even a martial arts grandmaster would have a slim chance of survival. The only option left was to look for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was an anomaly who could easily tread on dangerous terrain. "I've heard of the Heavenly Devil Canyon a few times." Li Lingtian was taken aback. He did not expect it to be about the Heavenly Devil Canyon. He had heard many people mention the Heavenly Devil Canyon before, and in his spare time, he had learned more about it. The legend of the Heavenly Devil Canyon was left behind during the Great War of the Gods and Demons. As for the legend of the gods, no one believed it. However, inside the Heavenly Devil Canyon, there were ruins left behind after the demons were suppressed. As time passed, the demonic chi inside gradually disappeared. Instead, countless treasures and medicinal herbs appeared. This place was even more famous than Hidden Dragon Island. There were countless medicinal herbs inside, and there were even a few heaven-defying medicinal herbs inside. However, only martial kings and above could enter the Devil Canyon. Even martial kings had a slim chance of survival. Martial arts grandmasters could not gain any advantage in there. Because there were many unknown dangers inside, if one was not careful, they would be instantly killed. The Sky Demon Canyon will open in a month. Each sect will have 2 slots to enter. No martial king disciples are qualified to enter Sky Cloud sect. Only you will have the chance to come out. So this time, I called you here to see what you think. If you don't want to go in, I won't force you. Ling Tianfeng looked at Li Lingtian expectantly. He would be relieved if Li Lingtian were to enter. As long as he entered, he would be able to find another martial arts grandmaster powerhouse to enter with him. Although there were not many people who entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon, those who entered were all super martial arts masters. Almost all of them were martial arts grandmasters. However, Sky Cloud's sect could not casually use a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, a martial arts grandmaster and a martial king were the best partners. This was because in the Heavenly Devil Canyon, the aura of a martial arts grandmaster and the aura of a martial king clashed, reducing the strangulation of the astral winds. This was also a rule of Eastern Spirit Greenland. What Li Lingtian did not know was that the Heavenly Devil Canyon was not only visited by Eastern Spirit Greenland super sects and clans, but also by Azure Continent's clans and disciples. There were even some genius disciples from ancient hermit clans and sects who entered. This was a gathering of geniuses. As the host, Eastern Spirit Azure Continent was actually weaker. Heavenly Devil Canyon, that I can go in, but I don't need anyone else to go in. I can go in alone. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment. He was naturally interested in adventures because he believed that there would be no free lunch in Tian Shan. Wealth came from danger, and only in such a place could powerful treasures and herbs be found. Although there were many medicinal herbs in his divine dragon ring, and there were countless 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, he would often lack some medicinal herbs when refining pills. If he went to the Heavenly Demon Canyon, he should be able to obtain countless medicinal herbs. However, if he wanted to take the risk, he definitely could not be a burden to him. In the eyes of others, an additional martial arts grandmaster could increase his strength, but in his eyes, an additional martial arts grandmaster would simply be a burden to him. It was better to go in alone than to have a tail. Understood? Huh, what courage. With your strength, as long as you don't meet any abnormal martial emperors, no one can threaten you. I'm not worried about the warriors of Eastern Spirit Azure Continent, but I still have to remind you to be careful of some unknown dangers, as well as the disciples of other mysterious forces. Even if their cultivation levels are not high, their strength is abnormal. The main purpose of entering is to fight for a treasure called the Limitless Tao Fruit. The Limitless Tao Fruit is a 10,000-year-old spiritual fruit that carries the martial will of a martial emperor. Martial grandmasters can feel the martial arts of a martial emperor after eating one Limitless Tao Fruit. Their cultivation speed will also increase. When they break through to the martial emperor realm, their chances will increase by 1/3. This Limitless Tao Fruit can only be found in the Devil Canyon. Otherwise, the other forces would not have ventured in. There's also a kind of fruit called the 5 Elements Spirit Fruit. It's just a legend. No one knows if it really exists because no one has ever seen this fruit before. The fruit is 5-colored. If a martial emperor eats one, it will be extremely beneficial to breaking through to the martial honored realm. When Ling Tianfeng heard Li Lingtian's agreement, he did not object to Li Lingtian's request to enter alone. Instead, he was delighted because with Li Lingtian's strength, bringing a martial arts grandmaster along would be a burden. Following that, he recounted the main reason for his trip to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Li Lingtian was shocked. As an alchemist, he naturally knew how heaven-defying the 5 Elements Spirit Fruit and the Limitless Tao Fruit were. He did not expect to find them in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. 5 Elements Spirit Fruit, Limitless Tao Fruit. Li Lingtian nodded. His goal was the Limitless Tao Fruit. As for the 5 Elements Spirit Fruit, no one knew if it existed, so he did not think too much about it. Soon after, Ling Tianfeng handed 2 jade slips to Li Lingtian. One of them was engraved with a mysterious array altar while the other was a simple map. It seemed that super sects were really good. When the experts who had gone in came out, they had also carved out the terrain inside. After countless generations, the rough map inside was also in the jade slip. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian returned to Tianyu Peak to cultivate. He told Tang Zimeng about his trip to the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Tang Zimeng merely warned Li Lingtian to be careful because she understood that Li Lingtian's adventure in the Heavenly Devil Canyon was to enhance his abilities. As Li Lingtian's fiancée, all she needed to do was to silently support him. Li Lingtian continued to cultivate his various skills on the Heavenly Universe Peak. He had practiced his skills to perfection. Chapter 152, Refining the Thunderclap Wings. It's time to refine the thunderclap wings. Li Lingtian looked at the sealed thunderclap wings before him with an excited expression. After such a long time, he had not refined the thunderclap wings because he was worried about its power. If it were any other treasure, he would not hesitate to refine it. However, the thunderclap wings had the lightning attribute. The power of the lightning attribute was monstrous. He had never come into contact with it before. However, now that his cultivation had increased, he was much more confident in refining the thunderclap wings. If he wanted to enter the Heavenly Devil Canyon, he had to increase his strength. A little more strength meant more protection. He was confident but not blindly arrogant. Unseal. One spell after another was cast, probing the seal. Tisk. The seal was unsealed successfully. Immediately, destructive lightning bolts burst out, filling the entire room with lightning. Crash. An electric arc struck the table, turning it into ashes. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. No one was controlling the lightning, but its power was so insane. He could not imagine how powerful it would be if it was controlled. At that moment, an ancient pressure bore down on Li Lingtian. Without any resistance, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Part of the ancient pressure was the pressure of ancient demonic beasts, and part of it was the heavenly might of lightning. Li Lingtian was extremely shocked by the pressure and his eyes were filled with fear. He no longer hesitated. Since he had already opened the seal, he had to refine it to prevent such a thing from happening again. A wisp of blood essence shot out, and the blood essence quickly entered the thunderclap wings. The thunderclap wings kept resisting, and they simply refused to accept the refinement of the blood essence. The sky sword was even more powerful than the thunderclap wings. However, when he refined the sky sword, he had already mastered the sword intent, so he naturally did not resist. Now, this thunderclap wings was completely the opposite of the Tianyu sword. This thunderclap wings was refined from an ancient demon beast, and there was also the thunder of heaven's might inside. It was naturally impossible for him to easily refine it. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The thunderclap wings kept struggling, but with the support of the blood essence and various spells, the blood essence also entered the thunderclap wings. The blue and purple electric arcs inside the thunderclap wings were quickly wrapped up by the blood essence. Originally, there were only two colors in the crystal clear thunderclap wings, but now there was a trace of blood essence. The blood essence was like the meridians of the human body. Yes. After half an hour, the thunderclap wings stopped struggling. A subtle connection was connected to his mind. Then, he cast a spell with one hand and the thunderclap wings quickly entered his body. With a flick of his divine sense, the thunderclap wings appeared on his shoulder. There was a pair of crystal clear wings on each side. Each wing was 2 meters long, and inside the wings were purple and blue. Li Lingtian was shocked when he sensed the shocking thunder spirit chi from the thunderclap wings. Although the power of a saint artifact was only a support-type saint artifact, this kind of pressure was not something that ordinary martial artists could withstand. Looking at the pair of wings on his shoulders, it reminded him of the angels on television in his previous life. Not only did they not look nondescript, but they also looked elegant and mysterious. He used his divine sense and disappeared from the room. When he reappeared, he was already 5 kilometers away from Sky Cloud Sect. Shoo! Li Lingtian's face turned green when he realized this. After a long time, he was pleasantly surprised and burst out laughing. This was the thunderclap wings. With a single move of his divine sense, he could instantly traverse a distance of 10 miles. This was only because he had not completely mastered the thunderclap wings. If he truly had complete control over the thunderclap wings, he would be able to travel more than 10 miles in an instant. Even if he was only 10 miles away, he would still have a heaven-defying advantage when fighting against experts. If he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. However, the thunderclap wings consumed true chi too quickly. Every time it was used, it would consume 1/10 of the true chi in his body. Moreover, he could feel that when he used his thunderclap wings, there was no fluctuation in space at all. This was the legendary lightning escape. With a flash of lightning, he could travel anywhere within a 10-mile radius. Look, isn't that senior brother Li Ling Tian? What beautiful wings. Could this be the thunderclap wings that senior brother Ling Tian obtained from killing a martial monarch previously? This is a legendary saint artifact. Li Lingtian's appearance attracted the attention of countless disciples. They looked at Li Lingtian from afar with admiration and envy. Li Lingtian had no choice but to leave when he noticed the disciples below. He returned to Tianyu Peak and was extremely satisfied with the thunderclap wings. With this thunderclap wings, he could come and go freely in front of experts. As long as he did not encounter those heaven-defying experts, he could escape if he could not defeat them. The heaven-defying pill is an enhanced version of the blue dust pill. The blue dust pill can only be used once a day. One wonder if this heaven-defying pill will be like this? Li Lingtian muttered to himself on Tianyu Peak before a smile appeared on his face. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he vanished once again, leaving a faint thunderclap in the air. In the thunder, no one could track his movements, because this thunder also had the advantage of concealing his tracks. After performing the thunderclap wings 10 times in a row, the true chi in his body was exhausted. He threw a heaven-defying pill into his mouth, and his consumed true chi instantly recovered. After his true chi recovered, he used the thunderclap wings again. After 10 times, his true chi was completely exhausted. Looking at the heaven-defying pill in his hand, he threw it into his mouth. However, he was disappointed that although this heaven-defying pill could recover some true chi, it could only recover a little bit. It was not even 1/10 of true chi. Looks like the heaven-defying pill can only be used once a day. Knowing the flaws of the heaven-defying pill made him feel much more at ease. At least he knew the limitations of the heaven-defying pill. If he didn't know, he would continue to consume his Zhenqi. When he used the second heaven-defying pill, he would definitely fail, which would definitely bring him death. No matter what, he had to control it in his own hands, even if it was a flaw or weakness. The more flaws and weaknesses, the more he had to control it. Thunderclap wings. With my current cultivation, I can only travel within 10 miles. If I reach the martial arts grandmaster realm, traveling 100 miles will be a piece of cake. Martial arts grandmasters could fly, but they could not teleport unless martial emperors used forbidden techniques to travel 1,000 miles in an instant. However, using forbidden techniques such as 1,000 miles in an instant would affect his true essence and cultivation. Now that he had the thunderclap wings, he could do what a martial emperor did when he was a martial king. Time passed day by day, and the opening of the heavenly Devil Canyon was getting closer and closer. Li Lingtian had refined quite a number of blue earth pills and heaven-defying pills as well as Tier 3 and Tier 4 pills at Tianyu Peak. Most of these pills were given to Tang Zimeng so that the three of them would not lack pills for cultivation after he left. Meng, one will go to the Devil Canyon tomorrow. You, Qingping, and Xiao will cultivate here. Li Lingtian said seriously. He was most worried about Tang Zimeng, his family, and Tang Qingyue. As long as Tang Zimeng did not leave Sky Cloud Sect, no one would dare to come to Sky Cloud Sect to hurt them. They were not Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue was taken away because the Dishi family had the right to do so, because Tang Qingyue was the fiancé of the Dishi family. Meng will wait here for big brother Ling Tian to come back. When the time comes, we'll go save big sister. Tang Zimeng snuggled in Li Lingtian's arms obediently as she looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Her lively eyes darted around and she looked extremely adorable. Alright, I'll settle the matters in Azure Continent and cross over to Azure Continent to rescue Sister Qingyue. Li Lingtian nodded. When he heard that Tang Qingyue had been brought back to the Azure Continent, he was extremely anxious and wanted to go to the Azure Continent as soon as possible. But now that he thought about it, he was still too impulsive. Although Azure Continent and Azure Continent were both divine martial continent, only martial arts grandmasters could fly from Azure Continent to Azure Continent. Crossing the boundless sea, even a martial arts grandmaster would need 2 to 3 years to cross this sea. Unless a martial emperor used a forbidden technique to build a cross-realm formation, it was not that easy to build a cross-realm formation. Otherwise, the powerhouses from other continents would come to Azure Continent. In fact, he also understood why the experts from the other continents did not come to the Green Continent. It was because the Green Continent was too poor and the resources were too scarce. Even if they were invited over, they would not want to come here. There were no powerful cultivation resources here, so they were not interested in coming here at all. Flying for 2 to 3 years was not too far away from Azure Continent. If the Divine Martial Continent was to fly from east to west, even a Martial Supreme or Martial Emperor would not be able to do so in their entire lives, let alone a Martial Grandmaster. During this period of time, he understood that if he wanted to go to the Azure Continent, he had to increase his strength or find the teleportation array of the Azure Continent and use it to go to the Azure Continent. The two of them chatted for a while before Li Lingtian stood up to leave. This was because this place was quite a distance away from the Heavenly Devil Canyon. Big brother Ling Tian, remember that Meng and big sister are still waiting for you. Tang Zimeng knew that Li Lingtian was about to go to the Heavenly Devil Canyon and she was reluctant to part with him. However, she was a smart girl and knew that Li Lingtian had to do something. She would not stop him and could only silently support him from behind. With that, she planted a kiss on Li Lingtian's cheek, stunning him. The two of them had been together for a long time. At most, they would hold hands and snuggle up to each other. They had never been like this before. Moreover, it was a kiss from this peerless beauty. Seeing Tang Zimeng's little face blush, he was even more intoxicated. With such a girl by his side, he would die without regrets. He gently lifted Tang Zimeng's chin and gently kissed her rosy lips. His body flashed and he quickly flew down from the Heaven Universe peak. He had to leave at this time. Otherwise, he would never have the determination to leave. Tang Zimeng felt as if she had been electrocuted. It was a wonderful feeling. When she came back to her senses, a trace of disappointment appeared in her heart, but she understood that big brother Ling Tian would return safely. Her beautiful eyes looked at the figure that disappeared from Tianyu Peak, and 2 streams of crystal tears fell from her cheeks. Meng will always be big brother Ling Tian's woman. Meng will wait here for big brother Ling Tian's return. He thought to himself as he stared in the direction where Li Lingtian had disappeared. He did not even notice Qingping's arrival. Chapter 153, Instant Kill of a Martial Arts Grandmaster. After leaving Tianyu Peak, a Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster from Sky Cloud Sect was already waiting for them. Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster, 6th Elder of Sky Cloud Sect's Elder Committee. After Li Lingtian became the #1 genius on the prodigy roll, he finally understood Sky Cloud Sect's strength. In Sky Cloud Sect, apart from 40 Martial King Realm Elders and a Sect Master, there were 11 martial arts grandmasters and even a rank 4 Martial Emperor. This Tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was also the 6th Elder, Yun Tian. Very few disciples in Sky Cloud Sect knew him, but among the higher-ups of other sects and families, Yun Tian was very famous. Junior brother Li is indeed a carefree person. Yun Tian smiled when he saw Li Lingtian's arrival. Naturally, he was aware of the relationship between Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng. It was normal for a young genius to be unrestrained. It was rare for a martial arts grandmaster to address a martial king as his junior brother in the divine martial continent. This was because the levels of cultivation and the way they addressed each other were very particular. It did not matter if one was below the martial king realm, but when one reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, they would be a martial arts grandmaster. They would not call martial kings brothers at all. However, he was aware of Li Lingtian's capabilities. With Li Lingtian's capabilities, he could easily kill a martial emperor. A martial grandmaster was nothing to him. Senior brother Yun, you must be joking. Let's go. Li Lingtian replied with a smile. Yun Tian was only sending him to the Heavenly Devil Canyon and not into it. After saying that, he activated the Heavenly Cloud flying ship and the two of them boarded it. Yun Tian was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's spaceship. Even though he was a knowledgeable martial arts grandmaster, he had never seen such a powerful spaceship before. This junior brother of his was full of tricks. The spaceship quickly disappeared into the horizon and flew toward the Devil Canyon. This time, we must obtain the limitless Tao fruit. That way, our 9-peak mountain might have a few more martial emperors. At that time, who in Eastern Spirit Azure continent would be a match for our 9-peak mountain? In a mountain range in the Nanling Empire, more than 10 martial arts grandmasters were gathered together. Their faces were filled with anticipation. This time, senior brother Nan you will go. There will definitely be no problem. Senior brother Nan Yu is already a peak tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. As long as he obtains the limitless Tao fruit, he will be able to become a martial emperor. As one of the elders spoke, he looked at a middle-aged man. Although this middle-aged man looked like an old monster, he was already over 300 years old. Senior brother Jiangling, it's all up to you now. In a hidden place in the Beiyu Empire, the warrior who finished speaking looked at one of the first-level martial emperors. The Heavenly Devil Canyon is simply a waste in Eastern Spirit Azure continent. A young martial artist said disdainfully. The opening of the Heavenly Devil Canyon this time had attracted the arrival of countless experts. Martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even martial emperors were among them. Devil Valley was located to the east of Sky Dragon Empire. Devil Mountain, which was connected to the Beiyu Empire, was filled with devil chi all year round. No one dared to enter Demonic Mountain. However, every few decades, the demonic chi on Demonic Mountain would become a little fainter. Some experts would enter Demonic Mountain when the demonic chi became fainter. After controlling the opening pattern of the Heavenly Devil Canyon, the Eastern Spirit Azure continent's martial artists also entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon on time. However, there were also some super martial artists who used some mysterious teleportation talismans or some mysterious array formations to enter. Li Lingtian looked at the scenery in the sky from the spaceship. He was thinking about Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyue. He had already taken responsibility for what he had done. However, he could never get enough of a beautiful woman's love. He could only work hard to cultivate so that Tang Zimeng could be happy and Tang Qingyue would not be wronged. Along the way, Yun Tian carefully briefed Li Lingtian on everything that he needed to take note of in the Heavenly Devil Canyon. In 2 days, the Heavenly Cloud flying ship had arrived at the edge of the Heavenly Devil Mountain. Li Lingtian noticed that the warriors who came here were mostly a combination of warrior kings and martial grandmasters. There were also quite a few super powerhouses who went there alone. It could be said that this place was a gathering of experts. Other than dozens of martial kings, all of them were martial arts grandmasters. Moreover, they were all existences at the 8th or 9th level of martial arts grandmasters. There were even a few martial royal realm powerhouses among them. Li Lingtian could not tell the depth of their cultivation base. In such a situation, the other party must have some kind of treasure that hid his cultivation or cultivated some kind of magical technique. Fuck, among the sects and clans in Eastern Spirit Azure continent, only 400 people can get a spot. I didn't expect more than 600 people to gather here. The rest should be the unexpected experts of Eastern Spirit Azure continent. Li Lingtian watched these powerhouses from afar and thought to himself. Although he knew that other forces were squeezing in, he did not expect so many powerhouses to squeeze in. Moreover, he did not recognize any of these experts at all. Hundreds of experts each chose a place to meditate and rest. There were also many martial artists in groups of 3 to 5. It seemed that they had joined forces after entering the Devil Canyon. Rumble. Li Lingtian's spaceship emitted a powerful hurricane and a series of rumbling sounds. Instantly, countless powerhouses were enraged. Are you courting death? That he actually used a flying ship here. A martial king dares to be so arrogant? He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If we weren't outside the Devil Canyon, I would be the first to tear you apart. Instantly, countless powerhouses were discussing animatedly. A martial king and a tier 6 martial arts grandmaster had actually ignored so many super powerhouses. Isn't this Sky Cloud Sex Yuntian? Why are you the one who entered the Devil Canyon this time? Are you the only one left in Sky Cloud sect? A red-robed elder laughed loudly. A tier 9 martial arts grandmaster naturally looked down on a tier 6 martial arts grandmaster like Yuntian. After saying that, the other warriors also laughed. Only a few people did not laugh, but the expressions on their faces changed quickly. Blazing Flame Peak, you're only a martial arts grandmaster. So what if you're a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster? Do you want to die? Yuntian smiled as he looked at Blazing Flame Peak with disdain. The old man was also from the Beichen family. Beichen Wuyo's death by Li Lingtian meant that the Beichen family and Sky Cloud sect were destined to be enemies. In the past, he would not have dared to speak to a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster like that. However, with Li Lingtian by his side, he was not afraid even if it was a martial emperor. Shoo! Countless martial artists heaved a sigh of relief. A tier 6 martial arts grandmaster dared to look down on a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. This world was too crazy. Only a few martial artists did not speak, but their expressions were extremely strange. Yuntian, you better not let me meet you in the Sky Demon Canyon. Otherwise, you'll stay there forever, and you'll be the same. Blazing Flame Peak was instantly enraged. How could he endure being humiliated in front of all the super experts of Green Continent? His face revealed a vicious expression. At the end of his sentence, he looked at Li Lingtian. He was just a warrior king. Is that so? If you have the ability, try saying another word. Li Lingtian did not intend to make a move here, but he was already in a bad mood. The old man had actually shifted his anger onto him. Was he not courting death? After saying that, he stared at the Blazing Flame Peak with a sharp gaze. As long as this old man said another word, he did not mind directly killing him. The Beichen family was born to be enemies. If they killed one now, one less would be left. Whoosh! There was an uproar. Sky Cloud sect was getting more and more arrogant. Was this still the weak Sky Cloud sect of the past? A tier 6 martial arts grandmaster was just a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Now, a martial king was actually threatening a tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Good. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. 9 Moon Twin Seal, die. Blazing Flame Peak was instantly enraged as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. With a flash of his hands, a shocking pressure came crashing down on Li Lingtian's spaceship. At the same time, 2 mysterious palm prints pressed down on him. One was attacking Yuntian, and the other was attacking him. In his opinion, as long as he could restrain Yun Tian, the other attack could directly kill the martial king. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Since you want to die, one will grant your wish. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd, die. A cruel smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he extended his hand and the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd appeared in his hand. Instantly, all the true chi in his body was channeled and dragon energy surged toward the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. The Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd carried a shocking dragon energy. Li Lingtian's body flashed and he quickly shot toward Raging Flame Peak. The Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd tore through the air and the space trembled. What a terrifying pressure. This is dragon energy. One didn't expect a martial king to be able to wield an emperor-grade weapon. Rumble. The warriors present were gloating at Li Lingtian. No matter how powerful a warrior king was, he was no match for a grandmaster. However, when they saw the aura emanating from Li Lingtian and the pressure from the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd, they were stunned. How could a warrior king possess such insane strength? In the blink of an eye, the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd arrived in front of the Raging Flame Peak. The Raging Flame Peak was also extremely shocked. Then, their eyes became filled with despair as they activated their entire body's defense. As soon as the defense was activated, the Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd hit the defense. With a loud explosion, the defense was broken. The shocking dragon chi directly killed the blazing flame mountain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the spatial winds raged, Li Lingtian's body had already returned to the spaceship. He looked calm as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. Scared. All the martial artists were stunned. This attack was beyond their imagination. A rank 9 martial arts grandmaster was not the strongest martial artist here, but even the martial emperors present could not kill a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster so easily. He did not expect that a martial king realm disciple could kill a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster in one blow. The result just now was beyond their imagination. A chill rose in her heart. This youth was too terrifying. When they looked at Li Lingtian again, their gazes became a little strange. If they were to treat this young man as an ordinary warrior king, they would not know how he died even if he died. Many people in Sky Dragon Empire had heard of Li Lingtian's reputation. Now that they had seen him, they finally understood how domineering this young man was. The few mysterious martial artists and martial emperors were also extremely shocked. All of this was too terrifying. It was so simple for a martial king to kill a martial arts grandmaster in an instant. Chapter 154, Finished Fighting. If you don't court death, you won't die. Li Lingtian stared coldly at the powerhouses below before turning his gaze to the few supreme powerhouses. Based on his intuition, these warriors were definitely not from Eastern Spirit Greenland. They didn't know his reputation. If he killed the chicken to warn the monkeys, it would be best if they didn't provoke him. Otherwise, he would make a move. Sweeping his gaze over, countless experts were shocked and furious. However, they did not dare to speak out and could only rage in their hearts. In front of the gaze of a martial king, they actually could not raise their heads. This was a humiliation. A strong man was bound to be strong. This martial king realm youth had easily killed a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. They did not dare to provoke him. Young noble Lingtian. Some powerhouses who knew Li Lingtian knew that he was Li Lingtian, the super genius who killed the martial emperor Baichen Wuyo. No one dared to act arrogantly after such an incident. Even the top-notch powerhouses did not want to make a move outside. They had only remembered Li Lingtian in their hearts. Li Lingtian and Yun Tian landed their spaceship and found a place to rest. After waiting for a full 2 days, the demonic chi of Demonic Mountain quickly condensed, and endless spiritual chi condensed together. The demonic chi gathered and formed a black hole. The black hole was as terrifying as if it wanted to devour the entire world. But Dong understood that if he wanted to enter the Devil Canyon, he could only enter the black hole. Li Lingtian took out a jade slip and the rest of the warriors did the same because only this jade slip could pass through the black hole. Li Lingtian could not help but shudder as he looked at the endless devil qi. This devil qi was no different from the devil qi in the Devil Sea. Although this was only the outside world, the density of the devil qi was not any weaker than the Devil Sea. Senior brother Yuntian, you can go back now. Li Lingtian stood up as he watched the warriors enter the black hole one by one. He then spoke loudly to Yuntian beside him. Countless ancient martial art practitioners were stunned. They did not expect this young man to enter the heavenly Devil Canyon alone and give up the help of a rank 6 martial arts grandmaster. It was really unimaginable. Be careful. Yuntian nodded. After speaking, his body burst out and disappeared into the horizon. He couldn't stay in this place for long. If he stayed here, he would definitely be plotted against by the other powers. Once the heavenly Devil Canyon was opened, Li Lingtian would have to rely on himself once he entered. When Li Lingtian saw that the other powerhouses had already entered the black hole, he dashed forward in a flash. Before entering the black hole, he circulated his true qi and cast the true dragon body barrier. Qi. He felt the powerful destructive force constantly rubbing against the true dragon's body protection. This terrifying demonic qi shocked him. Fortunately, he had used dragon energy. Otherwise, he would have been corroded by this demonic energy. No wonder those experts in front of him all used defense. The friction did not last long as Li Lingtian was teleported in the black hole. After a full 10 seconds, he was transported to the bottom of a cliff. There was no aura inside, which meant that there were no demonic beasts or martial artists here. However, the demonic qi here was extremely dense. Furthermore, the demonic qi and the spirit qi were mixed together, which puzzled Li Lingtian. After sizing him up, he chose a direction to fly in. After flying for half an hour, he sensed the presence of a martial artist in his divine sense. However, this martial artist was only a rank 7 martial arts grandmaster and did not have any other helpers. He also understood that even if the martial artists outside had plans, they would not be able to control themselves when they entered this black hole. It was completely random teleportation. It was not so easy to find his original companion. Fortunately, he did not have any companions and was alone. He did not need to find his companions. Crash. At this moment, a light appeared in the sky. The light emitted a terrifying aura, and the light flashed and disappeared. However, Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the light because it was actually the astral winds hidden in the air. The power of the astral winds was astonishing. The astral winds that tore through space in the great battle outside were only very weak. However, in a place like the heavenly Devil Canyon, this astral wind was not so easy to deal with. A gust of wind, if one was not careful, a martial arts grandmaster would be instantly killed. Some of these gales were obvious, some were hidden, and some were invisible. These were the few types of gales that threatened humans the most in the Devil Canyon. Somewhere in the heavenly Demon Canyon, a rank 7 martial arts grandmaster was running at high speed. However, at this moment, his body was running at high speed, but his head had already been cut off. The powerful inertia force caused his body to rush 100 meters before stopping. His head had already fallen to the ground. When his head fell to the ground, an invisible gale disappeared again. Similarly, on a plain, a rank 8 martial king was walking carefully. However, an arc of light flashed in the air and landed on the martial king's body. The martial king was instantly shattered into pieces. Such things happened in Devil Canyon from time to time. There were also martial artists who were demonized by powerful magical beasts and finally became a delicious meal for the magical beasts. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the powerful and terrifying astral winds. With a flick of his divine consciousness, Little White appeared in front of him. Your dragon energy can sense the astral winds. Be careful. Looking at Whitey's lazy appearance, he said seriously. This astral wind was not that fun. If he was not careful, he would be killed by the astral wind. Phew. Little White gave a soft cry and nodded in acknowledgement before it sprinted forward at a high speed. Li Lingtian also protected himself with his divine perception within 100 meters as he quickly followed Little White. Li Lingtian carefully checked the area that Little White deliberately avoided with his divine perception. Indeed, there was a strong wind. He felt much more at ease when he realized this. At least Little White had sensed it and warned him of the strong wind. Boom! The man and beast ran for hundreds of miles before finally arriving at a place with slightly denser spiritual energy. Although it was said to be denser, it was only slightly thinner than the demonic energy. However, he did not expect to hear a loud roar. In his divine sense, a blood-red demonic beast strangely appeared by the stream. Fuck, a Tier 5, Grade 3 magical beast. Li Lingtian was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the demonic beast. He did not know if it had just arrived or if it had been here all along. Perhaps it was hiding somewhere. The level of demonic beasts and demonic beasts was the same, but their attributes were different. One relied on demonic chi to cultivate, while the other relied on spiritual chi to cultivate. Moreover, this demonic beast could also use spiritual energy to cultivate. This was one of the reasons why demonic beasts were more powerful than demonic beasts. This daddy is really unlucky. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He was the one who had barged in recklessly when the magical beast was drinking water here. However, he could not possibly say that it was a misunderstanding. Fight! After a loud shout, before the demonic beast could attack, the dominating fist had already smashed out. At the same time, Little White also turned into a three-colored dragon and pounced at the demonic beast. The heavens and earth will shatter, heaven and earth burning, heaven flipping seal, meteor shower, roaring dragon battle halberd. One powerful attack after another was fired like a cannon, instantly stunning the level 3 and 5 magical beast. Li Lingtian's skills were all earth-ranked. Furthermore, his strength had become even more overbearing after his cultivation reached the peak of Tier 7 Warrior King. Even if he did not use powerful attacks like the 9 layers of ice and fire and the sword howl of the heavens and earth, he could still kill a martial arts grandmaster. Roar! Roar! The Tier 5 magical beast roared as its powerful defense withstood Li Lingtian's attacks. Little White was also attacking continuously. The Tier 5 magical beast had become Li Lingtian and Little White's target. The two of them were having a great time fighting. Boom! With a destructive explosion, the roaring dragon battle halberd smashed onto the head of the magical beast with shocking dragon energy. The magical beast fell down unwillingly. Let's call it a day. Happy cooperation. Li Lingtian clapped his hands exaggeratedly and put away the roaring dragon combat halberd before smiling at Little White. Help me protect him. I'll check if there's any difference between this demonic beast and you demons. Li Lingtian glanced at Little White as he spoke indifferently. He then walked up to the 10-meter-tall demonic beast and carefully examined it. This was the first time he had seen a magical beast, and he was curious about its inner core and materials. After looking at it for a long time, he could not figure out what it was. However, the material of this demonic beast was a little stronger than that of a demonic beast. There's nothing different. Li Lingtian waved his hand and a sharp force cut through the demonic beast. The fist-sized demonic beast's inner core entered his hand and was filled with violent power. Li Lingtian secretly estimated that this level 3 5th tier demonic beast should be comparable to a level 4 5th tier demonic beast. He then put away the materials and inner cores of the demonic beasts and left quickly with Little White. After searching for a long time, he finally found a relatively hidden valley and found a resting place on the stone wall of the valley. "I'll stay here for a day and familiarize myself with the environment," Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he cast a simple restriction before resting on the stone wall. What shocked him was that the heaven and earth reincarnation technique could actually refine demonic qi and spiritual qi into genuine qi at the same time. He didn't understand what was going on either, but he didn't have to care about it at this time. What he needed to do now was to cultivate and recover his mental state to its peak. After completing 3 major cycles of cultivation, the genuine qi in his body had become a little denser. He then began to cultivate ice, fire, 9 heavens. Late at night, the world was filled with demonic beasts. The roars and sounds of battle were heard everywhere. Li Lingtian felt as if he had entered the ancient era of demonic beasts. Fortunately, his resting place was very high, so he would not be affected. The night passed quietly in the restless night. Early the next morning, Li Lingtian and Little White flew quickly in the same direction. In the depths of the heavenly Devil Canyon, this was also the place with the densest demonic qi. Moreover, it was also the place where the limitless Tao fruit appeared. Although the experts who entered the Devil Canyon pretended not to know what was inside, most of the experts had their own goals. It was just that this goal had become an open secret. Chapter 155, Demon King Beast. Brother Yang, with the 8 of us working together, I believe that no one can threaten us. When the time comes, we will split the treasures equally. Brother Yang and Brother Zhou will get double. How about it? In a hidden place in the heavenly Demon Canyon, 8 experts gathered together and began to discuss. As Wang Lin spoke, his eyes were fixed on Yang Liqing and Zhou Zhiyun. There were 2 martial emperors among them. The 2 martial emperors were Yang Liqing and Zhou Zhiyun, while the rest were all martial arts grandmasters. In a place like the heavenly Demon Canyon, martial arts grandmasters were nothing. The main thing was the magical beasts and unknown dangers here. There were also other forces involved. The strength of those martial arts grandmasters could be compared to the martial emperors of the Azure continent. In fact, the martial grandmasters of the other forces were even more overbearing than martial emperors. This was also the difference between Green Island and the other forces. Humph, you're right. I'm a 4th-level martial emperor, and Brother Zhou is also a 4th-level martial emperor. If we join forces, no one will dare to provoke us. It's not impossible for us to join forces, but we have to choose the treasure first. Otherwise, this matter of joining forces will end here. Yang Liqing said coldly. A 4th-level martial emperor could join forces with a martial arts grandmaster, but he had to consider the threat in the Devil Canyon. He also understood what Wang Lin meant. If a martial emperor encountered a martial ancestor from another force, it would be very dangerous. Now that there were 6 martial ancestor realm level 8 and level 9 martial ancestors, along with him and Zhou Zhiyun, it would be much safer. Alright, it's settled then. However, the time you choose will be counted as a share. Nan Fang said. He was a peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster and was only 1 step away from becoming a martial emperor. Although he was afraid of the 2 martial emperors, he would definitely not give in front of treasures. Otherwise, he would not have come to the Devil Canyon. Soon, the group of 8 discussed and formed a powerful team. In other places, people began to give up on fighting and started to work together. The people who came here were martial kings and martial emperors who did not dare to provoke martial grandmasters. They would avoid demonic beasts and experts. At most, they would look for some medicinal herbs. The other martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors were all old monsters who had been around for hundreds of years. They naturally understood the danger here. The higher their cultivation, the more they cherished their lives and the more they feared death. A 10,000-year-old cloud-splitting grass. Not bad. Green Continent's trash is really a waste of a good place like the Devil Canyon. If it was in my Black Continent, it would have been mined long ago. A martial emperor youth was excited. A 10,000-year-old herb was a rare treasure even in the entire divine martial continent. It could be used to refine a 7th or 8th grade elixir. However, when he thought about how these treasured lands were actually occupied by people from Green Island, he felt a little disdainful. The other forces looked down on the forces of Green Island because Green Island was just a country bumpkin in the eyes of the other forces. Brother Qingxian, how about we join forces? These scum from Green Island know the situation inside better than we do. If we don't join forces, they will take advantage of us. At this moment, another martial emperor young man walked over. He was also extremely greedy when he saw the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs in Qingshuan's hand. However, this greed disappeared in a flash. We can join forces, but we can only deal with the trash and demonic beasts of Green Island. However, when treasures appear, we'll rely on our own forces to obtain them. Qingxian looked at Nangong Wentian and pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, that's fine. Do you think I'm willing to join hands with others? Nangong Wentian's face revealed a look of disdain. He then walked into the distance. The two martial emperors joined forces. Li Lingtian flew deeper into the heavenly demon canyon. With Little White's agile sense of smell, he easily avoided the unknown threats. However, if they encountered a 5th-tier demonic beast, they would be able to kill it one by one. If they encountered a 5th-tier demonic beast or above, they could only call for the silver-winged flying dragons to join forces. The silver-winged flying dragon was at the 5th step of the 5th level. With Little White's dragon might, the 3 super experts could not easily kill the 5th step of the 5th level magical beast, but they could at most kill it without any danger. Along the way, Li Lingtian had more than 200 Tier 4 magical beast inner cores and more than 30 Tier 5 inner cores. 3 months have passed. There are only 9 months left before we leave the Heavenly Devil Canyon. How big is this Heavenly Devil Canyon? We haven't met any guys yet. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he flew. It had been 3 months since he entered the Heavenly Devil Canyon and he had been flying deeper into the canyon during this period. There were almost no delays along the way. At most, they would kill magical beasts and collect medicinal herbs. In 3 months' time, he had flown at least 2 million miles at his current speed. However, he had not met any martial artists other than a few martial arts grandmasters and a martial emperor. He naturally didn't know that he had already flown in front of these warriors. Because of Little White, he didn't have to worry about the strong wind and could fly at ease. Naturally, his speed was very fast. What's wrong? At that moment, Little White came to a halt. Li Lingtian was stunned as he asked. He had sensed that something was amiss during the 2-hour flight but he could not pinpoint what it was. Now that Xiao Bai had stopped, it confirmed his feelings. We're in danger. It's a 5th rank, 9th rank, Peak Devil King Beast. Little White sent a message into Li Lingtian's mind. Its eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. As the most talented 3-colored dragon in the dragon clan, it naturally would not be threatened by powerful demonic beasts. However, its realm was still too low, and it could not fight against a peak 5th rank demonic beast. A 5th step 9th level Peak Devil King Beast. Li Lingtian cried out in alarm. His face was filled with fear as he came to a realization. He had not encountered a single demonic beast during his 2-hour flight. They hadn't even encountered a single wild beast, so it was definitely unusual. Now that they thought about it, there was a 5th rank 9th grade Devil King Beast here, so what kind of devil beast would dare to come here? He didn't expect that he would actually barge into the territory of the Demon King Beast. Wasn't this courting death? Rumble. A shocking demonic aura soared into the sky. With a tacit understanding, it instantly suppressed the area within 100 miles. A 5th-rank 9th-level peak Devil King beast was born powerful and was the king of all devil beasts. Moreover, this Devil King beast was already close to the 6th rank. This kind of pressure was countless times stronger than any martial emperor. This isn't a 5th tier, it's a pseudo-6th tier. Hurry up and run. Li Lingtian felt a heavy feeling in his chest as he felt the pressure. He was so close to spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had encountered such pressure. He finally understood what a true expert was. The pressure was enough to make him helpless. After saying that, he quickly turned around and fled. A pseudo-Class 6 Devil King beast was much stronger than other Class 6 and Class 1 magical beasts. He had countless trump cards in his hands, but against this Devil King beast, he could only flee. If he was too late, he wouldn't be able to escape. Little White was unwilling to accept Li Lingtian's call for it to flee, but it had no choice but to follow Li Lingtian and flee. However, it was already too late. A destructive demonic chi ruthlessly smashed down from the sky. Ice and Fire Ring, True Dragon Body Protection, Shield of the Earth. Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all when he saw the demonic chi. He unleashed 3 of his strongest defenses in a row and enveloped Little White within. Boom! His mind was filled with a loud bang. The demonic chi brought with it a pressure that shook his heart and soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was thrown into the distance. Several defenses were instantly destroyed. In his line of sight, he saw a gigantic demonic beast that was 100 meters tall walking toward Li Lingtian. With every step it took, the ground trembled and collapsed. Its lantern-sized eyes were blood-red, as if it wanted to devour someone. This is the pressure of a supreme realm expert. Li Lingtian's heart trembled. He was at his wit's end when faced with a Devil King beast that was equivalent to a Tier 6 existence. His eyes were filled with shock. There was no way to fight a Grade 6 King beast. Boom, boom, boom. With every step the Devil King beast took, the ground trembled and collapsed. It looked clumsy, but it was extremely fast. It was not inferior to his breeze technique at all. In the blink of an eye, it was already 1,000 meters away from Li Lingtian. The shocking pressure made Li Lingtian feel like a small boat in the depths of the ocean, ready to be drowned and destroyed at any moment. Thunderclap wings, escape. He was not a fool. If he wanted to kill such an invincible magical beast, he would have to be crazy. With a flick of his divine sense, the thunderclap wings appeared. A pair of translucent wings appeared on his shoulders. Electric arcs flashed, and countless demonic chi was directly scattered. He grabbed Whitey with one hand and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. Roar! Roar! Li Lingtian's disappearance stunned the infernal king beast. It could not understand the human's tricks and roared loudly. He quickly chased after it again, but the human disappeared again. He never appeared again. He didn't know where he went. After a series of roars, the demon king beast turned around and walked back to where it came from. The ground gradually quieted down. The demonic chi was also devoured by the demon king beast, and the air became clear. Li Lingtian used his thunderclap wings to escape 3 times in a row. Although he was more than 30 miles away, he could still see the 100-meter-tall demon king beast. He was relieved to see that the demon king beast did not chase after him. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was extremely shocked. This was a martial-honored realm demonic beast. Fortunately, he was facing a demonic beast. If he was facing a real martial-honored realm expert, he would have died by now. This was because demonic beasts were not humans. Their intelligence was not as high as humans. Moreover, this demonic beast did not have any intention of chasing after him. It did not want to leave his territory. The demonic beast did not chase after him. It quickly flew into the distance. It could not stay in this place for long. If it had helpers, it could think of a way to kill them. It was just that he was alone. How could he have any companions to help him? Moreover, the helpers were at least martial emperors. If a few martial emperors joined forces to restrain the demon king beast, he could use a powerful attack to kill it. After flying back for a full 200 miles, Li Lingtian found a secluded spot to meditate and recuperate from his injuries. He had been suppressed by the infernal king beast's pressure earlier and his mind was shaken. He needed to recuperate. Chapter 156, Sword Talisman. 3 days had passed since his injuries were recuperated. Li Lingtian felt depressed after 3 days. He didn't expect that he would have to take a detour for the sake of this demon king beast. This was the first time. After bypassing the infernal king beast, Li Lingtian quickly headed in another direction and stopped in less than 2 hours. Fuck, this is a dead end. In front of them was a precipice that blocked all the way. Moreover, no one knew how high or how long this precipice was. He had been flying along this precipice for 5 hours. 5 hours was more than 10,000 miles, and he didn't know where the end was. He had no choice but to return to the place where he was recuperating and fly to another place. Similarly, after 10,000 miles, the precipice would always be a precipice. Don't tell me we've already reached the depths. Li Lingtian thought of the existence of the Devil King Beast. The Jade Slip did not mention it, but the existence of the Devil King Beast in this place should be an obstacle to mankind's progress. In other words, there was an entrance behind this Demon King Beast. Otherwise, the Demon King Beast would not have given up on him and returned. Moreover, the demonic chi here was monstrous, affecting his vision and divine sense. He could not see what was going on in front of him. 6th rank King Beast, one don't want to die. Li Lingtian retreated another few hundred miles and began to search for medicinal herbs. However, he would not leave this place. If his guess was correct, this was the entrance. Since he could not enter, no one else could. If the others could kill this magical beast, or lure it away, he could enter. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's expression turned hesitant. He had been here for nearly 4 months but no one else had come. Could it be that his guess was wrong? However, the hesitation on his face quickly disappeared. This was because in his divine sense, several powerful auras were flying over from 300 miles away. Moreover, they did not hesitate at all in this direction. It was as if they knew that this was the entrance. Moreover, these auras were all peak martial arts grandmasters and even martial emperors. After becoming a martial king, his divine sense was already 200 miles away. Adding on his current peak rank, 7, 250 miles was not a problem. However, the demonic chi here was dense and affected a lot. He could only feel a powerful aura and could not see the person's appearance clearly. That's right. It's in this direction. We're not far from the Heavenly Demon Palace. As long as we enter here, we can find the limitless Dao fruit. A peak Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster looked at the Jade Slip and his face revealed an excited expression. Is the limitless Dao really inside? His companion who was flying quickly beside him was also extremely happy. Although he had a slim chance of survival, he could break through to the martial emperor realm as long as he obtained the limitless Dao fruit. Of course. 300 years ago, my uncle came here once. It was near here. These 2 mountains can't be wrong. The martial arts grandmaster who was holding the Jade Slip said seriously. The other martial artists did not say anything and flew quickly. At this moment, a young man in white walked out with a faint smile on his face and a snow-white rabbit in his arms. All the warriors exclaimed in surprise when they saw Li Lingtian. Outside the Heavenly Demon Canyon, the young martial king who had once killed a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster with one move had never expected to see him here. Everyone is a little slow. Li Lingtian spoke nonchalantly. He was elated that there were more than 30 martial grandmasters, 6 martial emperors and 4 mysterious young men. With these people, it would be enough to defeat the Demon King Beast. Even if they couldn't defeat the Demon King Beast, they could at least lure it away. So it's you. It's a waste to keep that treasure in your hands. It should be a high-grade Emperor artifact. After being in the Heavenly Demon Canyon for so long, it's time to collect some benefits. A Tier 1 martial Emperor youth looked at Li Lingtian with excitement. Outside the demonic canyon, he was shocked to see Li Lingtian kill a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster in one move. However, when he saw the weapon in Li Lingtian's hand, the Roaring Dragon combat halberd, he was excited. That weapon was at least an upper-grade Imperial weapon. He had seen upper-grade Imperial weapons in his family a few times. He was a level 1 martial emperor, but he was only a low-grade Imperial weapon. How could a youth from Azure Continent be qualified to possess such an Emperor weapon? If he could obtain this Emperor weapon, his strength would soar by a level. Indeed. If it wasn't for that Emperor weapon, one wouldn't have been able to kill a Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster. Green Continent's trash. They are indeed trash. A Tier 9 martial arts grandmaster was actually killed by a martial king. This Emperor artifact, this young master is definitely going to take it. Brother Qingxian, this Emperor weapon belongs to whoever gets it first. The two of you are really naive. I haven't even said anything yet. Do you think you have the qualifications to own a high-grade Emperor weapon? All of a sudden, a few powerhouses started competing against each other. They completely ignored Li Lingtian as if he had already taken out his Roaring Dragon combat halberd. In the end, a mysterious young man revealed a gloomy look. The other martial emperors didn't speak anymore. It seemed that they knew a lot about this mysterious young man's background. Nangong Wentian of the Nangong family of the Xian continent and Qingxian of the Qing family, the two of you are not qualified to get this treasure. Only the Ling family of the Serenity Plains, the Ming family of the Azure Continent, the Dishi family of the Azure Continent, and the Tian family of the Divine Continent are qualified. One of the 4 mysterious young men said coldly. His face was full of arrogance. He didn't put any other warriors in his eyes, let alone Qingzhou. Are you fucking idiots? You think you're so great? In front of me, you're nothing but trash. From the looks of it, you're just a chess piece in the family. You can't raise your head in the family. Are you trying to find a sense of existence here? Li Lingtian smiled as he listened to the powerhouses competing for his treasure. He was also shocked that the forces of the 4 continents had actually come in. Although there were not many, these were all disciples representing those forces. More importantly, there was a Dishi family man here, and he had to stay here forever. All the warriors were stunned by his words. Li Lingtian was powerful, but he dared to be so arrogant when facing the powerhouses from other forces. However, there were 6 martial emperors and 4 mysterious experts here. They were definitely not comparable to ordinary martial emperors. Trash, if you want to die, I will grant your wish. Remember, my name is Ling Yunxiao. Ling Yunxiao was instantly enraged. The true essence in his entire body circulated, and instantly, a shocking might erupted. 5th level martial emperor. Except for the other 3 experts from the Azure Continent and the Divine Continent, everyone exclaimed in surprise. They didn't expect Ling Yunxiao to be a 5th level martial emperor. The Ling clan was famous throughout the entire Divine Martial Continent for their strength. His aura grew stronger and stronger. Seeing all the martial artists exclaim, Ling Yunxiao's face revealed a smug expression. However, he had no intention of making a move. Instead, he wanted to use his aura pressure to crush this martial king in front of everyone. Fuck, it's just a show. Li Lingtian spoke slowly as he was shocked by Ling Yunxiao's cultivation base. It was definitely powerful, and the pressure alone was not something he could withstand. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent, a rank 5 martial emperor. He was a martial king realm expert, so he could not afford to be careless. Then, he stretched out his hand and a brocade box appeared in the divine dragon ring. The brocade box was emitting a faint sword aura. Immediately, he used his divine sense and cast a spell. A jade talisman appeared in the air. The moment the jade talisman appeared, a destructive sword chi blasted out, directly bombarding the martial artist opposite him. Damn it, it's a sword talisman. He actually used a sword talisman. This is the jade talisman of a peerless profound level weapon. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the warriors felt the sword chi in the air and their expressions changed drastically. Although the sword talisman was only at the level of a profound artifact, this sword talisman was extremely domineering and was no different from an emperor artifact. Seeing such an attack, he did not dare to stay here anymore. He used his movement technique and quickly retreated. Ling Yunxiao was also shocked, but it was too late to retreat now. Heavenly Sun Mirror. His divine sense moved, and a huge mirror appeared in front of him. The mirror emitted the pressure of an imperial artifact. The sword talisman struck the mirror fiercely. The sword chi instantly disappeared, and the light on the mirror dimmed. Damn it, you almost destroyed my heavenly sun mirror. You're courting death. Seeing that his treasure was almost destroyed, Ling Yunxiao was instantly furious. The pressure he had just exerted also disappeared. He managed to dodge the power of the sword talisman, but the other warriors were all hit. Their faces were extremely ugly. Only Cangzhou Emperor Shi Yunqing and Cangzhou Ming Lanzi looked relaxed as they easily blocked the sword chi. Tianhao from the Divine Continent was emitting a faint glow. The sword chi disappeared a meter away from him. Li Lingtian was shocked to see such a scene. These powerhouses were indeed powerful. They were almost invincible among their peers. Moreover, the martial arts grandmasters of the other forces were much stronger than the martial emperors of Green Island. By the time Ling Yunxiao shouted, Li Lingtian was already 1,000 meters away. Damn it, how dare you run! Someone shouted and all the warriors immediately chased after Li Lingtian. All of a sudden, more than 40 experts turned into shadows and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. In the air, waves of shocking pressure exploded, and the space trembled as the demonic chi was quickly dispersed. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile as he flew at high speed. As he flew, he calculated that he would use his thunderclap wings to cross over once he reached that place, hee. At the thought of this, Li Lingtian chuckled in his heart. Since they dared to provoke me, I'll make them pay the price. Let's see how powerful these so-called geniuses are. The 1,000-mile journey was completed in just over 10 minutes. Li Lingtian was starting to feel nervous as he was not far from the infernal king beast. Chapter 157, Limitless Tao Fruit. As expected, when he arrived at the place where he encountered the demon king beast last time, he felt a strong demonic aura. His divine sense swept toward the experts behind him. The nearest person was already around 500 meters away from him. The rest of the warriors followed closely behind him as if Li Lingtian had killed their father. Move forward a little more. Li Lingtian's face turned pale as he saw the infernal king beast. Even though it was lying on the ground, it was still like a small mountain. Let's see where you can escape to. Ling Yunxiao shouted loudly from behind with a smile on his face. If they continued to chase like this, they would be able to kill him in 10 minutes. At that time, they would be able to obtain that treasure. It would be worth it even if they returned empty-handed. If you want to die, then die. Li Lingtian's face revealed a strange smile. With a wave of his hand, an attack appeared. Everyone was stunned, thinking that Li Lingtian was desperate. They were puzzled by Li Lingtian's single-handed action. Li Lingtian waved his hand and the powerful attack blasted downwards. At the same time, a pair of crystal-clear wings appeared on his shoulder and disappeared in a flash. Rumble, roar, boom. The powerful attack bombarded down, causing an explosive sound. Following that, a violent roar was heard, and a shocking demonic chi pressure soared into the sky. Demon King Beast. Class 6 Magical Beast. Damn it, it's a Class 6 Magical Beast. Instantly, the powerhouses who were chasing after him were shocked to death. They never expected Li Lingtian to use such a Demon King Beast to plot against him. With Li Lingtian fleeing in front of them, they naturally let their guard down. However, they did not expect that Li Lingtian had already suffered a loss in this place. This time, they were fooled as well. By the time they discovered the Demon King Beast, everyone was already in close contact with it. They were in the center of the Demon King Beast's demonic might. Pft, pft. Some martial arts grandmasters spurted out blood. Only a few martial emperors and a few martial arts grandmasters were slightly better. However, their expressions were extremely ugly. Roar, boom. The Devil King Beast was furious. It had been disturbed by a human earlier and had escaped from its eyes. Now, a group of people had arrived. After roaring, a shocking devil might ruthlessly press down. The huge arm swung fiercely, as if a mountain was pressing down. With one strike, 4 peak martial arts grandmasters were killed, and more than 10 martial arts grandmasters and a martial emperor were seriously injured. Join forces. Let's join forces and kill him. That's right. Hurry up and attack. We must kill it in the face of this demonic might. Do it. Whoever holds back will die. Boom. Rumble. The expressions of the 10 martial emperors changed drastically as they shouted. In front of a martial-honored realm Demon King Beast, even if they were martial emperors, they would be suppressed. In an instant, dozens of experts unleashed powerful attacks, causing the ground to continuously tremble and collapse. The Demon King Beast was in the supreme realm. It could almost ignore the attacks of martial grandmasters. Even the attacks of martial emperors would not be of much use. Ashen Finger. Extreme Cold Fist. Extermination / Heavenly Light Mirror. The super experts flashed quickly and attacked. A few martial arts grandmasters who wanted to escape were directly suppressed by the demonic might and turned into demonic chiefs. Seeing such a situation, no one dared to hold back. What a terrifying Devil King Beast! Li Lingtian watched in horror from 20 miles away as the Demon King Beast battled with dozens of powerhouses. He hid behind a stone wall and locked his divine consciousness onto the Demon King Beast and dozens of powerhouses. He was really lucky to have escaped last time. If he had waited for the Demon King Beast to attack with all its might, he might not have been able to take it down with a single attack. Run! Someone shouted loudly and quickly flashed, taking advantage of the time when the King Beast attacked to escape. Instantly, dozens of experts retreated quickly. The Demon King Beast chased after them at high speed. With every attack, 1 or 2 experts would die. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw this. The powerhouses from the other continents were much stronger than the Eastern Spirit Continent's warriors. Most of the dead were from the Eastern Spirit Continent. They were able to escape from the demonic might of the Demon King Beast, and he could only rely on his entire body's strength to escape. Li Lingtian watched as the Devil King Beast unleashed its devil might. The devil chi around him was weakening rapidly. As the devil chi weakened, he extended his divine consciousness. In his divine sense, this was indeed the place guarded by the Demon King Beast. It was a 100-meter wide hole with endless cliffs on both sides. On one side of the precipice, there was a shocking black demonic chi, and on the other side, there was a mysterious spiritual chi. This spiritual chi was denser than any spiritual chi he had ever seen. Between the demonic chi and spiritual chi, a green tree appeared. The tree was 100 meters tall, and there were drooling fruits on it. Limitless Tao fruit. This is the legendary limitless Tao fruit. Li Lingtian looked at the trees and fruits in front of him and was instantly excited. No wonder the demon king beast was guarding this place. It was to protect the limitless Phala. A 10,000-year-old limitless Tao fruit. Li Lingtian looked at the fruit on the tree that made people drool. The fruit was emitting a dense spiritual chi that carried a mysterious Tao intent. This was the limitless Tao fruit that allowed martial arts grandmasters to break through to the martial emperor realm. He did not expect such a magical thing to be behind the demon king beast. 81 10,000-year limitless Tao fruits, 0.998 1,000-year limitless Tao fruits. 8100-year limitless Tao fruits. The limitless Tao fruit bloomed once every 100 years and bore fruits once every 100 years. On this tree, the limitless Tao fruit seemed to have a barrier between them. At the top were 81 10,000-year-old Tao fruits, in the middle were 1,000-year-old Tao fruits, and below were 100-year-old Tao fruits. Rumble, rumble. There was a series of earth-shattering explosions. Li Lingtian could feel his body trembling and collapsing, but the tree was not affected at all. In his divine sense, 10 martial emperors and the remaining 20 martial arts grandmasters were attacking the demon king beast. At this time, he truly witnessed the strength of the experts from other continents. A 5th-level martial emperor was actually able to fight the demon king beast to a standstill. The 4 mysterious young men almost suppressed the demon king beast's attacks while the rest restrained it. You guys take your time. I'll take these Tao fruits. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness and cast a series of spells. Having cultivated ancient alchemy techniques, he naturally knew some spiritual fruits. When picking spiritual fruits, he could not touch the metal-type aura. If he saw the metal-type aura, the spiritual fruit would turn into nothingness, and if he encountered the earth-type aura, it would disappear. All kinds of restrictions were cast, and immediately, spells were cast. An invisible force quickly took away the limitless Tao fruit. The 0,000-year-old limitless Tao fruits turned into light shadows one by one and flew into the divine dragon ring in a string. The 81,000-year-old limitless Tao fruits entered the divine dragon ring in the blink of an eye. Roar! Roar! Just as Li Lingtian was about to collect the 1,000-year-old limitless Tao fruit, the demon king beast in the distance roared. The 4 mysterious martial emperors who had been suppressing the demon king beast were also struck by the backlash, and the situation was reversed. The demon king beast has discovered that the limitless Tao fruit has been touched. Li Lingtian was stunned, but he immediately understood. The infernal king beast had abandoned the other powerhouses and was running toward them at an incredible speed. Fuck, can't we wait a little longer? Li Lingtian cursed as he quickly cast a magic art on his hand. The 1,000-year-old limitless Tao fruit quickly entered the divine dragon ring. Just as the last 1,000-year limitless Tao fruit entered the divine dragon ring, a shocking wave of demonic chi smashed down on him. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, death. When Li Lingtian saw such a demonic aura attack, his true chi surged and he was infuriated. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my might? Immediately, a ball of flames and a glacier appeared in his hands. He put his hands together, and a shocking pillar of light directly bombarded the demonic chi. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the demonic chi was dispersed and Li Lingtian's body swayed. Immediately after, a halo with the aura of death swept out in all directions. The experts who had rushed over from afar felt the aura of death from this halo, and their expressions changed drastically. Pft, pft, all, ah. There were sounds of blood spurting out and screams of pain. After the halo passed, 6 martial arts grandmasters died and 2 martial emperors were injured. As it turned out, the powerhouses who were being hunted by the infernal king beast were anxious when they realized that Li Ling Tian was inside. In the end, they could only discuss and not hold back. They had to go all out to kill this demon king beast. Martial arts grandmasters were not a big deal. They mainly relied on the 6 martial emperors and the 4 mysterious young men. The 4 mysterious young men were all rank 5 martial emperors. As the battle began, the demon king beast was slowly suppressed. However, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time to kill a supreme realm demon king beast. However, the demon king beast had strangely abandoned them and ran inside. Even if they were fools, they would know that Li Ling Tian had taken some treasure from inside. Otherwise, the demon king beast would not be in such a hurry. When they caught up, they encountered this halo of death. Under this attack, all the experts were incomparably shocked. Fuck, you actually feel bad for letting so many people go without fighting. Li Ling Tian continued to bounce as he quickly flew toward the tree to collect the remaining 100-year limitless Tao fruit. It would be a waste not to take the spiritual fruit. He was not a person of this world. He had no backing, no power, and no wealth. He could only plunder vigorously. It's the limitless Tao fruit. A martial arts grandmaster powerhouse exclaimed when he saw Li Ling Tian collecting the limitless Tao fruit. Were martial arts grandmasters not here for the limitless Tao fruit? Now that this limitless Tao fruit was in front of them and was still being taken, how could they not be shocked? Their bodies flashed quickly, wanting to fight for the limitless Tao fruit. All of a sudden, all the martial artists flew toward the trees. Every powerhouse's face was filled with rage. They were risking their lives outside, yet Li Ling Tian had schemed against them by coming here alone to collect the limitless Tao fruit. They all knew that Li Ling Tian must have the 10,000-year-old limitless Tao fruit on him. Otherwise, the Devil King Beast would not have been enraged. They were all aware of the limitless Tao fruit. The 10,000 and 1,000-year limitless Tao fruits were gone, leaving only the 100-year limitless Tao fruit below. The one above must be with Li Ling Tian. Chapter 158, Spatial Imprisonment. Rumble. More than 20 martial arts grandmasters were fighting for the 100-year-old limitless Tao fruit, yet Li Ling Tian was attacked by the Demon King Beast. The person who knew the most was the Demon King Beast, but it couldn't speak. The 10,000-year-old limitless Tao fruit had been stolen by this human. He actually did not even let go of the 100-year-old limitless Tao fruit. Motherfucker, fuck you. Fine, I'm at a disadvantage. An ugly magical beast. Your mother isn't much? Li Ling Tian's body flashed rapidly as he unleashed the roaring dragon combat halberd. He relied on the ice fire ring and the true dragon's body barrier to dodge the infernal king beast's attack. The few martial emperors stared at the infernal king beast and Li Ling Tian without any intention of attacking. Roar! Roar! The infernal king beast looked as if it was going all out. The shocking demonic chi bombarded Li Ling Tian, who was also looking bitter. No matter how powerful his movement technique was, he was not a match for a supreme realm demon king beast. Are you fucking watching a show? Li Ling Tian looked at all the warriors and felt a little angry. They were gloating over his battle with the demon king beast. Humph, scheming against us. You're courting death. Take out the 10,000-year limitless Tao fruit first. Otherwise, you can forget about getting it. Let's see how long you can last. Even if you are not killed by the Demon King Beast today, you will never leave this place. All of a sudden, all the experts shouted angrily. 100-year limitless Tao fruit was useless to a Wuzong. They could only refine pills. What they needed was the 10 millennium limitless Tao fruit. It was obvious that the limitless Tao fruit was with Li Ling Tian. Otherwise, the demon king beast would not have attacked him so desperately. Fine, you guys are the ones who are courting death. Upon hearing that, Li Lingtian gave up on his hopes. He hoped that these people would join forces to kill the infernal king beast. Although he knew that they would nor agree to it, he still had to give it a try. After saying that, a cruel smile appeared on his face, causing all the experts to be stunned. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. No matter how powerful a martial king was, he would not be able to cause much trouble. However, this martial king had already schemed against them from the beginning, so they naturally felt wary. At that moment, a pair of crystal-clear wings appeared on Li Lingtian's shoulder. The wings emitted faint electric arcs and thunder. Countless streams of demonic chi were dispersed immediately. All the warriors revealed greedy looks when they saw Li Lingtian's wings. Saint artifact, it's actually a saint artifact. No matter where it was, a saint weapon was a top-notch supreme treasure. Even in places like the Azure Continent and the Black Continent, it was a top-notch sect-guarding treasure. Only those super forces possessed saint weapons. They did not expect to see a saint weapon on this martial king, which made all the martial artists excited. However, at that moment, Li Lingtian flapped his thunderclap wings and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind them. At that moment, all the warriors were sandwiched between Li Lingtian and the infernal king beast. Roar! Rumble! Seeing that its opponent had disappeared, the devil king beast let out a roar and furiously attacked the expert in front of it. In an instant, demonic chi surged into the sky and the ground collapsed. Spatial imprisonment. At that moment, Dishi Nanyang of the Dishi family of the Azure Continent waved his hand and a banner appeared in his hand. The space trembled and Li Lingtian felt as if the space had been frozen. He could not move at all, so naturally, he could not use the thunderclap wings. What a terrifying space confinement. This is a treasure of Dishi family. Li Lingtian was utterly shocked. He could not destroy this treasure alone. He was utterly terrified that he would not stand a chance against such a powerhouse. Take out the thunderclap wings and the halberd. I'll give you a complete corpse. A cold smile appeared on Dishi Nanyang's face as he walked toward Li Lingtian step by step. When the other warriors saw the banner in Dishi Nanyang's hand, their expressions changed drastically. It was now impossible for them to compete for Li Lingrian's treasure. He actually hid such a treasure for himself. If he had used this spatial imprisonment earlier, the demon king beast would have been killed long ago. All the martial artists were furious, but they did not dare to say it out loud. Li Lingtian could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. He had wanted to keep this Dishi family warrior here, but he did not expect that he would be suppressed by his opponent before he could even make a move. Now, he had no chance to do anything. He could only watch Dishi Nanyang walk towards him. The heavens and earth will shatter. Heaven and earth burning. Ice vitality divine fist. While Li Lingtian was still in shock, he unleashed all sorts of earth tier skills. However, against the spatial imprisonment, the skills he unleashed were not as powerful as the golden tier skills. In my spatial imprisonment, I am the ruler. Stop struggling and hand over the treasure. Dishi Nanyang showed a vicious look on his face, as if he was looking at an ant struggling. However, Li Lingtian noticed that Dishi Nanyang's face had turned pale for a moment. The paleness was fleeting and no one else could notice it, but Li Lingtian did. Spatial imprisonment. With your cultivation, you can't completely control it. Li Lingtian finally understood. The spatial imprisonment was a treasure, but it was difficult to control and consumed a lot of true essence. Otherwise, Dishi Nanyang would not have looked so pale. You know a lot, but it's still easy to deal with you. Dishi Nanyang paused, and a trace of killing intent rose in his heart. This young man could still notice the slight change in his body even in the middle of a crisis, which meant that this young man was very smart. Dominating Heaven Fist. Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. Seeing Dishi Nanyang approaching faster and faster, Li Lingtian was anxious, but he would not lose his mind. All kinds of shocking attacks continued to bombard him, but he was still trapped in space. With a ruthless look on his face, he raised his hands and used the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. After the Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens reached the peak of the first level, this move could be used almost instantly. Pfft! Dishi Nanyang was also frightened when he saw the 9th heaven of ice and fire. In front of the 9th heaven of ice and fire, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens was a fusion of two extremes. After Li Lingtian created it, he relied on the fusion of the two extremes to kill his opponent. Dishi Nanyang's heart trembled, and the banner shook as well. The space was almost broken by this attack. Sacrifice. He took out a drop of blood essence, and the blood essence quickly entered the banner. Immediately, the trembling space stabilized again. All the experts were resisting the attacks of the Demon King beasts. The situation here was also within their divine senses. Rumble. The light beam of ice, fire, and 9 layers of sky struck towards Dishi Nanyang. The earth-shaking power made the space confinement tremble again. In the space, no matter how powerful Li Lingtian's attack was, he could not defeat Dishi Nanyang. Now, they were both injured. Dishi Nanyang's face turned even colder. He reached out with one hand and a powerful suction force surged toward Li Lingtian. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Seeing the suction force, Li Lingtian knew that he would be completely suppressed by Dishi Nanyang if he was trapped by it. His mind spun rapidly. All kinds of attacks with one hand were unable to break through this spatial imprisonment. In his anxiety, he thought of the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. The cauldron was extremely magical and did not have any offensive power. It had some magical effects with one hand. As he released his divine consciousness, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron appeared before him. Immediately, a beam of white light was emitted and surrounded Li Lingtian. Under the radiance, Li Lingtian's imprisoned power disappeared and he was completely restored. Right at this moment, Dishi Nanyang's suction force was also swallowed by the light. His face changed dramatically. He didn't expect that this young warrior king had so many treasures. However, what he never expected was that in front of this light, the power of spatial imprisonment completely disappeared. In front of the lustrous white light, the banner could not help but fly towards that light and finally enter the cauldron. Li Lingtian was shocked and the confined space was restored. He was shocked by the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. The shock was still to come. The shocking light quickly surged towards the Demon King beast, and the demonic chi in the air also quickly disappeared. Roar! Roar! Sensing the threat, the Demon King beast roared unwillingly and was quickly swallowed by the light into the cauldron. Rumble! There was a deafening explosion as demonic chi exploded. Li Lingtian's body was sent flying and countless powerhouses vanished into thin air. However, Li Lingtian's face was not only filled with shock, he was also stunned by the scene before him. Because of the shocking explosion of demonic chi, the trees that grew limitless Dao fruit were also destroyed. However, at the same time as the trees disappeared, an even more shocking demonic chi erupted from below. A huge black hole appeared and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, everyone was sucked in. Even the few mysterious martial monarchs were unable to resist. Li Lingtian was also sucked into the black hole. When he entered the black hole, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron returned to his hand. Then, he quickly put it into the divine dragon ring. Facing an unknown danger, he did not dare to be careless at all. He protected himself with all the genuine chi in his body and used the ice and fire ring to block himself. Banned. Soon, everyone landed on the ground. In the middle of a gray square, there were mysterious palaces around the square. Li Lingtian landed on the ground as well. He had no idea where he was. The surroundings were cold and quiet. There was no sound at all. The demonic qi had also disappeared. There was no spiritual qi or demonic qi in this place. The quiet environment made people feel uncomfortable. The people who came down were 13 martial arts grandmasters and 10 martial emperors. 2 were from the Black Continent, 2 were from the Azure Continent, 1 was from the Divine Continent, and the remaining 5 were martial emperors from the Eastern Spirit Continent. Out of RHE 13 martial grandmasters, only 4 were from the Eastern Spirit Continent. For a moment, the Eastern Spirit Azure Continent's ancient martial art practitioners stood on one side, and the other forces also stood on their own sides. On Li Lingtian's side, although there were 5 martial emperors and 4 martial grandmasters, RHE other continents were undefeatable. Any random martial emperor could kill all 5 of them. However, with Li Lingtian's presence, the few martial emperors felt slightly more at ease. After all, Li Lingtian's methods were so amazing that even Dishi Nanyang's treasures were taken away by him. Li Lingtian, return the space banner to me. Dishi Nanyang's arrogant expression and commanding tone had annoyed Li Lingtian. If you show off in front of me, I'll make you tremble forever. Chapter 159, Ancient Devil Possession. Are all Dishi family people so shameless? Li Lingtian looked at Dishi Nanyang with a relaxed expression. Now that the other party had lost the space banner, he would have to see how he could act. This spatial banner was also an extraordinary treasure. It was impossible for him to spit out something that had fallen into his hands. He didn't have a good impression of the Dishi family. Because of Tang Qingyue, he had already regarded the Dishi family as his enemy. Now that the treasures of Dishi family had fallen into his hands, could he still take them out? Naturally, it was impossible. Alright, then I'll kill you first. Dishi Nanyang's face was filled with anger. He had a high status, and even came to the Green Island with a lofty and mighty aura. The cultivators of the Azure Continent had no idea what was going on. Now, this young man had humiliated him in front of everyone. It was unforgivable. Then try it. Li Lingtian's face turned cold. He had been tricked by Dishi Nanyang and he could not afford to be careless. He would find a chance to kill Dishi Nanyang. Besides, the spatial banner had already entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron. He could not take it out at the moment. With that said, he circulated his true qi to the maximum. His hands were empty, but no one dared to underestimate him. Li Lingtian was at his most domineering when he was empty-handed. The power of ice, fire, 9 heavens was terrifying. The other 5 martial emperors and 4 martial grandmasters also channeled their true essence as they were now tied to Li Lingtian. Facing these foreign experts, they could only join forces. Otherwise, they would not know what would happen even if they died. Good, you Green Continent trash. How dare you attack me? Dishi Nanyang was stunned. He did not think much of these martial emperors, but he was surprised that these people were standing on Li Lingtian's side subconsciously. Who do you think you are? If you're really capable, the space banner is already in young Master Ling Tian's hands, and you're still showing off here. You're really embarrassing the Dishi family of the Azure Continent. Your Azure Continent has come to the territory of the Azure Continent. Do you want to make a move? You're not even a match for young noble Ling Tian, yet you're still so smug. Your scar hasn't even healed yet, and you've already forgotten about the pain. I'm really ashamed of you. The few martial emperors beside Li Lingtian were immediately filled with disdain. They were initially unhappy with the provocation from the foreign powerhouses, but they could not tolerate it anymore. They were smart people. After witnessing Li Lingtian's strength, they had chosen to stand on his side. Moreover, the situation had forced them to stand on Li Lingtian's side. What's wrong? Does Green Province want to fight against our Divine Province? So what if my Black Continent came to Green Continent? Azure Continent's Ming Clan, if you have the ability, then try it. Any one of us from Yuzhou can destroy your Green Province. Instantly, the four external forces shifted their attention to Li Lingtian and the others. In an instant, a strong pressure was pressing down on Li Lingtian and the others. In the square, the 10 martial emperors and 13 martial grandmasters were crushing each other with no pressure. Explosions sounded one after another. Among them, Li Lingtian's cultivation was the lowest. He was only a Tier 7 peak martial king warrior. Even the weakest martial arts grandmaster here was much stronger than him. The lowest was a peak level 8 martial arts grandmaster. The true dragon body barrier was activated, and the domineering dragon energy blocked the powerful pressure. A faint smile appeared on his face, but his heart was extremely bitter. The true dragon chi could devour the pressure and aura of martial artists, but his cultivation was still too low. Otherwise, he would completely ignore these martial artists. The other powers were still fine, but the powers of Dishi Nanyang, Ling Yunxiao, Tianhao, and Ming Qingfeng were incredibly powerful, and all of them had a special and mysterious power. That's all. Do you want me to make a move? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face, which shocked the few powerhouses. This was because Li Lingtian had a mysterious aura around him that was still devouring their pressure. Dragon Chi, true Dragon Chi, you have the dragon bloodline, I didn't expect it to be true Dragon Chi. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, the more it is like this, the more you deserve to die. When the four powerhouses saw Li Lingtian's aura, they seemed to have understood something and cried out in surprise. The true Dragon Chi was the aura of the supreme dragon race of the demon race in ancient legends. He did not expect it to appear on this youth. Is that so? I want to see how you kill me. Rumble. Li Lingtian could sense the intense killing intent as well. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the silver-winged flying dragon appeared before him and the space around him trembled. The silver-winged flying dragon was at the peak of Tier 5, and with the fusion of the true dragon's blood, it had mutated and its strength had reached the peak of Tier 5, Level 6. A 5th-rank 5th-level demonic beast. The silver-winged flying dragon actually mutated. It's a silver-winged flying dragon. Level 5 silver-winged flying dragon. Everyone was shocked. The violent aura and powerful momentum stirred up the pressure of all the warriors. The pressure and momentum of a level 5 silver-winged flying dragon were not weaker than that of a level 5 martial emperor genius. On the contrary, it was much stronger. This was the power of the dragon race. The dragon's might could completely wreak havoc on existences of the same level. How is it? Didn't you want to hit me? Come on. Li Lingtian looked at Qingfeng Ming with a savage smile on his face. Even if the level 5 silver-winged flying dragon could not defeat Qingfeng Ming, it would not lose. All of a sudden, all the martial artists were stunned. It was difficult to get off the tiger, not knowing what to do. On the other hand, the martial emperors and martial grandmasters from Green Continent were also shocked and proud. Trash, I originally wanted you guys to fight first. One didn't expect you guys to be a bunch of cowards. At this moment, an ethereal voice drifted out from the center of the square. The voice was cold, and all the martial artists present felt a chill. There were actually other people in this place. It definitely wasn't a good thing. Who is it? Get out here and play tricks on me. Ling Yunxiao shouted loudly, feeling a trace of fear in his heart. He scanned his divine sense around, but there was no aura at all. He could not find a trace at all. As everyone scanned the area with their divine perception, Li Lingtian felt a sense of foreboding in his heart. He had experienced this feeling once in the Devil's Sea and he was still afraid when he thought about it. He did not expect the same feeling to reappear. Kaka, a lowly human like you is not worthy of being my clone. You are barely qualified to be a puppet, I'll take you. True dragon chi is suitable for me. I want your body. After Ling Yunxiao shouted, the square was silent for a moment, but the ethereal voice sounded again. Everyone felt that something was amiss, especially Li Lingtian. He was the one who possessed the true dragon's chi. If he wanted this body, would it not be possession? At this moment, a pitch-black demonic chi appeared on the array altar in the center of the square. The appearance of this demonic chi made all the martial artists quickly activate their defensive abilities. However, the demonic chi floated past like air and arrived in front of Ling Yunxiao. Instantly, Ling Yunxiao was enveloped by the demonic chi. Ling Yunxiao screamed loudly as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. He looked extremely terrifying. In just a moment, Ling Yunxiao had already changed into a completely different appearance. His eyes were bulging, and he looked like a demon. Possession, the aura of a martial emperor. It's a martial emperor's ancient devil. Not good, the Lingyun bridge has been possessed and turned into an ancient devil, be careful. Everyone saw Ling Yunxiao's appearance and the aura on his body. The demonic aura was monstrous. This demonic aura was lower than the aura of a martial monarch realm expert. Only a martial monarch realm expert had such a powerful aura. Let's go. Let's go. Someone shouted and dashed away at top speed. Li Lingtian was relieved that the ancient devil did not snatch his give. However, what happened next caused all the warriors to collapse. There was no exit in this place. It was just a square with a radius of 1,000 meters. It was surrounded by gray walls that could not be attacked at all. This was because there were endless arrays and demonic chi above. It was the same in the sky. There were walls and demonic chi above. There was no way to escape. Kaka, let's see where you can escape to. Ling Yunxiao, who had been possessed by the ancient devil, laughed sinisterly as if he was looking at a few ants on a hot pan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A soft sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The ancient devil's body flashed and he quickly smashed towards a martial arts grandmaster. Vast ocean bright moon. Seeing the ancient devil's attack, the martial arts grandmaster at the peak of the 9th level was terrified. He circulated his vital essence and a destructive force smashed towards the ancient devil. Die. The ancient devil let out a grunt and his pitch-black fist smashed into the rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Puchi. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack of the peak rank 9 martial arts grandmaster was directly dispersed. His pitch-black fist smashed into the chest of the rank 9 martial arts grandmaster. Instantly, huge holes appeared one after another, and his heart was shattered. Seeing this, all the powerhouses' expressions changed. What kind of power was this? The physique and defense of a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster was actually like paper. Flee, Healy. What made everyone even more disgusted was that the ancient devil actually directly absorbed the blood essence of this martial arts grandmaster expert as if it was a delicious meal. In the blink of an eye, the fallen Wuzong turned into a pitch-black skeleton. His true essence and aura were all used as nourishment by the ancient devil. Join forces. His cultivation is recovering quickly. He's only a rank 9 martial emperor now. Once he recovers and reaches the martial emperor realm, we'll all become his nourishment. Tianhao's expression gradually became terrifying. Everyone said that the Devil Canyon was dangerous, but he did not expect such a terrifying ancient devil to be here. Only by joining forces to kill him will we have a chance to find the exit and leave. Otherwise, we will all die here. Ming Qingfeng said with a serious expression. He reached out and a monarch weapon appeared in his hand. He looked at Ancient Devil coldly. Ancient Devil licked his blood-red mouth and turned his gaze to the warriors on this side. Heavenly Light Divine Body, a destructive strike. Ming Qingfeng shouted loudly and a shocking aura burst out from his body. This aura was holy and majestic. His cultivation base, which was originally at the 5th level of the Martial Emperor realm, had actually reached the 6th level. He flashed and rose into the air. The Emperor weapon in his hand smashed down directly at the ancient devil. Chapter 160, Devouring Light. A streak of black and white light flashed and instantly struck Elder Devil. You overestimate yourself. The demonic chi around Ancient Devil turned into a black demonic chi, and Ancient Devil's existence could no longer be seen. With a loud explosion, the black and white light disappeared, and the black demonic chi quickly retreated. However, the Ancient Devil revealed a sinister and cruel smile. The Emperor Weapon's attack actually did not kill him. However, he could clearly feel that the Ancient Devil's aura was fluctuating. It was extremely unstable. This attack was Ming Qingfeng's most domineering attack. Even the 9th level Martial Emperor Ancient Devil was severely injured. 9 Sun's Golden Body Technique. At the same time, Tianhao also launched his attack. Tianhao's entire body was covered in golden light, like an invincible golden body. Several golden rays of light struck Ancient Devil's body. The golden rays pierced through his body, and his face revealed a painful expression. Celestial Emperor Bell. Rumble. Dishi Nanyang roared out. A palm-sized, quaint bell appeared in front of him and cast a magic spell. Following that, a wave of sound waves blasted towards Ancient Devil. Great Annihilation Finger. Ancient God Scepter. Meteor Breeze. The power of a forbidden art. All of a sudden, the attacks of all the experts bombarded Ancient Devil's body. In the blink of an eye, Ancient Devil's body was blasted into pieces. Even a rank 9 Martial Emperor Ancient Demon could not withstand the attacks of so many experts. Li Lingtian's Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd struck Ancient Devil's body as well. As Ancient Devil vanished, so did the Lingyun Bridge. Silence. The square fell silent, but none of the warriors dared to be careless. This Ancient Devil could seize the Lingyun Bridge, so he wouldn't die so easily. After an hour, there was still no trace of Ancient Devil. All the warriors relaxed and began to look for the exit. He searched the entire square but could not find the exit. It was also filled with demonic chi. Looks like I can only leave after opening this array altar. Tianhao looked at the array altar. 20 warriors surrounded the array altar and all of them looked serious. The Ancient Devil had not come out yet, but they did not dare to be careless. Only after leaving this place could they feel at ease. Moreover, this array altar was extremely mysterious. There were many things that they could crack. Let me try. One of the martial emperors beside Li Lingtian spoke with uncertainty in his voice. Clearly, he was not confident in breaking the array. You can break this formation? Dishi Nanyang looked at Force Emperor and said blandly, without any expression on his face. At this time, as long as he left this place, he didn't care if it was the Green Continent or the Black Continent. I'm from the 9 Peaks Mountain, so I have some understanding of formations. Guyu said lightly. There were less than 5 people in the Green Continent who were better than him in the field of arrays. In the Green Continent, the most powerful ones were the 9 Peak Mountain and the Natural Law School. After saying that, he stretched out a hand and a wheel started spinning. All the inscriptions on the array altar were imprinted into the array disk. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the method to break the array altar. Seconds ticked by. All the warriors had placed their hopes on Guyu. Their divine senses were monitoring the entire square in case Ancient Devil suddenly appeared. Yes. After an hour, Guyu stood up with an excited expression on her face. Then, he cast countless spells at the array altar. The array altar emitted a faint light. As the light grew stronger, the array altar emitted a faint sound. In the end, the array altar emitted a bright light. A huge passage appeared in front of them. Seeing this passage, all the warriors revealed excited expressions, but no one dared to go down easily. Phew! While everyone was hesitating, the demonic chi in the air gradually condensed. The speed at which the demonic chi condensed made a slight sound of the wind in the air. A shocking consciousness condensed in the air. All the warriors were shocked. Who else could it be but the ancient devil? Only the ancient devil had such a strong consciousness. When he realized that the tomb was not completely dead, he quickly shot towards the tunnel. Li Lingtian was equally shocked. Li dashed toward the passageway, but it was too late. A tiny stream of demonic chi entered Li Lingtian's glabella. His mind was filled with pain and his face was contorted. At this moment, the array altar had already closed. In his mind, the ancient devil's soul was constantly attacking his consciousness. True dragon chi, when I leave, this world will be mine. In his awareness, the ancient devil's soul chuckled and attacked Li Lingtian's divine consciousness continuously. You don't have the ability to take my place. Li Lingtian's consciousness was clear as he continued to resist the ancient devil's attacks. The pain involved in such a battle of divine consciousness was beyond imagination. TSK. At that moment, the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared in the sky under the guidance of Li Lingtian's divine consciousness. A white glow enveloped Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's pain was greatly reduced in the radiance as his divine consciousness focused on dealing with the ancient demon's possession. Flaming sacred body. Ice soul martial soul. 9 suns holy fire. Why do you have the 9 yang saint lords and 9 yang saint fire? The ancient devil's soul was extremely proud at first, but in the end, it gradually became shocked and terrified. Not only was this young human's soul extremely powerful, but he also had the body of ice and fire and the existence of the 9 suns sacred fire. The devil race's greatest nemesis was fire and lightning. Upon discovering this problem, ancient devil was shocked and quickly fled. His soul quickly left Li Lingtian's knowledge sea and finally reappeared outside his body. However, the demonic chi was almost reduced to nothingness in the face of the white radiance. Ahi! With a scream, the ancient devil's demonic chi was mostly depleted and he looked extremely weak. He looked at Li Lingtian and the heaven and earth creation cauldron in the light with fear. Pfft! Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes and stared at the black demonic chi in the distance with a sharp gaze. The demonic chi was half the size of the one he had seen before. Although he had one spiritual awareness attack, he had also suffered many injuries. Damn it, how dare you steal my place? Watch how one deal with you. 1. Li Lingtian could also see the ancient devil's fear. Since the ancient devil's possession had failed, Li Lingtian was only a consciousness and did not possess any offensive abilities. After saying that, he grabbed the heaven and earth creation cauldron with one hand and looked at the demonic chi with a sharp gaze. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, a chase began in the square. A ball of demonic chi flew out as it fled for its life. Behind it, a figure with a lustrous white light chased after it. Boom! After an unknown period of time, the heaven and earth creation cauldron struck the ancient devil's black chi. Immediately, the demonic chi entered the heaven and earth creation cauldron. With a loud explosion, the demonic chi that had just entered was bounced out again, and then a strange flame appeared in the air. Empyrean demon flame. Li Lingtian was shocked. The Empyrean demon flame that he had not touched for a long time had been drawn out. It turned out that after the ancient devil was put into the one heaven and earth creation cauldron, it immediately collided with the Empyrean demon flame. The Empyrean demon flame was so noble that it naturally disdained to be with this low-level ancient devil. both of them left the heaven and earth creation cauldron at the same time. The demonic Qi and the Empyrean demon's sacred flame began their pursuit again, but Li Lingtian did not move this time. He held the heaven and earth creation cauldron and watched as the demonic Qi was pursued. Ah! With a scream, the demonic Qi of the ancient devil was engulfed by the Empyrean demon flame and started to be devoured. Fuck, I'm going all out. Li Lingtian had a sudden inspiration. This was the time when Rhe Empyrean demon flame would devour Rhe ancient demon. If he did not make a move now, it would be even more difficult to control the Empyrean demon flame in the future. Moreover, he was already a peak 7th level martial king. With the help of the heaven and earth creation cauldron, he might as well refine the Empyrean demon's sacred flame. With that, he activated his divine sense and a brocade box appeared. After the brocade box appeared, the seal was opened and the entire square turned into a world of glaciers. The power of the profound Yin ice crystal couldn't compare to the immemorial ice crystal, but it was still extremely powerful. With a serious expression, he raised his hands. A ball of magical flames appeared in his left hand, and a glacier appeared in his right hand. It was a miniature glacier that had the aura of freezing the world. Empyrean demon flame, profound Yin ice crystal, refine them for me. Looking at the dark Yin ice crystal and the Empyrean demon flame floating in the air, Li Lingtian grabbed at the air with both hands. His right hand grabbed the Empyrean demon flame while his left hand grabbed the dark Yin ice crystal. He had cultivated the ice, fire, 9 heavens. The ice, fire, 9 heavens were the two extremes. Now, he was using the ice element to refine the fire element, and the fire element to refine the ice element. Instantly, the ice crystal and the holy flame were quickly caught in his hands. In the square, the aura of destruction and death intertwined and Li Lingtian was cut in half. Half of the flames and half of the glaciers were in pain. Since he could endure the pain of possession, he naturally wasn't afraid of it. This possession had improved his ability to endure pain. The space in the square trembled as if it was about to be destroyed. The entire square was 1,000 meters wide, but it had become the center of destruction and death. Li Lingtian's entire body was suspended in mid-air as he was enveloped by raging flames and glaciers. His eyes were shut as he activated the ice, fire, 9 heavens to refine the two extremes. Seconds passed. After an unknown amount of time, the ice crystals and holy flames were refined, but the square had already reached the limit of destruction. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, second layer, destruction. Li Lingtian opened his sharp eyes and with a soft shout, he cultivated the second heaven of ice, fire, 9 heavens, the second heaven of destruction. Devouring light. In Li Lingtian's eyes, one side was a world of glaciers while the other was a world of flames. He circulated all the Xinqi in his body and opened his hands, Li grabbed at the void in the square. Immediately, the death Qi and destruction Qi in the square were quickly absorbed into his body. These two auras were the power he had cultivated, death and destruction. In the blink of an eye, all the death aura and destruction aura were absorbed into his body. Devouring light. One didn't expect this ancient devil to have a devouring physique. Li Lingtian muttered to himself. The Empyrean demon flame had devoured the ancient devil's aura, and so had the ancient devil's innate talent. Now that Li Lingtian had refined the Empyrean demon flame, he had also absorbed the devouring light. He did not know whether it was good or bad because some heaven-defying demons could devour the demonic Qi and spiritual Qi of space, as well as the true essence of martial artists. Chapter 161, Billions of Magic Crystals. Now that he had the devouring light, he could devour spiritual energy and demonic energy. What made him the most crazy was that after the devouring light devoured spiritual energy, it would directly convert it into true Qi. In other words, as long as he used the devouring light, he could quickly recover his cultivation. After sorting out his emotions, he released his divine sense and put away the heaven and earth creation cauldron. Without any hesitation, he clapped his hand and kept tapping on the array altar. This was not a method to break the array altar, but the place where the ancient devil lived and was suppressed. Kacha. An ear-piercing sound rang out as the array altar opened. Below the array altar was a passageway. It was completely different from the passageway that the warriors had entered with one hand. Without any hesitation, he disappeared under the array altar. After entering the array altar, he quickly descended. Bang! His feet were firmly planted on the ground. Everything in front of him stunned him. This was a palace. There were pitch-black crystals everywhere in the palace. The crystals were about an inch in size, about the same size as low-grade spirit stones. Magic crystal, it's actually the legendary magic crystal. Li Lingtian exclaimed. Magical crystals and spirit stones were the same. Spirit stones were the currency of humans and could be used for cultivation. Magical crystals were also currency and could be used for cultivation. However, the true value of a magical crystal was the same as a mystic crystal. However, the power of this magical crystal was much stronger than that of spirit stones. It was just that very few humans found magical crystals. They could only be seen in the demon race. When the battle with the ancient demon Divine Mindfulness began in the Divine Mindfulness, Li Lingtian managed to obtain a portion of the ancient demon's memories despite the latter having escaped. Now that he had refined the ancient devil, he had retained the part of his memories that he had learned. There were 30 billion ordinary crystals and 100,000 top-grade crystals. Each top-grade crystal was half the size of a fist. He stretched out his hand, and an ordinary magical crystal appeared in his hand. Sensing the power inside the magical crystal, it was equivalent to a cannonball in his previous life. Then, he looked at the top-grade magical crystal. This top-grade magical crystal was simply a power body. Following that, Li Lingtian went through the entire place. Apart from the magical crystal, there was also an interspatial ring and an ancient staff. Holy Demon Ring, Heavenly Wand. Li Lingtian looked at the two items in his hands. Needless to say, the Heaven's Wand was a powerful treasure. The Holy Demon Ring was the supreme treasure of the demon race, a space supreme treasure. It was no different from the Divine Dragon Ring on his hand. After pondering for a long time, the expression on his face changed. He slowly scanned the Holy Dragon Ring with his divine sense and immediately felt relieved. This Holy Dragon Ring was only a space ring. There was no difference between it and the Divine Dragon Ring. There wasn't any demonic chi or items inside. It was empty. Refine it. He used a drop of blood essence and began to refine the Holy Demon Ring. Since he had obtained it, he could refine it even if he cultivated the Holy Demon Flame. Even the ancient devils would run away when they encountered his soul consciousness, so he wouldn't be afraid of the devil race's things. Soon, the Holy Ring was refined. With a move of his divine sense, all the magical crystals entered the Holy Ring. Then, he wore the Holy Ring on his left ring finger. He had the Divine Dragon Ring in his right hand and the Holy Demon Ring in his left. He also had two supreme spatial treasures. After searching the palace for a long time, he could not find anything else. There was no exit either. To Li Lingtian's dismay, he could not find an exit even after arriving here. There was also an array altar above. Now, this palace didn't even have an array altar. Finally, he returned to his original place, opened the Divine Dragon Ring, took out the space silk banner that Dishi Nanyang got from somewhere, and started to refine it. This space banner was also a rare saint weapon, a space saint weapon. It seemed that the Dishi family had sent people to Green Island with great expectations for this trip to the Devil Valley. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken out the space saint weapon. With his divine sense, he easily erased the aura on it and finally began to refine it. Not good, the connection on the spatial banner has been cut off. In the distant Azure continent, in a palace, an old man sat cross-legged and meditated. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and they emitted a sharp light. His entire body emitted a powerful and heaven-defying aura. He was a supreme realm expert. The space banner was a treasure of the Dishi family. This time, they took it out for the Devil Valley, but even so, it was still in the hands of the powerful warriors of the Dishi family. Unexpectedly, the connection on the space banner was cut off all of a sudden, which meant that Dishi Nanyang was killed and his treasure was taken away. Li Lingtian also sensed something strange on the space banner. However, he remembered that the treasure belonged to the Dishi family and he would have to go to the Dishi family sooner or later. Therefore, he accepted the treasure. After half a month in the palace, Li Lingtian had not found any way to leave. However, he had managed to stabilize the second heaven of the and the power of the first heaven of the had reached the perfection boundary. If the destructive power of the second heaven was fully unleashed, even the Demon King Beast might not be able to withstand it easily. The ice/fire/9 layers of heaven were stable, and the space banner was under his control. He could at least unleash the power of Dishi Nanyang. Fuck, isn't it very powerful? Li Lingtian thought of the Demon King Beast in the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Ever since the Demon King Beast was taken in, he had no time to bother with it. Now that he had reached the second heaven of ice, fire, 9 heavens, he also controlled the spatial banner. He wanted to see his own strength. After saying that, the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron was unleashed. Looking at the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron from afar, he activated his divine consciousness and unleashed the white light. Just as the light appeared, he had already held the spatial banner in his hand. As long as the Demon King Beast moved, he would directly confine the space. Boom! The air trembled as the Infernal King Beast appeared in the palace. Li Lingtian burst out laughing. It turned out that after the Demon King Beast came out, its body that was 100 meters tall was like a small mountain, but the palace was only 50 meters tall. The Demon King Beast stood up directly. With a loud explosion, the palace was almost pierced through. The entire palace shook. The Demon King Beast screamed in pain and fell down again. It was only then that it was not pressed down by the palace. With that, Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. Since the palace was trembling, he would find a way to leave by air. Roar! The Infernal King Beast was enraged. When it saw Li Lingtian, the human who stole the limitless Dao fruit, it immediately unleashed a terrifying demonic aura. Empyrean Demon Flame. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian's space banner sealed the space. At that moment, the Empyrean Demon Flame was unleashed. Fighting poison with poison. The Empyrean Demon Flame was something that even the ancient devils were afraid of, so he didn't believe that the Devil King Beast wasn't afraid. As expected, the trapped Demon King Beast trembled involuntarily when it saw the Empyrean Demon Flame, and fear appeared in its eyes. Heavenly Wand. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian waved his hand and a 1-meter-long scepter appeared in his hand. The scepter emitted a mysterious aura. He was like the ancestor of all devils, holding a scepter in one hand and looking at the Demon King Beast, paying attention to its movements. Roar! Roar! With a deep roar, the Demon King Beast prostrated on the ground, as if it was worshipping the supreme saint demon of the demon race. Even its roar had turned low. Although Li Lingtian could not understand the Infernal King Beast's meaning, he knew that it would not dare to attack him. Will you submit to the Sky Demon Scepter? Li Lingtian asked the Infernal King Beast tentatively. This was also his intention to test the waters. However, he did not expect the Infernal King Beast to understand his words and began nodding. Alright, come in. Li Lingtian extended his hand and activated the Holy Ring. Without any resistance, the Infernal King Beast entered the Holy Ring. Then, he paid attention to the changes in the holy demon ring with his divine sense. There was nothing strange about the demon king beast inside, as if it was cultivating outside. All these changes made him a little confused. He had actually subdued a demon king beast like this. This was a pseudo 6th rank demon king beast, and its strength could be called a martial honor. After doing everything, he cast the ice and fire ring and circulated the true dragon body barrier. He raised his hands and the second layer of ice, fire, 9 heavens ruthlessly bombarded the sky above the palace. A 3-colored pillar of light shot out, and the air was filled with the aura of death and destruction. Rumble. With a deafening explosion, a black hole appeared in the sky above the palace. The shocking impact came crashing down on Li Lingtian, but the ice and fire ring and the true dragon's body barrier blocked the impact. Swoosh. His body flashed and he quickly shot towards the black hole. This was the only exit. If he was slow, this attack would be in vain. After entering the black hole, Li Lingtian could feel the dense demonic qi. As the demonic qi weakened, it eventually disappeared and turned into dense spiritual qi. 2 seconds later, his eyes lit up and a cool breeze blew across his face. I'm finally out. Li Lingtian looked around and sized up his surroundings. This place was not far from the battle with the infernal king beast and he was standing on top of a precipice. Endless gales wreaked havoc with destructive power, but in the face of the true dragon's protection, they did not have much of an effect. His body flashed and he quickly descended. Finally, he looked at the hidden place for a long time. There was no one here, and he did not know where those experts had gone. Little White. Li Lingtian called Little White out and gestured for it to lead the way so that they could leave the place quickly. Little White sprinted ahead to avoid the hidden gales and unknown dangers. Li Lingtian followed closely behind Little White. According to his instructions, Little White sprinted along the precipice. After running for half a day, it finally found a cave where it could rest. The last time Li Lingtian came to this place, he had bypassed the infernal king beast and discovered this cave. In the end, he cast a restriction to hide it. Now, he could take a rest here. The cave was 100 meters above the cliff and ordinary people would not be able to find it. Once they entered the cave, they cast the restriction while Little White guarded the cave entrance while Li Lingtian took out his blanket to sleep. Ever since he met the king beast, he hadn't rested. Moreover, he had to be on tenterhooks at all times. Now that he was out, he could rest in peace for a few days. Chapter 162, The Sword Howls to the Heavens and Earth. 5 days had passed in the cave and Li Lingtian's face was filled with satisfaction. He rested without any worries, and his spirit naturally recovered to its peak. Moreover, he had obtained so many treasures this time, so he was naturally happy. He had also obtained the storage pouches of the warriors ancient devil had killed. Ling Yunxiao was a 5th-level martial emperor genius. The treasure in his hand was also extremely powerful. It was actually a middle-grade emperor weapon. There were also some cultivation techniques and pills. Although he was not interested in these things now, he had a better understanding of the strength of other factions. This 5th-level martial emperor genius was definitely not comparable to the Green Continent's martial artists. There were 200 million spirit stones and 10 top-grade spirit stones. He didn't need anything else, but if he took them out to buy, it would still be a shocking amount of wealth. He cleaned up all the storage bags and scanned the divine dragon ring. He had 2 billion spiritual stones now. Some spirit weapons, profound level weapons, and imperial weapons, he didn't even care about them. 5 days later, Li Lingtian left the cave. He was curious about the precipice. Could it be that this precipice was born? He did not know how long this cliff was, but this place was already deep in the Devil Canyon. Li Lingtian then had little white fly along the precipice as long as it was not too far away. This way, they could search for medicinal herbs and size up the length of the precipice. After flying for half a month, they encountered quite a number of warrior kings and martial arts grandmasters along the way. However, when they saw Li Lingtian, they deliberately avoided him, not daring to provoke him. When Li Lingtian saw the young man in the distance, a smile appeared on his face and he was secretly delighted. Enemies really meet on a narrow road. Li Lingtian muttered to himself before he walked forward with a faint smile on his face. At the same time, the young man at the front noticed Li Lingtian's arrival. His expression changed when he saw Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door of your own accord. Return my space banner first. If I'm in a good mood, I can spare your life. Dishi Nanyang's heart skipped a beat when he saw the smile on Li Lingtian's face. He had been looking for Li Lingtian for a long time because Li Lingtian had stolen his treasure. He did not know how to explain himself when he returned. However, when he thought of Li Lingtian's pets and his abilities, he was afraid to see Li Lingtian again. This dilemma had been bothering him. Oh, so it's a 5,000-year-old cloud earth fruit. This fruit isn't bad, it's the main ingredient to refine a tier 5 medicinal pill. Li Lingtian looked at a gray tree behind Dishi Nanyang. There were more than 10 bowl-sized fruits on the tree. The fruits were emitting a strong earth elemental aura. Li Lingtian's face lit up with excitement when he saw the fruit. It was the cloudy earth fruit that he was looking for. He did not expect to find it so easily. However, this cloud earth fruit had been guarded by Dishi Nanyang, and it would take half a day for it to ripen. Don't tell me you're still thinking about this cloud earth fruit? Dishi Nanyang's heart tightened. Judging from Li Lingtian's expression, he was tempted by this cloud earth fruit. The cloud earth fruit that he had found was actually taken by this youth as his own. This made him feel unhappy. However, this youth was not simple, so he did not dare to provoke him easily. Moreover, his treasure was still in the other party's hands. After obtaining his treasure, he still wanted to snatch this cloud earth fruit. This was intolerable. An ownerless object can be occupied. This young master has taken a fancy to this cloud earth. Li Lingtian nodded as if he was satisfied with the cloud earth fruit, which infuriated Dishi Nanyang. With his identity and talent, he had never suffered such humiliation. He was high and mighty in any place, but when faced with a young martial king from Green Island, he was defeated everywhere. In that case, show me your power. Today, one will show you the power of Dishi family. The look on Dishi Nanyang's face changed several times, but he had made up his mind that he would fight this young man sooner or later. The other party also had a treasure that he liked, and he had even snatched away his treasure. Now, he had the intention of obtaining the cloud earth fruit. If he did not kill this youth, he would be traumatized for the rest of his life. With that said, he extended his hand and a low-grade emperor artifact, the Violet Sun Sword, appeared in his hand. His expression was solemn. Purple Sun Heavenly Sword, 10,000 rays of light. He performed a sword technique, and the powerful aura of a 5th-level martial emperor soared into the sky. Instantly, countless sharp sword rays burst out from the Violet Sun Sword. The sword radiance tore through the air and the space itself was torn apart inch by inch. Li Lingtian's expression was one of shock. A martial royal realm powerhouse was indeed powerful. Even if this aura was not a match for the Demon King Beast, it was not inferior. True Dragon Body Protection, Roaring Dragon Battle Halberd. Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless. Victory and defeat were decided in a battle between experts with a single thought. He activated the True Dragon Barrier and extended his hand, summoning the Roaring Dragon Combat Halberd. His entire person was like a god of war. Powerful dragon energy continuously collided with the other party's pressure. This young master will give you a fair chance. I won't let the demonic beast bully you. After Li Lingtian said that, he darted toward Dishi Nanyang in a flash. The roaring dragon combat halberd turned into a shooting star and tore through the air. Dragon chi burst out from it, tearing the space apart. Boom! The collision of aura and pressure caused the roaring dragon battle halberd to collide with countless sword rays. Immediately, a series of explosions rang out. Li Lingtian's figure flashed rapidly as the roaring dragon combat halberd turned into a phantom and shattered the sword rays. In the sky, sword light and dragon chi soared into the sky. The martial artists far away in the sky also felt the great battle here. Countless martial artists flew over. After a short while, more than 10 martial kings and a few martial grandmasters arrived at the battlefield. They were all shocked and they saw a young martial king fighting a top-notch martial emperor. However, when they saw the young man's appearance clearly, they were speechless. It was this abnormal young man again. Last time, he killed a rank 9 martial arts grandmaster with one strike. Now, he was actually fighting a rank 5 martial emperor. You're courting death. At that moment, Li Lingtian and Dishi Nanyang shouted in unison. 2 shocking attacks tore through the air and struck the trees beside the cloudy earth fruit. All. With a scream, a Tier 7 martial arts grandmaster was blasted into pieces without even a chance to resist. It turned out that when these martial kings and martial grandmasters saw the battle between experts and discovered the 5,000-year-old cloud earth fruit, they all revealed greedy expressions. Taking advantage of the battle between the 2 experts, he wanted to snatch the cloud earth fruit and escape. However, he didn't expect that although the 2 were fighting, they were still watching the situation around them. It's meaningless to continue like this. You used a sword. I'll make you regret using a sword for the rest of your life. Li Lingtian's roaring dragon battle poleaxe descended fiercely. With a flash, he retreated 500 meters away. His thunderclap wings flapped slightly as he hovered in the air, staring at Dishi Nanyang with a sharp gaze. He put away the roaring dragon battle halberd and stretched out his hand. A crystal-clear sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long and 2 inches wide. Instantly, a shocking pressure burst out. The Tianyu sword was known as the most powerful saint weapon in the divine martial continent, so its pressure was naturally unrivaled. Although he could only unleash the power of the universe sword to the level of a supreme emperor weapon, this supreme emperor weapon alone could crush experts below the martial emperor realm to death with its pressure. Saint artifact again. Dishi Nanyang had completely collapsed. His Dishi family didn't have any saint weapons, and the most powerful weapons were heaven weapons. A saint weapon was a family treasure, and the space banner was also a saint weapon, a family treasure. Now, it was taken away by the enemy. Without the saint weapon, the Dishi family wouldn't know how to survive. A youth from Green Island had several saint weapons on him. Based on his judgment, the roaring dragon battle halberd was definitely a saint weapon. Although a martial king could not unleash much power, he would not be able to withstand the attack of a saint weapon if it was not for his rank 5 martial emperor strength, which was much stronger than his peers. In the Dishi family of the Azure continent, there were only 2 saint weapons. The other super elders and experts also used emperor weapons. Heaven weapons were rare. Now that this youth had displayed a saint artifact, how could he not be shocked? Only those who had seen a saint artifact would recognize it. Otherwise, it would only be regarded as a heaven artifact. Otherwise, most people in Green Island would not have recognized the saint artifact. Sword howl, heaven and earth. Li Lingtian ignored Dishi Nanyang's shock. He did have a lot of treasures, so much so that all the powerhouses in the world would be jealous. When others used spirit weapons, he used profound weapons. When others used profound weapons, he used imperial weapons and even divine weapons. He relied on the power of these treasures. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to fight against these experts? He circulated all the genuine qi in his body, and a shocking sword intent was emitted. His entire person was like a sharp sword floating in the air. The overbearing sword intent tore through the air. When the martial artists who rushed over saw this sword intent, they were all incomparably shocked. Sword intent, it's actually sword intent. I've cultivated sword intent. Other than the divine sword sect, there's actually someone else who has mastered sword intent. Some warriors recognized the sword intent and were stunned. They quickly moved their bodies and retreated far away. This was the disaster of immortals fighting mortals. Sword origin returned to one, infinite sword. Dishi Nanyang was shocked. Not only did this young man have a treasure that made people jealous, but he also had a shocking beast pet. And now, he had even mastered the sword intent. It was no wonder that this youth could control a portion of the saint weapons. He was also a heaven-defying monster. He didn't dare to be careless at all. Even if he had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare to deal with a young man who controlled sword intent using a saint artifact. The martial emperor true essence in his entire body circulated, and a destructive pressure was exerted. Under the pressure, endless spiritual qi quickly surged towards him. The space formed a terrifying giant sword, the limitless sword. Rumble. The space was torn apart. Two shocking sword qi stirred the space in the air, and endless gales raged. The dozen or so martial artists had terrified expressions on their faces. They had witnessed what was called an expert and what was called an attack. Under the shocked gazes, the two destructive sword qi collided fiercely, and the space was instantly torn into two halves. Chapter 163, Cloud Earth Fruit. Crash. An ear-piercing tearing sound rang out. All the martial artists were suppressed in front of these two attacks, unable to move at all. He could only use his true qi to protect his body and watch the two attacks collide. Rumble. The two attacks collided, and a shocking explosion sounded. Destructive sword qi scattered in all directions, and the two figures quickly retreated. Along with a blood-spurting noise, the sword power of the infinite sword was destroyed. The sword whistled through the air and hacked down on Dishi Nanyang's body. Dishi Nanyang released a faint light from his body. The light flashed and blocked most of the sword power, while the remaining power sent Dishi Nanyang flying away. What a terrifying saint artifact! What terrifying sword qi! The look on Dishi Nanyang's face was extremely ugly. If it wasn't for the protection of the treasure at the last moment, he would have been dead by now. Li Lingtian was forced back by the impact of the sword breath. However, with the inner armor and the true dragon's protection, his mind was only shaken for a moment. Looking at Dishi Nanyang, he was shocked. Powerful warriors from outside forces were indeed powerful. If they were 5th-level martial emperors from Green Island, he would have killed them with this strike. The killing intent towards this young man grew stronger. Knowing that he had a saint weapon, he couldn't let this young man stay, not to mention that he was a genius of Dishi family. He couldn't let outsiders know about the saint weapon because he still had to go to the Azure continent. His strength couldn't be exposed. Heaven and earth burn. All of you die. Li Lingtian glared at the warriors below him. These warriors had witnessed his strength and he had to kill them. There was no such thing as a wall that could not be breached in this world. Hence, he had to eliminate them by the roots. A shocking sea of fire pressed down, and instantly, the area within a radius of 100 meters was covered in flames. All. Screams rang out as all the martial kings evaporated in the blink of an eye. Even the martial arts grandmasters were quickly injured. 1,000 shadow petals. Li Lingtian's eyes hardened when he saw the few martial arts grandmaster powerhouses continuously resisting the flames. He swung the Tianyu sword in his hand and countless sharp sword breath burst forth. The sword chi turned into threads and the martial arts grandmasters fell into the sea of fire. Kill him to silence him. Dishi Nanyang showed a bitter smile. This young man is killing people to silence them. I'm in danger now. If it were him, he would have done the same. After all, the saint artifact was too heaven-defying. If too many people knew about it, it would definitely cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that his family had a saint artifact, he wouldn't have recognized this as a saint artifact. Yes, but you are from Dishi family. You can stay here today. The Tianyu sword in Li Lingtian's hand disappeared. He did not like to use the same move against a powerhouse because the same move would be disadvantageous to him if his opponent was on guard against it. The moment Dishi Nanyang put away the sky sword, he couldn't help but be shocked. He put away the saint weapon. Could there be other treasures? He smiled bitterly in his heart. He was a 5th-level martial emperor super genius, but he was actually made crazy by this martial king youth. Alright, since you want to silence me, let's see what shocking ability you have. Emperor Sure Destruction Formation. The look on Dishi Nanyang's face gradually changed. He felt uneasy, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. A martial king's disciple would make a martial emperor super genius feel terrified if he was empty-handed. In this world, experts were as common as the clouds, and iron laws were as firm as mountains. However, there were some magical things in this world that emerged one after another. This youth was that magical person. Activating his vital essence, he threw a scarlet pellet into the air. His aura became violent, and his rank 5 martial emperor instantly reached the peak of rank 6. His hands kept flying around, casting mysterious spells one by one. Suddenly, the spatial aura changed strangely, forming spiritual energy vortexes. In the distant sky, as the spiritual energy vortexes formed, a supreme pressure descended. Dishi family's magic formation was indeed powerful. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw the changes in the sky. Some time ago, he had done some research on the Dishi family and found out how powerful the Dishi family was from the rumors. This magic formation was also the most magical treasure of the Dishi family. Very few people could cast it. Unexpectedly, Dishi Nanyang had done it. No wonder he dared to give the space banner to Dishi Nanyang. With such a powerful warrior, it was absolutely safe for him to damage the formation and saint weapons. This array is indeed powerful. However, with your martial royal realm cultivation, you can only use it forcefully. It's just a facade. If you're a martial honor, you can barely use this move. In Dishi family, there are only 2 people who can truly cast the Dishi Destruction formation, and you are definitely not one of them. Try my Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens. Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens, 2nd Heaven, Destruction. Li Lingtian spoke with assurance like an elder guiding a junior. With that said, he drew a line in the air with his hands and a ball of flames and a glacier formed before he slowly joined his hands together. Suddenly, a 3-colored light appeared in the sky. The space was filled with the aura of destruction and death, as well as the supreme pressure that descended from the sky. The 3-colored light turned into a light beam within a blink of an eye, then smashed down towards Dishi Nanyang, who was 1,000 meters away. I don't know why you know Dishi family so well, but today, only you and one will leave this place. Dishi Nanyang's face had already turned numb. He was beyond shocked by this young man's attack. At this moment, he could only activate the Emperor Sure Destruction formation. A 10-meter-wide light circle was formed, looking like a giant colorful bubble. However, everyone knew that this bubble had the power to destroy. Without any suspense, the pillar of light and the huge colorful bubble collided. Immediately, the space between heaven and earth trembled. A shocking light shot into the sky, covering the area within a radius of 10 miles. There was no explosion, only an invisible destructive force spread out. At that moment, Li Lingtian waved his hand and the heaven and earth creation cauldron appeared. A beam of light enveloped the cloud earth fruit tree. A blood-spurting noise was heard. Floating in the air, Dishi Nanyang looked calm, but the despair in his eyes had turned into ashes. Dishi Nanyang powerlessly fell to the ground. In midair, he had lost all signs of life. He couldn't be more dead. Dishi family is indeed powerful. A martial emperor is so powerful. What if he is a martial supreme or a martial emperor? Li Lingtian mumbled to himself. Besides, Dishi Nanyang was only a genius in the Dishi family. The real strong ones were cultivating in seclusion. He quickly darted towards Dishi Nanyang and grabbed with one hand. The violet sun sword returned to his hand, along with a storage bag. After doing all that, he waved his hand and burned Dishi Nanyang into ashes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a flash, 17 5,000-year-old cloud earth fruits entered the divine dragon ring. Sweeping his divine sense around, he collected all the storage pouches of the cultivators who had been killed. In a moment, his body flashed and disappeared into the horizon. After he disappeared, some warriors rushed over. They only saw the trembling space and the collapsed earth. Their faces were filled with fear. What kind of expert could cause such a huge commotion? Li Lingtian left quickly with Little White leading the way. They flew along the precipice for 3 days before Li Lingtian found a more secluded place to rest. Along the way, he encountered many martial artists, but he disdained to pay attention to them. When he encountered good medicinal herbs, he would directly snatch them away. Upon seeing that it was Li Lingtian, they could only be angry but did not dare to say anything. This was a Tier 9 warrior ascendant powerhouse who was killed in one blow. Who would dare to provoke young Master Ling Tian from Sky Dragon Empire? Countless herbs and fruits were put into the divine dragon ring. Elysian Moon was the only level 4 or 5 demonic beast that could escape. He didn't know how many magical beasts he had killed, but he felt that the materials and inner cores of the magical beasts in the Holy Demon Ring were increasing. When he was resting, he began to calculate. He had already entered the Devil Canyon for half a year. There was only half a year left before he left. In other words, he didn't have much time left to kill magical beasts and search for materials. He could only prepare to leave in 5 months at most. He had gained a lot from this trip, so he had no regrets when he left. After calming down, he circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and a 4th-grade purple jade pill entered his body. The powerful medicinal power circulated rapidly. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique transformed the medicinal power of the pill into true qi. Finally, it circulated in his meridians and entered his dantian. It was at this moment that he felt his realm loosen. He had reached rank 7. Martial King for more than half a year and was at the peak of rank 7 Martial King. After the great battle, his experience had increased, and his state of mind had improved. Now, a medicinal pill had actually loosened his realm. He smiled excitedly when he realized this. After the Martial King realm, it was difficult to advance any realm. Moreover, the difference in power between each realm was also like the difference between heaven and earth. With a flick of his divine sense, a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He swallowed another purple jade pill and closed his eyes. He quickly circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation. Boom! Half an hour later, there was a loud bang in his body. He broke through the bottleneck of a rank 7 Martial King and entered rank 8 Martial King. The true qi in his body was also circulating rapidly, stabilizing his realm. Li Lingtian used his inner vision to check the condition of his body. Apart from the fact that his true qi had become denser, the amount of his true qi had also increased significantly. His meridians became tougher and stronger, and his physique was sublimated. A rank 8 Martial King is at least twice as powerful as a peak rank 7 Martial King. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and muttered to himself with a confident look on his face. If he were to face a martial arts grandmaster now, he could easily kill him. After that, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to cultivate to stabilize his realm and master some skills and treasures. He had stayed in the cave for a whole month. During this month, all kinds of skills had improved a lot. With a strong cultivation, he would have powerful treasures and skills. Now, his strength had increased by another level. Chapter 164, Ice Flame. He also understood that his strength was already heaven-defying. An ordinary martial king was no match for a martial arts grandmaster. Even a rank 1 martial arts grandmaster and a rank 9 martial king were worlds apart. It was almost unimaginable that he could kill a martial emperor. In the history of the divine martial continent, there had never been a martial king who could kill a martial emperor. He was a pioneer, mainly because of his ice and fire martial spirits, heaven-defying cultivation methods, skills, and treasures. In Green Continent, even some super sects didn't have any saint weapons. Even if they had heaven weapons, they would treat them as sect treasures. The martial arts grandmasters of Green Continent could only use profound-level weapons. Unless they were martial royal realm experts or had an emperor weapon, any low-grade emperor weapon would be enough to make a martial royal realm expert bleed. As for the supreme grade emperor weapon, it was the most powerful treasure of a super sect. Celestial artifacts were legendary to martial arts grandmasters. A martial royal realm expert could look down on the Azure continent with a celestial artifact. As for other places, such as the Black Continent, the Serenity Continent, the Azure Continent, and the Divine Continent, they should also be treasures. Dishi Nanyang and the other few martial emperors were all geniuses who had crossed worlds from their sections. The treasures in their hands were temporarily given to them by their sections. He found that apart from Dishi Nanyang, who had a saint artifact space flag, the other three didn't have any saint artifacts. Seeing the saint artifacts, they were all excited. In other words, his current wealth was no longer that of a martial king, a martial grandmaster, or a martial emperor. Instead, it was a treasure that even martial honors could not possess. Right now, he could only use the Roaring Dragon combat halberd to unleash the power of a peerless emperor weapon. He didn't dare to take out the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber. After sorting out his emotions, although he only had a little understanding of the other forces, he felt much more relaxed. Even if he didn't search for treasures now, the treasures he had on him would be enough to look down on the entire divine martial continent. What he needed the most now was cultivation. The realm of a martial king was still too low. He had already decided that as long as he didn't encounter a martial emperor, he wouldn't use a weapon under normal circumstances. If he encountered a martial emperor, he would use the Roaring Dragon battle halberd. If it really didn't work, he would use Ice, Fire, 9 Heavens and Sword Howl of the Heavens and Earth. Following that, Li Lingtian felt that he was wasting his time and opportunity cultivating here. Now that he had obtained the limitless Tao fruit, he needed to search for the 5 elements spirit fruit. Although no one had seen the 5 elements spirit fruit, with the existence of this legend, he had to try it. Little White led the way, and he followed closely behind. They flew along the precipice quickly, day by day. On this day, Li Lingtian came to a sparkling white lake. The lake water was completely sparkling white and the warrior's vision was blocked by the lake water. His eyes could only see 10 meters below the lake. Rumble. A loud explosion erupted into the sky. A figure rushed out of the lake, followed by another figure. After the 2 figures appeared, they looked at the lake in horror. Their bodies quickly exploded and left the place where they came out. Tianhao, Ming Qingfeng. Li Lingtian was shocked. Both of them were powerful 5th-level martial emperors. Even though they did not have a saint weapon, they were no weaker than Dishi Nanyang. One was the Heavenly Sun divine body, and the other was the Fire Dragon body. After they parted in the square last time, they did not expect to appear here. CC. At this moment, the entire 100-mile-wide lake had turned into a glacier. The two super experts who were 200 meters in the air had no chance to escape. They were trapped in the glacier. Seeing this, Li Lingtian waved his hand and the air around him returned to normal. There was no cold air within 10 meters of him and the cold air could not harm him. However, this sudden burst of glacial cold air shocked him. Although it couldn't compare to his immemorial ice crystal, it was much stronger than the profound ice crystal. He had never thought that this lake would have such a change. Moreover, there were traces of flames burning inside the glacier, but the glacier would not melt, and the flames were not extinguished. Icy frost flame. It's actually the legendary icy frost flame. This is the frost ice flame formed by the heavens and earth. Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. This was the frost flame, a combination of ice and fire. It was a mutation of heaven and earth's fire and ice. His body was also the fusion of the 9 suns' sacred fire, the fire dragon's heart, and the immemorial ice crystal, forming the icy ice flame. Otherwise, he would not have been able to create the ice, fire, 9 heavens. Even if he had created it, he would not have been able to use it. The icy frost flame that was born from the heavens and earth could be considered a rare treasure. To others, it would be a terrifying devil. However, to him, it was a treasure, a true treasure. Brother Ling Tian, how about you help me next time? Although Tianhao was trapped in the air, he could still see Li Lingtian's presence. Furthermore, Li Lingtian did not show any fear in front of the glacier. Furthermore, the glacier had no intention of harming him. This left him shocked and confused. However, what was important now was his own life. The cold ice flames continued to corrode his body, and his cultivation was rapidly flowing away. Although he was a 5th-level martial emperor, if this continued, even if he did not die here, his genuine vitality would be exhausted and he would eventually become a useless person who could not cultivate. That's right. As long as Brother Ling Tian saves me, I won't be your enemy for the rest of my life. If Brother Ling Tian needs me in any way, feel free to call me. Ming Qingfeng was also anxious. He recognized the ice frost flame and was extremely afraid of it. He understood that Li Lingtian had disappeared once. The answer was that he must not be a simple person to be able to leave that place unscathed. Furthermore, Li Lingtian's abilities were extremely terrifying. He was still young now. If he reached the martial arts grandmaster and martial emperor realm in a few years, they would only be able to catch up to him. You two are too polite. Although I don't know you and might become your enemies, I don't want to fight with an opponent who doesn't have the strength to fight. Protect your bodies. I'll deal with this glacier, but you have to tell me what's going on with this glacier. Otherwise, I won't dare to take the risk. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke loudly. He already had a rival from the Dishi family, so there was no need for him to make another powerful enemy. Moreover, he was even more curious about the reason for the glacier and the lake. More importantly, he needed this ice flame. Good, young noble Ling Tian is indeed a genius. Although I look down on the martial artists of the Green Continent, young noble Ling Tian has allowed me to get to know you all over again. Tianhao was stunned. He did not expect this young man to agree so readily. No matter what tricks or schemes this youth had to admire this youth's boldness. To be honest, young Master Tianhao and I also entered this place by mistake. After we escaped last time, we entered a magical maze. The maze was filled with ice. Even with our strength and some magical treasures, we still wandered around for a long time before we finally found the exit. When we came out, we encountered something like this. There's an ice palace down there. If we don't find a way out, even a martial honor will disappear. Ming Qingfeng said loudly as he tried to transmit his voice to Li Lingtian. When they thought of the situation below, their expressions turned fearful. To be able to make two super experts so frightened, it must be extremely dangerous. Even when they faced the ancient devil, they were not so frightened. Be careful. Li Lingtian nodded. Even though he did not know if they were hiding, he knew that there was definitely something going on down there. He then greeted the two of them. He circulated all the genuine qi in his body and executed the heaven and earth conflagration. In the midst of the raging flames, there was even an ice-type aura. Instantly, the glacier disappeared quickly like the melting snow in the spring sun. In the blink of an eye, the 100-mile-wide glacier turned into nothingness. However, a mystical ball of ice flame appeared before Li Lingtian. It was burning with a chilling aura, and the chilling aura contained the destructive heat of the raging flames. As the glacier disappeared, the ice flames grew more and more powerful. He had condensed all the icy frost flames in the entire glacier. As long as the icy frost flames disappeared, the glacier would not affect the two martial emperors. When Tianhao and Qing Fengming saw how Li Lingtian dealt with the glacier so easily, they were shocked. The glacier that they had seen before was like a toy in front of this young man. One understand now. So young noble Lingtian has heaven-defying talent with ice and fire martial souls. Tianhao was shocked beyond words when he saw the ball of icy flame in front of Li Lingtian and how Li Lingtian was refining it. Finally, he realized that the young man had dual martial souls of ice and fire. Qing Fengming and Tianhao quickly left the lake and came to 100 meters away from the shore to look at Li Lingtian. Yes. Li Lingtian ignored the two powerhouses as he condensed the ice flame in front of them. The ice flame that was originally 3 meters in size was finally condensed to the size of a fist. Even though it had become smaller, everyone knew that its power was more than 10,000 times stronger than before. If Li Lingtian were to unleash the icy frost flame, even a Supreme Realm expert would not dare to resist it. He didn't dare to refine the ice flame for the time being because he had just reached the second heaven of ice, fire, ninth heaven. He would only dare to refine the ice flame when he reached the peak of the second heaven of ice, fire, ninth heaven. He then collected the icy frost flame into a brocade box and cast several seals. The icy frost chi disappeared and was finally stored in the divine dragon ring. The two of you have also consumed a lot of your cultivation. It seems that you won't be accompanying me. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian scanned the duo with his divine perception. He immediately sensed that although they were still Tier 5 martial emperors, their cultivation levels had fluctuated. If he had been any slower, their cultivation levels would have dropped. With that, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the two of them. Their expressions changed and they subconsciously wanted to block. However, they realized that the force unleashed by Li Lingtian was not enough to shake them at all. Furthermore, the cold qi in their bodies was being absorbed rapidly. They knew that if Li Lingtian really wanted to deal with them, he would not have done so. Even if he did, it would be a shocking attack. She felt awkward. She had misunderstood this young man. Soon, the chill in his body was absorbed by Li Lingtian and the danger of harm to his body was gone. Chapter 165, Ice Dragon Palace. Could it be that young noble Lingtian needs to go down? Ming Qingfeng circulated his cultivation technique and found that his cultivation had recovered. He was just a little weak. He would be able to reach his peak in a few days. He was grateful to the young man in front of him. If not for this young man, he would have perished in the glacier. Even if Li Lingtian rescued him, he would not have been able to recover his cultivation base so easily without absorbing the cold qi in his body. However, when he heard that Li Lingtian was about to go down, he was shocked and his eyes were filled with fear. He knew better than anyone else what was happening down there. If not for his cultivation base, strength, and heaven-defying treasures, the two of them would have died long ago. Of course it's true. Li Lingtian smiled. Others would not dare to go down, but he did. After all, he had the Ice Soul Martial Soul and a dual Ice and Fire Martial Soul. If young noble Ling Tian is going down, you better be mentally prepared. Today, young noble Ling Tian saved my life, and I will remember this in my heart. If young noble Ling Tian needs anything in the future, just let me know. Tianhao said seriously. He then passed a green jade pendant to Li Ling Tian before he flew away with a fist salute. Ming Qingfeng was the same as Tianhao. Both of them were super geniuses of the family. It would be embarrassing for them to rely on a young man to save them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the horizon. Seeing the two of them leave, it was as if they had seen ghosts chasing after them. Is the cold air below really that terrifying? Li Ling Tian waited for the duo to leave before a serious expression appeared on his face. If even such a genius was afraid of him, he must not be simple. Moreover, he had just witnessed that a lake with a radius of 100 miles was instantly turned into a glacier by the cold air. Moreover, there was a natural cold ice flame inside. After pondering for a while, the true dragon body barrier was activated. His body turned into a meteor and quickly entered the lake. Although he had dissolved the glacier in the lake was still extremely cold. Even his Ice Soul Martial Spirit could feel the chill. While driving the cold air away, he used the flaming sacred body to block the cold air and quickly sank down. After an unknown period of time, Li Ling Tian felt an endless pressure. It was the heaviness of water. Even a child in his previous life would understand this simple knowledge. After some rough calculations, he had descended to a depth of at least 5,000 meters. Beneath it, it was still a lustrous white color. There was no impurity at all, nor was there any spiritual energy. He was shocked. He saw a dark blue hole below. The hole was 10 meters wide. At the hole, there were dark blue and purple-white ice flames. His spiritual sense couldn't enter the cave, but he found that the lake water couldn't enter the cave either. The ice flame formed a barrier. Flaming sacred body. Ice Soul Martial Soul. Li Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the intensity of the frost ice flame. The hole was 10 meters wide and the frost ice flame was 10 meters wide. This density was countless times denser than when he had first condensed it himself. If he kept the icy frost flame, just this icy frost flame alone would be enough to make a martial monarch powerhouse suffer. He did not dare to touch the icy frost flame now, afraid that he would suffer a backlash. Moreover, if he took the icy frost flame away, his plan to enter would be ruined. Circulating two extreme cultivation techniques, his body quickly shot toward the ice flame. Boom! His divine sense exploded. This ice flame not only corroded his body, but it also directly attacked his cultivation. What was even more terrifying was that this ice flame also had intense damage to his divine sense. 1 second felt like a day to Li Ling Tian. In that 1 second, his mind was shaken, but he managed to pass through the icy blaze and enter the cave. What a terrifying ice flame! No wonder Ming Qingfeng and Tianhao are so afraid of this place. After entering the cave, his body landed 100 meters below the ground. He raised his head and looked at the cold ice flames in the sky. He was also shocked. Fortunately, he had the Ice Soul Martial Spirit and the flaming sacred body. Even so, he was almost injured. One could imagine how the two geniuses without the Ice Soul Martial Spirit and the flaming sacred body left this place. One could imagine how terrifying it was. However, after he came down, he truly understood the fear of the two geniuses. There was an ice palace below. Although it was slightly inferior to the glacier at the beginning, there was such a cold air everywhere. How could they withstand it? From what they said, they had entered this palace after leaving ancient Devil's Square. In other words, they had been here for 2 months. 2 months was an unimaginable amount of power. He had the ice soul martial spirit and the flaming sacred body. He also cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the true dragon body barrier was powerful and overbearing. Even so, he did not dare to stay for long. If it was an ordinary martial arts grandmaster, he would die in less than a day after coming down. While he was shocked, he made marks as he moved forward. He left marks on the places he had walked, so that he would not be trapped in the maze. This was the wisdom of a young man from the 21st century. He was already numb to this ice palace because there were ice sculptures everywhere. They were either white or dark blue ice flames. This is a real glacier. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as he circulated the true qi in his body to resist the corrosion of the cold air. To his ice soul martial spirit, the cold qi was not harmful. Instead, it was beneficial. Even if he didn't cultivate it on purpose, the ice genuine qi in his body would gradually increase and become purer. Yes. Li Lingtian had no idea how many frost flames he had condensed along the way. He would stay behind to store the frost flames in the divine dragon ring wherever they were. Inside the divine dragon ring, he was the master. His divine consciousness had carved out a separate space in the divine dragon ring. The icy frost flame could also confine qi inside, and it had no effect on other items and demon beasts. Li Lingtian did not know how many frost flame he had collected throughout the day. However, he noticed a problem. Even though he had marked the area, he was still circling around it. Moreover, many of his marks had disappeared because many places he had passed by had inexplicably disappeared. A martial artist's memory was very strong. As long as he took a look, he would remember it in his heart. Naturally, he would not forget the path he had walked. The only explanation was that they had entered a maze. Ice and fire ring, sacrifice. As the chill grew thicker, Li Lingtian felt more and more excited. Even though he was lost, the thicker the chill, the better it would be for his cultivation. Moreover, the denser the cold air was, the closer it was to a certain place, and it was a very important place. The truth was that after a day of walking, the ice-fire ring and several other defenses were no longer able to withstand the chill. Li Lingtian could only circulate his cultivation technique to withstand the chill and convert it into icy true qi. Ice Dragon Hall. As expected, this is the place. As Li Lingtian sprinted forward, he refined the cold qi and converted it into frost qi. 2 hours later, they arrived in front of an ice palace hall. The hall was majestic and gave off an invisible pressure. He had seen this kind of pressure before. It was from the dragon abyss in the divine dragon ring. However, the pressure here was still miles away from the dragon abyss. The ice dragon was also a dragon, but it was only a branch. Moreover, there were 999 true dragons in the divine dragon ring and the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds. The pressure was naturally strong. The Ice Dragon Hall was a huge palace. It did not have a trace of life, but it emitted a mysterious dragon aura. This dragon aura carried endless cold air. It was almost the source of the cold air, which was also the strength of the ice dragon. The ice dragon was the same as the fire dragon, but their attributes were different. Li Lingtian stood at the entrance of the Ice Dragon Hall for a moment before he walked in step by step and scanned his surroundings with his divine perception. When he saw the thing in front of him, he could not help but be shocked. A crystal-clear ice dragon was like an ice sculpture. This was an ice sculpture of a divine dragon. 100 meters long and 10 meters tall, the mighty and domineering dragon emitted a dragon's might from its entire body. This dragon's might even had a cold aura. However, this ice dragon was only a skeleton now. It was actually just a skeleton. The dragon bones, dragon tendons, and dragon core were all intact. Even the dragon skin was intact. This ice dragon had also passed away in meditation. It had not been killed. Looking at the ice dragon, it was as if the world had suddenly stopped. At that moment, Li Lingtian noticed the ice dragon's claw pressing down on an ice sculpture box. The ice sculpture box was about a foot in size, but he could not see what was inside at all. This was because his divine perception could not enter the box and his vision was blurry. Could it be the route to the ice palace? When Li Lingtian recalled that the ice palace was a maze, he felt a little displeased that he had entered it. Something that could make this ice dragon value it so much must not be simple. Then, he began to ponder whether he should touch this ice dragon. If he did, he could guarantee that something terrifying would happen. But if he didn't move, he wouldn't be able to leave the ice palace. Rise. True dragon body protection. Power of the earth dragon. After thinking for a full 10 minutes, he searched the entire ice dragon hall. However, there was nothing else in the ice dragon hall other than this ice dragon. Passages and exits were just wishful thinking. If he left this ice dragon hall, he might not be able to enter again. Since he was already here, it would be a waste not to move. At the thought of this, he circulated all the true qi in his body, grabbed the ice dragon's claws with both hands, and slowly lifted them up. However, what he did not expect was that this ice dragon looked like it only had one skeleton, but it was extremely heavy. With his current strength, even if it was 10,000 pounds, he could easily kick it away. However, there was nothing he could do against the ice dragon skeleton. It was as if the ice dragon was connected to this place. He had used up all his strength, but the ice dragon skeleton only shook slightly. Phew! He sat on the ground weakly. He never thought that one day, he would face a skeleton weakly. He looked at the ice dragon skeleton seriously. Chapter 166, 5 Elements Spirit Fruit. He looked at the ice dragon and quickly adjusted his breathing to recover the consumed true qi. After a full hour, his Jinqi had recovered by more than half, and his mental strength had also recovered. However, it was difficult to recover the physical strength that he had consumed. I'm fucking stupid. Li Lingtian thought of his pets. Little white, jade-eyed beast, multicolored beast, silver-winged flying dragon, and demon king beast were all amazing creatures. All of them were extremely strong. He didn't use such a pet and actually wanted to do it himself. He was really stupid. After saying that, he used his divine sense and the multicolored beast and the jade-eyed beast appeared in the ice dragon hall. When the two demonic beasts came out, they were also shocked by this ice dragon. His eyes were filled with fear. However, when he realized that the ice dragon had no life force and was only a skeleton, he felt a little better. Between demon beasts, the concept of hierarchy was very strong. When faced with a demon beast of a higher level, they did not even have the consciousness to resist. The two demonic beasts looked at Li Lingtian, who was meditating, and quickly came to Li Lingtian's side, assuming a protective stance. This ice dragon has lost its vitality. You two lift it up, and I'll take out the box. When Li Lingtian saw the stance of the two demonic beasts, he felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Even demonic beasts would behave like this, but what about humans? Although demonic beasts were ferocious, this was only their nature. Moreover, they did not have much intelligence and were born this way. However, when they protected them, they could take out their own lives. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the box. As long as the two demon beasts lifted the ice dragon a little, he would take the opportunity to take the box away. Roar! Roar! The two demonic beasts roared loudly as if they were answering Li Lingtian. The demonic aura in their bodies began to circulate as they lifted the ice dragon and lifted it up. Kacha! With a soft sound, the ice dragon was lifted up completely and the box loosened. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and protected it with his true qi before grabbing the box and quickly retrieving it. However, he remembered that this ice dragon was a super demon beast. If it was used as a material, it would definitely be extremely magical. Since the ice dragon had already moved, he had to take the opportunity to take it away. Be careful. 1 foot 11 inches put him into the divine dragon ring. Li Ling Tian said to the two demonic beasts. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine mindfulness and waved his hand. A ray of light appeared and a powerful suction force was contained within the ray of light. The two demonic beasts carried the ice dragon and disappeared along the light. They disappeared from the ice dragon hall. When they reappeared, they had already entered the divine dragon ring. As long as he entered the divine dragon ring, he would be his master. With a flick of his soul consciousness, he moved the skeleton of the ice dragon into the space of the ice flame. After doing everything, he checked the situation in the divine dragon ring and found that there was no impact at all. Only then did he leave the divine dragon ring with a peace of mind. His gaze fell on the box. He wondered what was so important about it that the ice dragon would value it so much. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, activate. Open. He took out the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron and used it to protect himself. The Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron was neither an offensive treasure nor a defensive treasure. However, it had a mysterious effect on some mysterious things. This box was extremely mysterious. He wasn't worried about an attack, but he was worried about something harmful to his divine sense. After doing everything, he used his divine sense and shot a spell at the box. Clang! With a crisp sound, the box opened. There was no movement inside the box, as if it was empty. However, Li Ling Tian could sense a trace of holy pressure lingering within the box. He carefully looked into the box. Inside the box was an exquisite 2-inch-long sword. The small sword was dark blue in color and emitted a faint cold ice flame. However, this small sword was sealed by something. On one side of the small sword was a piece of brocade cloth. The brocade cloth was folded together, and a mysterious holy majesty was emitted from this brocade cloth. Rise! He grabbed at the air with one hand, and a force slowly grabbed the brocade cloth. Then, he slowly took it out. The brocade was ordinary and there was nothing special about it. However, Li Ling Tian did not dare to be careless. He closed the ice sculpture box and put it into the divine dragon ring. Then, he carefully unfolded the folded box. However, when he started to improve, he was stunned. It exuded a holy majesty, and endless golden light shot out in all directions. This golden light was gentle and did not feel uncomfortable at all. It was as if he had seen a fairyland that stood aloof from the world. The brocade cloth was unfolded. It was 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. A magical 8 trigrams was carved on it. The 8 trigrams occupied 2/3 of the brocade cloth. A holy radiance and majesty were emitted from the 8 trigrams. This brocade was no longer an ordinary brocade. Moreover, he discovered that this brocade cloth was not brocade cloth. He did not know if it was animal skin or paper. He did not know what it was made of. Divine Array Diagram. 3 small characters were carved on the lower right corner of the brocade cloth. Other than the 8 trigrams, there were only these 3 small characters left on the entire brocade cloth. Li Ling Tian exclaimed when he saw the 3 small words. He had never heard of this divine array, but the name alone was enough to imagine how amazing it was. Moreover, the 8 trigrams on this divine array diagram was also an item from the Taoists in his previous life. It was extremely magical and had endless spells. He was completely shocked by this divine array diagram. After a full hour, he finally made a decision and dripped a drop of blood essence. Tisk. A sound rang out as the blood essence dripped onto the divine array diagram. Immediately, a shocking light burst out. The entire ice dragon hall was filled with a magical light. As the light appeared, a pillar of light appeared at the center of the Ice Dragon Hall, where the Ice Dragon skeleton was originally located. Li Lingtian could not help but fly toward the pillar of light. In the light pillar, the divine array diagram emitted a faint halo. This halo and the light pillar merged into one, and he did not feel the slightest discomfort. Furthermore, when the blood essence came into contact with the divine array diagram, his entire body was connected to the divine array diagram. The divine array diagram was filled with countless golden words, but he could not understand them at all. The pillar of light disappeared not long after, and his entire body was taken away by the pillar of light. When he reappeared, his mouth was wide open and his eyes were filled with excitement. It was a valley with a radius of 1 mile. The valley was surrounded by a gray light, and it was unknown what was outside. Above it was an endless void. The spiritual energy was so dense that it was almost tangible. In the middle of the valley, there was a herbal garden, a spiritual herb garden. There were medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits that were over 10,000 years old everywhere. No one had ever come here before, and the medicinal herbs were also growing infinitely. However, his gaze was attracted by a 5-colored light. A 5-colored light with a radius of 10 meters appeared. Within the light was a 5-colored tree. Li Lingtian walked over step by step. His eyes were fixed on the 5-colored radiance because it was emitted by the trees inside. Metal element aura. Wood element aura. Water element aura. Fire element aura. Earth element aura. This is the 5 elements colorful tree, the 5 elements spiritual fruit. I've finally found you. As he approached the 5-colored radiance, Li Lingtian sensed the different auras of different species. His eyes were filled with shock as he finally spoke softly. This was the legendary 5 elements spirit fruit. He did not expect it to appear in this place. 5 elements spirit fruit. 5 elements complete peak. Each fruit takes 5 to 2,500 years to grow. 5, 25. One type of spiritual fruit was 25, so 5 types were 125. 125 5 elements spirit fruits. The 5 elements fused together and formed a great circle. One don't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take for the 5 elements spirit fruit to reach 125. This 5 elements spirit fruit is already far more than 10,000 years old. Li Lingtian muttered to himself as his expression turned numb. Then, he began to think of a way to pick the fruit, but no matter what, he rejected it. This was because the 5-element spirit fruit could not come into contact with the 5-element spirit chi. If it did not consume the 5-element spirit chi within an hour, it would disappear. At the thought of this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He did not have a single jade weapon on him. He had no choice but to uproot them. He waved his hands and began to dig the ground. He began to dig up all the soil 10 meters away from the 5-element colorful tree. He suspended the 5 elements rainbow tree in the air and piled up the soil into a small hill. Finally, he carefully moved the soil into the divine dragon ring. In a corner of the divine dragon ring, he made a pit with the soil he had just used. Finally, he put the 5-element colorful tree into the divine dragon ring. The entire 5-element rainbow tree was moved into the divine dragon ring. After everything was done, Li Lingtian carefully picked a 5-element spirit fruit and placed it into a jade box. Then, he waited for the 5-element colorful tree to change. This 5-element spirit fruit was just in case. If those spirit fruits disappeared, he would at least have one left. Seconds passed, and 3 hours passed. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness had been locked onto the 5-element rainbow tree and 5-element spirit fruit. To his delight, the 5-element rainbow tree and 5-element spirit fruit did not wither or die. Instead, they grew even better. Now that the matter of the 5-element colorful tree and the 5-element spirit fruit had been resolved, he could start looting. This was a 1-mile-wide herb garden. 10,000-year-old herbs were everywhere. There were even 100,000-year-old herbs and some 10,000-year-old spirit fruits. It was his principle to uproot everything. All the soil and flowers were moved into the divine dragon ring. As the day passed, Li Lingtian looked at the entire valley with a smile on his face. Apart from the spiritual energy, even the ground and soil had been dug away. There were no more green flowers or plants. It was as if they had arrived in a desert. Divine array diagram, sacrifice. Since he had taken away the medicinal herbs and treasures here, he had to think of a way to leave. The one who brought him here was the divine array diagram. He had to find this divine array diagram. He took out the divine array diagram and began to sort out the connection between the divine array diagram and himself. His mind was connected to the divine array diagram. In other words, he was the master of this divine array diagram. However, he still did not understand this divine array diagram. He had to understand it now. At the very least, he had to know what use this divine array diagram had. A full month had passed. During this month, other than eating a few spiritual fruits to satisfy his hunger, he spent the rest of the time in excitement. The expression on his face alternated between excitement, confusion, and depression. Just like that, a month passed. Chapter 167, Divine Array Diagram, 1. I see, I see. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and the smile on his face gradually turned excited. After studying the divine array diagram for a month, he had gained some understanding. At least, he knew the use of this divine array diagram. The divine array diagram was an ancient array treasure. It was also an ancient array sacred scripture that recorded the method of setting up the most powerful array. This divine array diagram was a complete book of array formations and a cultivation technique. It was just that this cultivation method was specially for cultivating array Dao. It recorded the construction and cracking methods of countless magical grand arrays. Moreover, this divine array diagram was also a treasure. It was the core of all kinds of arrays. As long as there was a divine array diagram, it would be twice the result with half the effort to crack any array. This young master will try. The excitement on Li Lingtian's face intensified. Although he did not know how to use the divine array diagram, he had learned a lot about it. With his wisdom and experience, as well as his understanding of the ancient sacred techniques, he had some control over this divine array. The most powerful ones inside were the spatial array formation, the time array formation, the 5 elements array formation, and the void array formation. What made him even more interested was an attack formation. This attack formation used all kinds of power bodies as the driving force. The original driving force was compressed to an extreme and then exploded. It was no different from the ice, fire, 9 heavens that he cultivated. It was the same principle. With that, he sent out his divine sense and a huge flying ship floated in the air. He then flew up and landed on the flying ship. He didn't stop on the ship, but entered the core of the ship, which was also the power source of the ship. No matter what kind of flying ship it was, it had its own power. Otherwise, how could it fly? Then, he began to study this huge array formation. His expression kept changing. In the end, he basically understood that this spaceship was just a spaceship. It's a pity that I've been searching for herbs and treasures and neglected the materials for refining and array formations. Otherwise, I would have decided to build the first aircraft carrier in the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian began to fantasize in his heart. With his divine array diagram, if he had enough time and found the materials, he would definitely be able to develop an aircraft carrier. Coupled with the attack array, it was definitely a killing weapon. With the power of the attack array, even a martial emperor or a martial supreme could be shot down. Yes. This fantasy had already formed in his heart. As long as he had the time, he would build a powerful space carrier. The aircraft carriers in his previous life were only capable of traveling on the ocean. He wanted to build a real aircraft carrier. He could replace the nuclear bomb from his previous life with an attack array. As for the power materials, he could use spirit stones and demon beast inner cores. Moreover, the demonic crystals were extremely powerful. At the thought of this, they were excited. Then, they put away the flying ship and put it into the divine dragon ring. He began to think of a way to leave this place. After understanding the God's array diagram, it was much easier to leave this place. In less than 2 days, he had mastered the way to leave this place. Divine array diagram, activate. He cast a spell on the divine array diagram and a ray of light appeared. This ray of light was the same as the last time he came in. Without hesitation, Li Lingtian entered the light and returned to the Ice Dragon Hall in an instant. Inside the Ice Dragon Hall, he had easily broken through the Ice Palace's maze with the help of the God Formation diagram and arrived at the entrance of the Ice Flame Cave. Frost Ice Flame, condense. Li Lingtian looked excitedly at the frost flame. He then cast a temporary imprisonment formation and began to condense the frost flame. This icy frost flame was several times stronger than the icy frost flame condensed by the glacier on the lake. This amount was thousands of times more than before. Seeing so many cold ice flames, how could they be unhappy? Without any hesitation, he began to condense it. With so many ice flames, he needed a lot of time. Otherwise, it would be wasted after leaving the Devil Canyon. Traces of icy frost flames were compressed into the divine dragon ring, and days passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. There was only a little more than a month left before they left the heavenly Devil Canyon. Fortunately, the frost ice flames here were almost condensed. Yes. When the last bit of ice flame was condensed, Li Lingtian stored it into the divine dragon ring. Rumble. At once, there was a shocking explosion. The ice flame vanished and the ice palace's chilly air soared into the sky. Before Li Lingtian could react, he was sent flying by the blast of the chilly air. He flew into the air and left the lake. He quickly flew into the distance and faced the attack of the cold air. Even though he was running very quickly, his mind was still shaken. Li Lingtian did not have time to hesitate at this moment. He activated his divine consciousness and summoned Little White, allowing it to carry him and fly quickly. After flying for half an hour, he finally felt at ease and found a cave to recuperate. The injury was not serious, but if he ignored it, it would definitely affect his future cultivation. While he was recuperating in the flash, Little White requested to enter the divine dragon ring to cultivate. Li Lingtian was puzzled. All this time, he had been studying the divine array diagram and condensing the icy frost flame. He had not paid any attention to the demonic beasts. After his divine sense entered the divine dragon ring, he immediately discovered that the jade-eyed beast had reached level 4, level 9, the multicolored beast had reached level 4, level 7, and the silver-winged flying dragon was level 5, level 6. A few demon beasts had advanced. It seemed that his heavenly monster pill was really useful. No wonder Xiaobai wanted to cultivate. Seeing that the other demon beasts had all advanced and that it was the only one who had not advanced, it definitely felt embarrassed. If you want to advance, you have to accept the cultivation of dragon energy. This way, you will definitely catch up to their realm in a short period of time. Li Lingtian took a glance at Little White and nodded. He then used his divine consciousness to store Little White into the divine dragon ring. However, this time, Li Lingtian sent Little White to the place with the densest dragon energy to cultivate. As for the dragon power of the 3,000 worlds, Little White couldn't go in with its current cultivation. It would be suicide if it went in. It was the same for him. Otherwise, he would have long entered to cultivate. After Little White entered the divine dragon ring, Li Lingtian began to recuperate. After 3 days of recuperation, his body's true qi was restored to its peak and his spirit was at its peak. Following that, Li Lingtian began to slay the demonic beasts alone. As long as he did not encounter any Tier 5 demonic beasts, he would not call for Little White and the rest to help. Time passed quickly. On this day, after Li Lingtian killed the demonic beasts, he quickly approached the depths of the Heavenly Demon Canyon. This was because if he wanted to leave the Devil Canyon, he had to accept the teleportation in the depths. After 2 days of running at full speed, they finally returned to the original place of the Demon King Beast. There were also many martial artists gathered there. However, Li Lingtian realized that there were only a little more than 100 people left from the original 600. Furthermore, the rest were martial arts grandmasters and the martial kings had all been killed. Young noble Lingtian. Qing Fengming and Tianhao were shocked by Li Lingtian's appearance but they quickly calmed down. They were certain that Li Lingtian had not entered the Ice Palace or he would not have returned. Young Master Tianhao, young Master Qing Feng. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian walked forward step by step, completely ignoring the other grandmasters and martial emperors. Everyone knew how powerful these two were but they did not expect Li Lingtian, a warrior king, to have the guts to talk to them. What they could not believe was that the two powerhouses were not displeased with Li Lingtian. On the contrary, they were extremely polite to him. Young noble Lingtian is able to return safely. It's truly a joyous occasion. Young noble Lingtian is extremely powerful. It's truly gratifying to see you return safely. The two of them congratulated him at the same time. Their tone was probing. If this youth really went in, it would be really terrifying. He, young Master Tianhao and young Master Qingfeng are too kind. I did go down once. The two of you are right. It is indeed extremely terrifying down there. Li Lingtian replied with a faint smile. He was shocked by the duo's strength. It was not easy for them to stay in that place for 2 months without the ice and fire martial souls. The conversation between the three of them shocked the others. They didn't know what the three of them were talking about. However, there must be something that they were unaware of since Li Lingtian was able to make the two powerhouses so polite. The three of them had become the focus of everyone here. Everyone looked at the three of them as they spoke, and the others did not dare to breathe loudly. Subsequently, Li Lingtian found a place with few people and began meditating, completely ignoring the gathering of powerhouses. Only Tianhao and Qing Fengming understood that Li Lingtian had his own reasons for doing so. He did not take the people here seriously at all. What puzzled them was that Dishi Nanyang hadn't shown up yet. Did something happen? Ling Yunxiao was possessed by the ancient devil and killed by them in the end. Only Tianhao, Ming Qingfeng, and Dishi Nanyang were left. And Dishi Nanyang was definitely the most powerful one this time. This was because Dishi Nanyang had the family's treasure, the Saint Artifact, the Space Banner. However, it had been taken away by Li Lingtian and had not been returned to him. As time passed, the aura in the sky began to change. A shocking demonic aura light appeared. All the martial artists hurriedly protected their bodies with protective barriers to prevent themselves from being corroded by the demonic aura. 2 minutes passed, and a shocking suction force appeared in the air. No one resisted, allowing the suction force to suck them in. Li Lingtian cast the true dragon body barrier. As long as there was no harm, he would not resist in case something went wrong. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, more than 100 martial artists floated up and surged toward the dense demonic qi before finally disappearing. Li Lingtian's figure vanished into the demonic qi as well. The true dragon body barrier blocked the demonic qi's corrosion and he was quickly teleported away. After a full 10 seconds, he reappeared, and the demonic aura disappeared. The place where he appeared was a huge mountain range. This mountain range was extremely rich in demonic qi, but he did not know where he was if he came out rashly. Boom! At this moment, a shocking pressure pressed down fiercely. This pressure was even stronger than the Demon King beast. Chapter 168, Supreme Realm Avatar. Last time, he was on guard, but this time, he had just come out and suffered such a destructive blow. He had no strength to resist at all. A destructive pressure directly bombarded over. His mind was greatly shaken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was also sent flying into the distance before he fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Li Lingtian activated his true dragon body barrier and quickly cast his thunderclap wings. However, the destructive pressure in the air came crashing down again just as he cast his thunderclap wings, leaving him no chance at all. Boom! Li Lingtian was completely stunned by yet another destructive pressure attack. It was obvious that this person was targeting him, but he could not understand why he was struck by the destructive force the moment he came out. Could it be that someone had divine foresight? But even if they did, they wouldn't be able to guess where he would appear. Die! A voice finally appeared in the air. The voice carried supreme dignity and anger, as if it had seen the enemy who had killed his father. After the voice, another destructive pressure came crashing down. Li Lingtian's mind was shattered and he was on the verge of dissipating. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Even when he was facing a martial grandmaster or a martial emperor, he had never been so passive. Now, he had no chance to fight back at all. Blazing flame, escape. Taking advantage of the pressure from the previous round, Li Lingtian forcefully endured the pressure. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a jade slip appeared in his hand. A stream of fire elemental genuine chi circulated and instantly crushed the jade slip. It turned into a raging flame and his entire body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already 5 miles away. He had given him the Raging Flame's escape skill when he was on Hidden Dragon Island. He didn't expect that it would be useful now. After escaping 5 miles, he was also within the attack range of the experts. Thunderclap wings. Li Lingtian did not dare to stay behind. A powerhouse like him had a divine consciousness of at least 400 to 500 miles. Since he was within the range of his divine consciousness, he would not be able to escape its scanning no matter what. You want to run? You actually want to run away in front of me? In the sky, a shadow appeared. The shadow gradually turned corporeal, like a god of war overlooking the world. Li Lingtian had just unleashed his thunderclap wings when the shadow in the sky unleashed a shocking attack that shattered the entire space. His entire body was thrown into the air. Blood had already drenched his clothes in front of his chest. His snow-white clothes were bright red, and he looked extremely miserable. Peak of rank 9 Martial Emperor, this is the avatar of a martial honor. Li Lingtian looked at the elderly man in the sky. However, the elderly man was only half solid and his entire body was exuding a shocking aura. Li Lingtian could tell that the elder was not his real body but a super powerhouse's clone. He had relied on the clone to kill Li Lingtian. He now understood that in front of a true expert, he had no chance to fight back. The martial emperors and martial grandmasters from the past had confused his knowledge. They made him feel that the strength of martial grandmasters and martial emperors was not very strong. He could kill them with treasures. Only now did he realize that he had made a huge mistake. In this world, true experts would not show off outside. They were both martial emperors, but the real power of this mysterious man was not even as strong as Dishi Nanyang's. However, the techniques he used were beyond the level of a martial emperor. It turned out that he was not the only exception in this world. Other experts also had magical methods. The martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors that he had encountered were just some pushovers. He had only discovered the true experts now. It's actually just a martial king. The shadow in the sky was also shocked. He was also shocked by the young man he had attacked. He thought that the person he had locked onto was a rank 7 or 8 martial emperor, but he did not expect that it was just a martial king's disciple. I wonder why you ambushed me. Seeing that the other party had stopped attacking, Li Lingtian immediately threw a myriad spirit pill into his mouth. Even if it could not heal his injuries, it could temporarily stabilize them. At the same time, the jade-eyed beast and multicolored beast appeared in front of him, and the silver-winged flying dragon protected him. 5th rank demonic beasts, 4th rank demonic beasts. There are many demonic beasts, but they are just ants in front of me. Hand over the spatial banner, and I'll give you a quick death. A trace of shock appeared in the mysterious man's eyes. He did not expect that this young man would actually have 3 demonic beasts protecting him. Even a martial emperor would be extremely envious of having a tier 5 demonic beast as a combat partner. However, with his cultivation, he did not care about these at all. Instead, he wanted to quickly kill this youth and take back the spatial banner. This was the family treasure. Space Pennant, you are from Dishi family. Li Lingtian immediately understood. He had taken Dishi Nanyang's space banner away. When he was trying to block the aura on it, he had been discovered by the other party and his aura had been locked onto. He had crossed worlds to come here for this spatial banner. The moment he came out, as long as he locked onto his aura, he could be killed directly. No wonder he was attacked by destruction as soon as he came out. Since you want to kill me, then show me your true power. You are just a mere Supreme Realm clone. Your real power is not even as strong as Dishi Nanyang's. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly. He did not expect this man to be a powerhouse from the Dishi family. It seemed that the Dishi family was not simple. As for the clone, he should not fight for too long. As long as he exhausted his true essence, he could escape. With that said, his divine sense moved, and the Demon King Beast appeared in front of him. A shocking demonic chi soared into the sky. Devil King Beast, 5th rank, 9th grade Devil King Beast. The mysterious man was also shocked, and his face revealed a solemn expression. He had not expected this youth to actually have a 5th tier, 9th grade Devil King Beast. The might of a Devil King Beast was even stronger than a demonic beast. He did not dare to be careless when facing this 5th tier, level 9 Devil King Beast. Roar, boom. After the Infernal King Beast came out, it glanced at Li Lingtian. With Li Lingtian's instruction, it knew that its opponent was the phantom in the sky. Instantly, a shocking demonic aura burst out. His 100-meter-tall body was like a mountain peak. The mysterious man didn't dare to hesitate. A shocking martial royal realm attack smashed down. In an instant, the 2 super experts started fighting. Even with his strength, he could not withstand the terrifying pressure in front of such a big battle. A few demon beasts were also guarding him, watching the battle in the sky with fear in their eyes. Although Li Lingtian did not join the battle, he was still shocked when he saw the battle between the Phantom and the Demon King Beast. The martial emperors in the past were all trash in front of this Phantom. Sky screen slash. The mysterious man also knew that he could not fight for too long, or else he would be in danger. With a casual wave of his hand, the spiritual energy in the sky condensed, and a shocking light shadow slashed down on the Demon King Beast. Roar. Although the Demon King Beast did not have much intelligence, it understood that this attack was a threat to it. With a violent roar, the shocking demonic chi became even stronger, and a black fist ruthlessly bombarded forward. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the Demon King Beast screamed and retreated. Black blood flowed out of his pitch-black fist, and he looked extremely painful. Sword howl heaven and earth, die. Li Lingtian took advantage of this moment to summon the Tianyu sword with one hand and one body. As he circulated his true chi, another mouthful of blood trickled out from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were so severe that the meridians in his body were almost completely destroyed. However, if he did not make a move now, he would not even have a chance to do so. He would only die. A shocking sword intent burst out, and the pressure of the Tianyu sword wreaked havoc in the air. Saint artifact, there's actually a saint artifact. This venerable self has profited this time. Heaven and earth great palm. The phantom was excited when he saw the Tianyu sword in Li Lingtian's hand. However, he was shocked when he sensed the sword intent in the air. If he was not careful, he might be injured by this attack. With a quick flip of his hand in the air, celestiality appeared. In an instant, 100-meter-long giant palm was hurled toward Li Lingtian. The huge sword light of the Tianyu sword also slashed over. Instantly, the world trembled and space tore apart. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, a violent destructive power exploded, covering the area within a radius of 10 miles. At that moment, Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and retrieved the few demonic beasts and demon king beasts. With a flash of his thunderclap wings, he appeared 10 miles away. Heaven and earth formation, hide. Li Lingtian had just appeared in the forest 5 kilometers away when a formation was cast. He vanished from the world as if he had never appeared. He vanished without a trace, not even a trace of his aura. Damn it! In the sky, the shadow became even weaker, as if it was about to be blown away in the blink of an eye. When it saw that the youth below had already disappeared 10 miles away, it immediately became furious. His divine sense continued to scan the area, and the pressure pressed down with a destructive force, wanting to crush the youth to death. As time passed, Li Lingtian's face turned ghastly pale as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Li Lingtian did not even dare to circulate his cultivation technique as his meridians had been destroyed beyond recognition. Originally, he had completely taken the attack from this phantom. In the end, he used the thunderclap wings and the sword howl of the heaven and earth, which worsened his injuries. He was shocked beyond words. This shadow was just a clone of a martial-honored realm. Although his cultivation was only at rank 9 martial emperor, his clone did not have the strength of a physical body. At most, he was at rank 5 martial emperor. However, his methods were beyond the methods of a martial emperor. The Azure continent was indeed not something that the Azure continent could compare to. The martial artists he had met were not true super geniuses. It seemed that Tianhao, Ming Qingfeng, and the rest didn't have a high status in the family. Even such a warrior would be a super genius in Green Continent, an existence that no one could compare to. He felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. The experts from the foreign forces were much stronger than those from Green Island. At the same time, he felt lucky that he had been reborn in this place. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Rumble. It was at this moment that the world exploded. The shadow could not see Li Lingtian and was furious as it attacked the entire ground. As long as Li Lingtian did not leave this place, he would be crushed to death by the attack. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.